Isis Audiobooks presents an unabridged recording of Dark, written by Matt Hilton and read by Julia Barry. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by Isis Publishing Limited. Before. Brandreth House was rotten at its core, a place of mould and decay and crumbling masonry, of dusty cobwebs and creeping shadows. Its walls were buckled, its roof missing slates, and barely any window retained glass, and those that did were cracked or discoloured with a patina of grime. Deformed woodland surrounded the house, a barrier of trees and shrubs at odds with the hills that loomed overhead. A pond, excavated from the earth by its Victorian owners, had brought ruination to the house and their fortune. Seepage from the naked slopes had flooded in, turned the surrounding land to a bog that crept to the house's foundations. If the rot didn't claim the building, the morass would sooner or later suck it into the bowels of the earth. It was a fitting home for the last surviving heir of the Brandreth family, because through to his core, he was rotten too. He was a young man driven by unhealthy tastes, an alcoholic with an unsavoury sexual appetite. He was a shambling brute, surly, unkempt and stinking, whom his neighbours avoided. On the rare occasions he'd met trespassers, he'd shown his displeasure, exerting his right to eject them from his property with threats of extreme violence. He was a danger to all, and in particular to the most vulnerable members of society. He wouldn't entertain uninvited visitors, though it was rare in the past few years that a particular room had gone unoccupied. The basement was at most risk from the rising water, but until now its thick walls and stone floor retained its integrity, and it was the most soundproofed. There his unwilling guests were held, and there he fed his sick appetite, all under the watchful guidance of his sole companion, a deviant more shrewd and deceitful than Brandreth, and more dangerous. Stuttering blue light from a video monitor sucked the life from the features of his mentor, lending him a corpse-like cast. The man wore a thick beard, and his hair to his shoulders. Brandreth's dishevelled appearance was through laziness and a lack of personal hygiene, but the other had purposely cultured his look to help conceal his identity. Witnesses would recall the beard and long hair, not his true face beneath. For the Fell Man, as the press had dubbed him, was the subject of a manhunt stretching from the northern lakes of Cumbria to the furthest coastlines of the British mainland. Brandreth was a simpleton, but he had his uses. He was easily manipulated through payment in alcohol or in depraved carnal acts. In exchange, he'd allowed his mentor free range of his ancestral home to use as he wished. In the sub-basement, the man had retrofitted a video editing suite, where he churned out multiple copies of videotapes to supply his clients. Brandreth was engaged mostly in packing and carrying chores, because his technological savvy extended little beyond switching on an electric kettle. His appetites fed, Brandreth had become a servant in his own home. His mentor tapped the nearest flickering monitor.
"She's awake."
Brandreth exhaled through his nostrils.
"When did you last check her restraints?"
There was urgency in the Fell Man's voice.
"When I was in earlier, emptying a piss bucket. She didn't loosen that strap while she was asleep. Get in there and do it up again, and make sure she knows the consequences of trying to free herself."
VCR machines whirred steadily in the background. The air was stuffy, charged with static electricity. The atmosphere was abruptly filled with a tangible buzz of annoyance from Brandreth. He wasn't mad at the command, but at the audacity of the girl. He stormed towards an access door to the basement and threw it open with a wordless shout. He was still descending a small flight of steps when the fell man jolted rigid in his seat. On screen, the girl leapt from the piled mattresses on which she'd slept and darted away free of her leather restraints. A corresponding yell followed as Brandreth charged after her. There wasn't a camera positioned to view where she ran, but there was another route from the basement, up a set of stairs to the kitchen. If Brandreth had been remiss in checking the girl's restraints, had he also forgotten to bolt the door from within after he'd carried out her slops bucket? The fell man was out of his seat in an instant, but he didn't pursue Brandreth. He exited the sub-basement, charging along a dank passageway and into the yard at the rear of the house. As he expected, a small figure hurtled from the kitchen less than 10 metres away. She skidded on bare feet when she spotted him, emitting a gasp. The oval of her mouth was a raw hole. The girl turned and ran, pushing aside tendrils of bramble that encroached on the back of the house. Thorns snagged at the shapeless grey shift that covered her skinny frame from bony shoulders to knobbly knees, dug at her flesh and hair, but she fought past. Brandreth stormed out in pursuit, his boots slapping the broken paving. For a shambling giant, he was surprisingly fast, with momentum behind him. He almost had the girl in a few lunging steps, but then his momentum was also his undoing. Overbalanced as he reached for her, he tripped and went down hard. The girl slipped away from his grasping fingers, and Brandreth fought to stand. The fell man shoved past him and didn't pause to check on him. Brandreth scrambled up and followed, cursing savagely. Beyond the confines of the mildewed walls of her prison, their prey couldn't have had any prior idea of her surroundings. She fled without forethought. Driven by terror, she raced towards the rear of the grounds, with the fell man in pursuit. He'd easily run her down if she attempted to swarm up the nearest slope, a repository of tumbled boulders and snarled thickets of gorse. He was almost on her when she dodged to the right, and then she was between the branches of shrubs left to run wild years ago. The fell man crashed through them, and Brandreth rushed further to the right to hem her against the bank of a stream that bled from the fells above. Driven by panic, the girl plunged into the stream, grasping at exposed roots on the opposite bank to avoid being tumbled downhill by the rushing water. Muddy and dripping, she scrambled up the opposite bank and fled up the slope. Cursing her under his breath, the fell man danced over slick stepping stones in the stream. She had gained a few steps on him, but he was powerful, and each step sent him higher up the slope towards a crown of stunted hawthorn bushes at the top. He was within a single lunge of capturing her, but then the child was under the misshapen canopy, and between the close-knit branches she scurried like a rodent. He dropped to his hands and knees to pursue, and there she had the advantage. She was a determined little rat. If she kept running, she would escape. But the fell man had too much to lose to give up the chase. Brandreth, gasping at the unexpected effort, was somewhere behind him and couldn't be relied on to cut her off. Gritting his teeth, he bulled a passage through the stunted but tough little trees and was abruptly over the crest and descending into a valley. Twigs snagged at his beard and hair, caught in the neckline of his jacket, and scored a weeping groove in his flesh above his collarbone. The trouble the little bitch was putting him to. The girl emitted short bleats of fear, fighting forward through a cage of branches. The crackle of breaking twig sounded like the popping of sparks in a bonfire. Her shift was held in the grasp of a thorny fist. She yanked and fell on her front, and the fell man grabbed at a grimy ankle. She kicked and squirmed, and then scrambled forward, but got only as far as the branch would flex. Abruptly she broke loose, and gaining a few feet, she threw herself towards where the copse thinned. The fell man rammed a passage after her. She halted unexpectedly. So did the fell man. From below sounded the excitable squeals of children at play. Moving forward with less urgency, he glanced down at his prize. Her hair was tangled, dirty, laced with broken twigs and leaves. Her shift was torn and filthy, and scratches covered her limbs. Her tiny shoulders rose and fell as she gasped for breath. She stood in a daze, unaware of the imminent danger. She raised a hand, and he sensed her mouth opening. He clamped a palm over her face and dragged her backwards into the gloom beneath the trees. He crouched, his hand forcibly cupping her face, and her squirms grew frantic as she fought for life. He ignored the dirty thing in his hands, concentrating instead of the two girls peering up the hill. Had they witnessed him grabbing the girl? One child he disregarded. She was an androgynous little thing, with a thick hatch of coppery hair crowning a round, boyish face, and even at a distance he was certain she was cross-eyed. The hem of a padded coat scuffed the tops of Wellington boots designed for someone larger. But the second girl held his gaze. He almost forgot about the child perishing under his hand, while he stared at a vision. The girl was willowy, graceful, a beauty. When she turned away and bounded downhill, followed by her ungainly sibling, it was with elegance unmatched by any girl he'd taken before. And he coveted her. The fellman advanced to the edge of the copse, dangling the wretch against his chest, one hand now clenching her throat, while watching every move the graceful girl made. Down below them at the very perimeter of the ancient estate, he spotted a car, and a woman loading items into its boot. He ignored the adult, ignored the child chugging downhill in her ill-fitting boots, and ignored the now floppy girl in his arms. There was only one person worthy of his attention.
Victoria,
he whispered throatily. It was not the name of the graceful girl, but of one who'd similarly entranced him many years ago. It was through the dark desires Victoria had ignited in him that the fell man was born. He backed into the deformed trees, still watching as the girls joined the woman by the car. They stood abashed, being scolded. There was no frantic pointing uphill, so he was satisfied he'd gone unobserved. Behind him, Brandreth forced a crackling path through the trees. The man's dependency on alcohol had sapped all vitality from him. He stood a moment, hands on his thick thighs as he gasped for breath. The fell man sneered, then aimed his derision at the wretch he still held suspended above the ground. She was as light as the filthy rag she resembled. He tossed her down at Brandreth's feet.
Make up for your bloody stupidity, and do something with that. Is she dead? What do you think?
The fell man had felt life slip from her as he'd crushed her trachea.
It's no good to us now, he said. Drop it in a deep hole, like you did with the others.
Brandreth didn't complain. Through his inattention, it was his fault their prisoner had escaped, so it was down to him to clean up his mess. He reached and poured up the dead girl, whose back arched over his bent elbow. Her mouth fell open, a wet hole with only the stub of a disfigured tongue, from which escaped a wheeze of escaping air. Her last breath was sour. Brandreth glowered at her lax features, and his lips twisted in disgust. He preferred when their victims pleaded for mercy. He was secretly pleased she was done with, because he'd never fully enjoyed playing with the little dummy. By the time he next checked, his mentor had gone, Soon after, he heard the belching growl of an engine, and formed an ugly smile. The fell man was hunting their next plaything. Chapter 1. The girl's hands were clasped as if in prayer, knees tucked tightly to her abdomen. Her eyelids were scrunched, her prayer fervent, begging for the agony to stop. It had gone unanswered except by death. Alongside the child, her dead mother also lay on her side. A hand reached as if to offer comfort, fingertips falling short by a few inches. The mother's face was rigid, contorted forever by grief. 10-year-old Bailan Gedi's death wasn't instantaneous. She died screeching, her body contracting around the bullet in her abdomen, while her mother, Nala, blood pumping from her throat wound, strove to protect her children in her final moments. Detective Inspector Kerry Dark caught only a snatch of the awful scene through the slim opening in the forensic tent. It was enough. She turned away, shuddering out a groan. Why did another little girl have to die? "You still with me, boss?" She blinked rain from her eyelashes. She was a transplantee to the capital, since transferring to the Met's Gangs and Organised Crime Task Force, a northern lass used to rain heavier and colder than the showers currently washing over South Lambeth. A concerned frown creased the olive skin of Detective Sergeant Danny Corber's forehead. His slicked black hair and the shoulders of his suit were sodden. "I wouldn't say that, Danny." She offered a weak grimace. "Sorry. Bailan's death got me thinking, that's all." She blew out her cheeks, tucked her auburn hair behind her ears, and concentrated on the DS. "What have you got for me?" Corber read from a tatty pocketbook. 2 suspects, a driver and shooter. Car's a sonic blue Subaru Impreza, older model, with the airfoil on the boot. Partial licence plate only. He read it out. "You've passed that to ANPR and the control room?" He clucked his tongue. "Course I have. You ask me, though. The plates have been switched. Those Imprezas rolled off the line back in the 90s, so it won't have a 5.9 plate. Hoping for an idea of the shooters too much to ask?" Corber's eyebrows beetled. "Still waiting to hear from the Wooden Tops," he said, meaning their uniformed colleagues tasked with canvassing the area for witnesses. "Let me know as soon as you get anything." She waited for clearance to enter the forensic tent. The pavement was greasy underfoot, dotted with pigeon shit. It fronted a commercial strip, an eclectic mix offering everything from cheap mobile phones, fruit and vegetables, Moroccan coffee and budget dental plans. There were residential flats above the shops, and some locals leaned over their balconies for a better view of an abandoned pushchair and the corpses hidden a few feet away from it. Other observers gathered beyond the police cordon. Uniformed officers diverted traffic around Larkhall Park, while others conducted a fingertip search of the road and curbs. 3 spent brass shells had already been recovered, photographed, tagged and bagged. On hands and knees, constables continued a wider search, the rain pattering on their arched backs. A mother, her daughter and 2-year-old son had been shot at. The victims were Somalian, and already the suggestion was that the gunman was white, an ember to be fanned into flames by racists on opposite sides of the colour divide. A female constable coughed an apology at Kerry's side. What is it?" At 5 feet 6 inches, Kerry wasn't tall. The constable was a couple of inches shorter, sturdy rather than overweight. Her round cheeks were florid. She nodded at a tall black man cornered in the doorway of an Oriental supermarket. "Funky said you better come and speak to him, Mom. or he's leaving. Kerry recognised the gangling Nigerian, and his nickname. Ikemba Adafunke was on her radar, a foot soldier of Jermaine Robson's 9 Elms crew. I'll be with him shortly. He said the dead can wait, but he's a busy man. The gangster's roomy gaze challenged her. He's a witness, ma'am. The constable shifted foot to foot, staring over her shoulder at Funky. He inclined his chin. Kerry snorted, and the constable snapped to attention. Ma'am, Funky knows the gunman, but will only tell you who it is. All right, Kerry said. I'll see him. You 3 stay close. The constable scurried to obey. Kerry ducked through the rain, sluicing off the supermarket's awning. She shook drops from her hair, rubbed the back of her wrist across her mouth.
Take your own fucking time, why don't you?
Funky's head bobbed with each deep, mellifluous word. She closed in, invading his personal space. Funky's skinny neck bent like a vulture's. He studied her eyes, snapping from one to the other and back again. She had heterochromia, her left iris a light shade of amber, her right dark green. Some people were creeped out by her mismatched stare, and she'd learned to use it. His arrogance melted away. I hear you've got a name for me, Funky.
Maybe I should keep it to myself, Detective Inspector Duck.
He made her name sound like urban slang for shit.
Seeing as you don't look too interested in hearing what a black man's got to say.
It's not like your kind to give anything to the old Bill, except lip. She wasn't talking about his skin colour.
I make an exception when some white boy tries to shoot me in the back.
How could you tell he was white if you had your back to him?
He was a shit aim. Hit that woman and her kid instead, then took another shot at me.
He snorted.
I turned round and looked that fucker dead in the face. Huh, and he still missed me.
3 shots. 3 spent shells found on the road. Maybe Funky was telling the truth, except she had an inherent distrust of his kind, meaning criminals. And you recognised the shooter?
Got a good look at him, yeah. You know Eric Swain, don't you?
Funky snorted.
Yeah, 'course you do.
She did. Jermaine Robson's patch included 9 Elms Lane and the adjacent Patmore estate, all the way from Battersea Park as far north as the Kia Oval. Eric Swain was Robson's nearest rival, his gang controlling territory in Vauxhall and Lambeth, and was responsible for most of the drug trade through Newington north towards the Thames.
It was one of Swain's gang. No, Doc. You ain't listening to me. I'm saying the shooter was Eric fucking Swain.
Oh, really? Kerry abruptly turned away. Don't waste my time, Funky.
Where the hell you going? You ain't ignoring me like I'm a piece of shit.
I'm ignoring an obvious lie, Kerry retorted. You're only saying it was Swain to stitch him up. I bet it'd suit Jermaine Robson to see his biggest rival behind bars.
Are you bent or something?
Funky countered.
Is that it? You taking green from Swain to keep him out of jail, yeah?
Are you taking payment from Robson for setting Swain up? Funky snapped a long arm at the forensic tent.
I'm telling you that Eric Swain killed them. And he tried to kill me. You're the detective. If you don't believe me, do your job, and you'll see I'm telling the truth.
Can I count on you giving evidence in court? He rolled his neck.
You know I can't go to court. I'd be putting a target on my back. This is off the record, yeah. That Subaru. Ask anybody. I bet they've seen Swain tooling around in it for years.
Did you get a look at the driver? Funky shook his head.
I was too busy facing down the bastard trying to kill me.
That was brave of you. Her lips pulled into a tight line. You left innocent victims dying in the street next to a screaming baby while you hid in that shop. Yeah, very brave of you, Funky.
How'd I know that Swain wasn't going to come back for another try?
Exactly. She strode away, ignoring a string of curses, satisfied that she'd shamed him. She approached the forensic tent again, but stood a respectful distance from the entrance. Investigators worked around the bodies. Nearest to her lay Bylan. She thought of another murdered girl. Her sister, Sally. Her chest hitched, and it was a struggle to breathe. News crews had begun gathering beyond the cordon. Cameras trained on her as she clenched her fists at her sides. Police officers weren't supposed to be prone to public displays of emotion, but who could criticise her for being distressed by the senseless death of a child? Funky sloped off in the opposite direction towards Larkhall Park. A barrier of blue and white tape was strung across the park's entrance. A girl stood just beyond the cordon, in the shadow of a nearby building. She stared directly at Kerry from beneath a mop of tousled hair, and her guts clenched in response. Funky was suddenly between them, and Kerry sidestepped to keep the girl in sight, except the girl crabbed sideways too. When Funky swiped his way under the barrier tape, she had disappeared. Girl? She took a faltering step.
Kerry? Detective Inspector?
The sharp voice brought her to a halt. She blinked her confusion at D.S. Corber.
Something wrong, boss?
She glanced towards the park's entrance. It was as if the girl had never been there. No. Just thought I spotted. She waved away an explanation. Never mind, it was nothing. He thumbed towards the forensic tent.
Socko's ready for us.
Kerry nodded, but couldn't resist another glance to where the dripping barrier tape swung in the breeze. Corber moved closer, rested a hand on her forearm.
Seriously, boss, you sure you're all right?
You're as white as a sheet. I'm fine. Corber wasn't perturbed by her heterochromia. He held her gaze, seeking a lie. I'm fine, she repeated. Stop mithering, will you?
As long as you're sure,
he said conspiratorially.
You look as if you'd just seen a frigging ghost.
A ghost, Danny? She coughed out a laugh. You don't believe that sort of rubbish, do you? Chapter 2. A tubular steel battering ram smashed the door open. Armed officers swarmed into the house on a residential street in the Vauxhall area of Lambeth, shouting and stamping, causing shock and confusion. A woman's shrieks and the barking of a dog elevated the racket. A man cursed savagely. Kerry and D.S. Corber waited on the front garden for Eric Swain to be cornered and forced to sit his arse down in the front room.
We're secure!
Rob Greer, a uniformed sergeant, waved them inside. On the street, a dog handler readied his spaniel to join the search. The strength of Ikemba Adefunke's off-the-record tip-off hadn't been enough to secure a search warrant, but in the past hours, 3 telephone callers to Crime Stoppers and 1 to an official police hotline all insisted that Eric Swain was their murderer, and pinpointed where they'd find the murder weapon. The Subaru Impreza had also been found burnt out on waste ground alongside the Thames. The registration plates were missing, but the VIN on the chassis showed the Subaru had once been registered to Swain. Enough evidence to bring him in for questioning. If they didn't conduct a full search of the property before moving to the outlying garden, Swain would possibly figure out his betrayer and have him punished. If she had her way, Swain would never harm anyone again. Clutching the warrant, Kerry squeezed past 2 constables in the hallway and entered the living room. The shrieking woman was on a sofa, dressed casually in pyjamas and slippers, in direct contrast to her styled hair, fudged-coloured tan and proliferation of gold jewellery. Her large sapphire engagement ring could double as a knuckle-duster. Both her knees were drawn up, protecting her surgically enhanced breasts. 2 officers loomed over her, while she swore blue murder at them. As soon as Kerry entered, her rage switched target. She launched off the sofa, but was grappled by the officers. Kerry looked instead at Eric Swain, who was seated in a matching easy chair on the other side of the room. He quietened down, but his calm rage was more worrying than his girlfriend's noisy tirade. Another 2 officers guarded him, thick-set in their stab-proof vests. Eric Swain wasn't physically imposing. He wasn't a squash-nosed thug bulging with muscles etched with tattoos. He was in his mid-30s, a bit scruffy in faded bootleg jeans, Nike trainers and baggy tie-dyed shirt. An ordinary guy. Except in his case, first impressions were deceiving. Unconfirmed rumours fingered Swain for a litany of violent offences. There were victims walking around, still carrying the wounds he'd inflicted on their flesh, but fear of further torture stilled their tongues. Kerry studied him for a second longer, taking in his shaggy blonde hair, goatee beard and single silver earring. He resembled a bohemian artist more than the aggressive leader of one of London's most notorious criminal gangs. She checked out the long, slim fingers digging into the arms of the easy chair. They were an artist's fingers. No, his were the fingers of a murderer. It didn't take a powerful hand to point and pull the trigger of a gun. She approached within a few feet.
Are you the one who's going to explain what the fuck's going on?
Swain sneered from between his guards. I'm Detective Inspector Dock. She waved the slim stack of papers. I've a warrant to search these premises and adjoining property under Section 146 of the Firearms Act 1996.
Firearms? You're having a laugh, aren't you?
Swain glanced over at his girlfriend. She spat curses like a wildcat.
Hetty, for fuck's sake, will you shut up? I need to hear what the hell this bitch is going on about.
Hetty's eyes bulged.
They've smashed down the fucking door, Eric, and trampled dog shit all over my carpets.
Kerry had weathered similar accusations during the execution of other search warrants. She allowed Hetty to continue for a few more seconds, until she'd had enough. Get her out of here, she said, and Hetty's guards led her to the kitchen, harangued the entire way.
Hetty's a bit worked up,
Swain said.
She's got a good right, though. If you'd knocked, I'd have let you in without you battering down the door. I've got nothing to hide.
He smirked, confident she'd find nothing incriminating. If you've nothing to hide, you've nothing to worry about. But if you... Before she could finish, Swain butted in.
Listen, if you're talking about drugs, I've a bit of weed in my baccy tin. But it's for personal use. It's on the fireplace. Take a look.
Kerry couldn't give a shit about the wad of cannabis resin, but for appearance's sake she nodded at Corbett to check it out.
Like I said,
Swain went on,
that weed's for personal use. What does that get me these days, huh? Slap on the wrist?
The searching officers ensured no stone or bedside cabinet were left unturned. In the adjoining kitchen, Hetty swore at the family dog to stop it barking. Swain shrugged.
What can I say? She's a passionate woman.
The dog handler entered. His Springer Spaniel sped around like a battery-operated toy, sniffing and discarding items as uninteresting. When it hopped up onto the sofa, its demeanour changed. The handler commanded it to the ground, and while he praised the dog, a uniformed constable moved in, dismantling the sofa cushions and then feeding his gloved hands down the back.
"Are there any shops down here, mate?"
he asked Swain, concerned about jabbing a finger on a used needle.
"No. But if you find any cash down there, it's fucking mine."
There was nothing down the sofa, but the constable turned it on its front to check underneath. The upholstery was factory fresh, all the original staples in place. Kerry shook her head. The dog must have given a false alert. The dog handler headed off to search rooms elsewhere in the house, and his assistant followed suit. Swain eyed Kerry with mild curiosity.
"You're wasting your time. There's no gun here."
"So tell me where it is."
"How should I know? I don't even know what gun you're on about."
"Let's not play games, eh?" His eyes abruptly clouded.
"If this is about those niggers getting shot, it had nothing to do with me."
Kerry's features tightened. Not so much as his deliberate racism as his total lack of empathy towards the victims. "We'll see."
"Like hell we will. I'm telling you, Inspector Dark, you're not going to find a gun here."
He craned forward, and his guards jolted to readiness.
"I had nothing to do with that shooting. It's not—"
He halted, considering his next words. "What? It's not your style? So help me out here, Swain. What exactly is your style?" This wasn't Swain's first time around the block.
"That's Mr. Swain to you. I was respectful with your rank and name. You should return the favour."
"You also called me a bitch. What do I get to call you in return?"
"Touché, Inspector."
He rolled his tongue against his lower teeth while he decided. In the next instant his face morphed into something wolfish.
"Call me whatever you want. Just not your fucking Patsy. Mum, a word, please."
In the doorway, Sergeant Greer jerked his head, indicating he'd prefer to speak in private. "DS Corber," she said, "take over here for a minute." "All right, boss." He'd seized Swain's stash of cannabis and was in the process of bagging it as evidence. He sidled over, nodded down at Swain as if they were old pals. Swain sneered.
"So you're the famous Zorba the Greek I've heard about?"
"That'd be Corber, mate, and I'm Greek Cypriot." He'd been the butt of that joke for too many years for it to bother him now.
"Didn't I see you on Britain's Got Talent once?"
Swain goaded.
"Stavros Flatulence, isn't it? You were quite nimble on your feet for a plod."
"Mate," Corber countered, and patted his tight abdomen,
"I didn't get this shape from dancing towards the buffet table."
Swain laughed, settled back in his chair.
"You're all right, mate,"
he said with a wink.
"For a pig, I mean."
Kerry left them to it. They were laughing. Better that than trying to kill each other. Chapter 3. In the hallway, out of sight of Swain, Sergeant Greer jiggled the contents of an evidence bag.
"Thought you might want to check these out before speaking to Swain."
"What are they?" Before Greer could state the obvious, Kerry clarified, "Well, I can see they're bullets, Bob. I mean, cartridge and calibre." Greer had served in the army prior to joining the police, and knew a thing or two about the subject of armament. He explained that, specifically, they were .38 revolver Mark II-Z cartridges.
"If you're too young to remember pounds and ounces, that equates to 9mm these days."
"Same as the expended shells at the scene." "Where were they found?"
"In the master bedroom. They were scattered on the floor under the bed."
He studied the bag's contents.
"You know something? These are old cartridges. Not readily available in the UK. If they're matched to the ones at the scene.
Aye, I'm confident there will be.
Yeah, well, good luck with that,
he said enigmatically. I'd rather match the ones from the scene to the murder weapon. How are we getting on with finding it?
I've a couple of the lads out in the garden looking. Where...
Kerry's palm shot up, stalling him. Swain was bantering with Corber, but she'd bet he had an ear on what she was up to. She nudged Greer towards the kitchen. Hetty was still there, now in control of a border collie on its lead. Kerry glanced at the dog, and it peered dolefully back at her, with eyes not unlike her own. It too had heterochromia, although its colouring was more vivid. One eye brown, one pale blue. She raised her gaze to Swain's girlfriend, expecting another outburst, but Hetty had eyes for something else. She sneered at the cartridges Greer carried.
I see you found my granddad's old bullets. He brought 'em back from Korea donkeys years ago.
Really? Kerry said. Do you have a firearms certificate allowing you to keep live ammunition?
They're fucking antiques. And besides, I don't have a fucking gun.
You don't need one with a gob like that,
Greer pointed out. Hetty snarled at him, but reconsidered his words. He might actually have been paying her a compliment. She turned her scrutiny on Kerry, lips pinched.
Stupid cow. Don't you know you've lost a contact lens?
Nodding down at the collie, Kerry said, I'd have thought you'd have known better.
Eh?
It was pointless explaining. A female constable bustled inside from the garden, a fixed grin on her face. She held up another evidence bag. We've got it, ma'am.
What you got there?
Hetty marched between them for a closer look. Greer jostled her aside as Kerry accepted the bag. Inside was an ancient-looking revolver, clogged with freshly turned soil. Yes, we've got him. Greer bent to inspect it, looked up slowly.
It's a Webley Mark IV. It's an old-school 6-shot service revolver. .38 calibre, just like those cartridges.
I think we also found your granddad's gun, Kerry said to Hetty. Or maybe it belongs to Eric these days.
Mum,
Greer said sotto voce.
I need to talk with you about this before.
But Hetty piled in.
Bollocks! This is some sort of stitch-up. You bastards planted that.
She flew at Kerry, and Greer and the constable wrestled her aside, now fending off the nipping of the collie. The dog was terrified, and its teeth didn't discriminate between the police and its owner. It was pandemonium. Another uniformed constable rushed in to help, and Kerry swerved past him for the living room. Time to go and get her man. Hearing the commotion, Swain jumped to his feet. His guards barred him from rushing to Hetty's aid. All three pushed and shoved. Corber snapped a glance at Kerry, who held up the bagged revolver. A smile jumped briefly on his lips.
What the hell's that?
Swain demanded. Kerry took satisfaction in holding up the evidence bags. Eric Swain, I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murders of Nala Dahia Geddy and Bailan Geddy.
What? No fucking way.
You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. As Kerry cautioned him, one of the constables reached for his cuffs, ordering Swain to turn around.
You're not stitching me up,
Swain hollered directly at Kerry.
You're having a fucking laugh, aren't you?
Practically every criminal Kerry had ever arrested pleaded their innocence, and it didn't matter how stunned he looked, she didn't buy his lies. She continued cautioning him, while the two uniformed constables jostled him around. She was tempted to give them a nod, to cuff him extra tight, so he was in pain all the way to the nick. The least the murderous bastard deserved. She passed the evidence bags to Corber, freeing her hands so that she could radio in the arrest. Somebody roared in agony. It wasn't Swain. The constable on the left collapsed, clutching his knee, where Swain had just back-kicked him. He rolled over, knocking into her, and Kerry stumbled. Swain writhed out of the other constable's grasp. Only one of his wrists was cuffed, and then snapped his head forward. Clutching his broken nose, the constable reeled away, tripped over his fallen colleague and dropped to his knees. Swain barged into him, kneeing him solidly between the shoulder blades. He went down, under Swain, who stamped over the top of him. Corber jerked into action, dropping the evidence bags on the sofa and grabbing at Swain. Swain was nimbler and determined to evade Corber's grasp. A minute earlier they'd been joking with each other, but all pretences at friendliness had evaporated. Swain swept his arm at Corber's face, and the rigid cuff locked around his wrist gashed his forehead. Blood ran into Corber's eyes. Still he clambered after Swain, grabbing for his shirt, his hair. Swain stayed a few inches beyond his grasp, though, and only Kerry barred his freedom. She lunged, trying to snatch hold of the rigid cuff, to lock his wrist and take him down. Swain showed no hesitation in hitting a woman. His fist slammed her sternum. Beneath her jacket, her lightweight stab-proof vest took the sting from his punch, but little of the impact. She staggered, and he rammed her against the doorframe. He grabbed her, jerked her down to one knee, dodged past and was into the hall. Alerted by the commotion, other officers charged from the kitchen, but too late. Kerry was up in an instant, and after him, shouting at Corber to secure the evidence. Lurching into the hallway, she almost collided with Sergeant Greer and another constable. They skidded to avoid ploughing into her. Greer slamming into a wall, tearing loose a framed watercolour painting that crashed down and sent jagged slithers of glass into the carpet pile. From the kitchen, Hetty cursed savagely, but this time it wasn't about the state of her carpet. Kerry raced outside. A bewildered copper was at the front gate, hand on his radio. Swain had hurtled past. Kerry didn't slow down to explain. The clatter of boot soles on the pavement followed her. She was unsure how many officers had joined the pursuit and didn't have time to check. An engine burst to life. Armed SCO 19 officers had conducted the initial entry to the house, but retreated outside once it was secured. If they could get ahead of Swain, they could soon halt him in his tracks. For murdering Bailan Geddy, the bastard deserved a bullet between the eyes. The police vehicle roared along the street, whipping by, its blue lights flashing. Swain charged across the road in front of it and hurtled down a path between two residential houses. The police car shot towards an intersection as the driver sought to cut off Swain at the next road over. Kerry pounded across the road and also ducked into the alley. Behind her, feet slapped the ground, and then a younger Bobby raced past, his elbows pumping furiously. He'd discarded his helmet and high-visibility coat somewhere. More streamlined than his colleagues, he was gaining on the fugitive. Without slowing, Kerry mentally goaded him on. Swain had already exited the alley and was out of sight for a few seconds, until she spilled out onto another residential street, rushing out from between parked cars. The Bobby was about 10 metres behind Swain as they both headed towards a tower block. There were some affluent areas of Vauxhall. It was home to politicians who found the neighbourhood convenient for the short journey into Westminster, but the tower block wasn't home to any of them. It comprised of social housing, poorer families crammed into 1- and 2-bedroom flats. Perhaps Swain had friends inside and could find a hiding place with one of them. Or worse, a weapon to hold off the police. Chapter 4. Eric Swain barrelled inside one of 4 tower blocks, looming at opposing corners of an open plaza area. An expanse of uneven paving slabs and flower beds devoid of any foliage, but plenty of discarded cigarette butts, beer cans and fast food wrappers. The tower stood 11 stories tall, a concrete and glass monolith that looked as if it had been grabbed from the Soviet-era Eastern Bloc and dropped, with its trio of equally drab sisters, smack in the middle of their more upwardly mobile neighbours. There were good, decent people living there, but in a bad situation, and unfortunately surrounded by others at the far end of the spectrum. The quartet of towers was well known to most members of the anti-gang task force. There was no visible signage declaring police were unwelcome, but it went without saying. It wasn't unknown for them to have to dodge missiles dropped on them from above, and God help them if they were caught alone in any of the stairwells. Kerry knew all this, but didn't slow. She sprinted after her uniformed colleague, who darted inside ahead of her. A squall of rain chased her towards the door. Immediately inside was a bank of twin elevators, the scarred and battered doors displaying spray-painted gang fealties that would make Swain proud. Kerry ignored them, hearing the clatter of feet from a stairwell to her left. Breathless, she shouted an update on Swain's position into her radio as she pushed through the door and onto the first steps up. Other constables answered her call, some already converging on the tower, but 30 or so seconds behind her. She couldn't leave the constable to handle Swain alone. She clattered up the stairs, feeling blindly for her extendable baton in a harness buried under her jacket. Above her the young copper shouted, and Swain barked a curse. She doubled her effort, forgetting about the baton for the sake of speed. Kerry kept fit. She swam, and she attended a gym with her fiancé Adam when their shifts permitted. But it was one thing swimming a measured distance at a steady pace or completing reps on an exercise machine, another when it came to climbing a tower when her heart was jammed in her mouth. Her legs were leaden, and bile scorched her throat with each gasping breath. Swain hadn't peeled off onto any of the floors. He was still heading up. She dug in, dragging herself up with one hand on the banister. Overhead, a door banged open. The voices dwindled, then disappeared completely as the door slammed shut again. Kerry croaked an update into her radio as she spilled onto the 10th floor. On the landing stood a young boy in tracksuit bottoms, a baggy sweater and filthy trainers. He was a scruffy kid, but he clutched a top-of-the-range smartphone, angled upwards. He swung it on Kerry as she took a few seconds to suck in air, grinning at her feverishly as he lined her up on the screen. She took his direction from where he'd been pointing the phone a moment ago. Swain had made it up the next flight of stairs and onto the roof. Why he'd chosen to run all the way to the top escaped her, unless he knew of another route down where he could give his pursuers the slip. Grateful for her second wind, she powered up the remaining steps and slapped down the push bar. The door opened into a service corridor, lit only by dim bulbs. The uppermost floor was comprised of various utility rooms, some containing the machinery and electrical systems that controlled the building's beating heart. Swain might have hidden in any of them. Except another door stood wide at the far end of the corridor, and beside it a silent day alarm flashed rapidly, a red light like the winking eye of a demon. The rain and wind competed to make the most noise, but couldn't disguise the grunting and scuffling of a struggle. Kerry started forward and came to a stumbling halt. There was somebody in the corridor with her. The figure barred her way. It was a child, a young girl. She had straggly hair and a shapeless dress, stick-thin limbs and bare feet, barely discernible in a clot of shadows between two of the dim bulbs. What was a young child doing out alone this late in the evening? Kerry thought of the boy on the landing below and remembered where she was. Spotting the chase, this kid had probably followed to watch the excitement. The last Kerry wanted was for another child to get hurt because of Eric Swain. "Hey!" she called. "Girl, come away from there, it's not safe." There, she'd said it. Girl. It was the same girl she'd earlier spotted, observing her from beyond the police barrier on Wandsworth Road. There was something indefinable about her, as if she was viewed through a haze of fog. But Kerry knew her. Nausea squirmed through Kerry's abdomen, and the small hairs on her forearms and neck prickled. Subdued memories fluttered through her mind, a series of underdeveloped Polaroid photographs carried on a stuttering breeze. "Why now?" she thought. "Why have you come back now?" The girl raised a palm. Kerry took a nervous step towards her. What is it you want from me?" Overhead, the nearest bulb pinked and went black. "Girl," Kerry croaked. Except there wasn't a girl there. Where she'd stood, there was only the wash of a bulkhead light, casting a meagre glow on the floor. Two silhouetted bodies wrestled past the open doorway. Her colleague emitted a pained cry. Kerry started forward, but faltered. An uncanny sense of trepidation assailed her, made her fearful of passing through the space vacated by the spectral girl. She glanced everywhere, expecting a nebulous presence creeping through each dark recess and corner. The young Bobby yowled again, snapping her to attention. "There is no girl," Kerry argued. "There never was a girl. Concentrate on reality, Kerry. That officer needs you." Finally she found her baton, but only unclipped it. She groped for her incapacitant spray in its pouch on the harness under her jacket. All the while she scurried along the corridor, the fingers of unnatural dread playing down her spine, and stepped out the door over a raised stoop and into the downpour. Chapter 5. They faced each other on the puddled rooftop, both breathless from their frantic race to the top. Exposed to the elements, it wasn't the best place for a standoff, though the rain-washed city formed a dramatic backdrop. A chilly blast battered her, sweeping Kerry's hair off her brow. Steam rose from her wet shoulders. Raindrops gathered on her eyelashes, causing her to blink. She daren't take her attention off Swain for a second. He was poised to move again. She desperately wanted to check on the constable lying in a puddle a few metres away. His silence was worrying. He needed medical attention immediately. The voices of her fellow officers were too distant to offer confidence. She was all that stood between the suspected murderer and his escape from the roof. Swain sneered. How did a skinny woman hope to stop him? He had no respect for the law, and less for her rank than the constables he'd beaten up. He was taller than Kerry, outweighed her, and wouldn't care if she got hurt when he ran straight through her. In fact, she'd bet he would make certain of it. She didn't stand aside. She raised her can of Parva incapacitant spray, thumb poised over it. "Don't move, Swain. You're under arrest."
"Is that right?"
Swain eyed the canister, her only visible weapon. Its threat didn't invoke fear in him. Besides, if Kerry was stupid enough to spray him, she'd get a face full of it too, because the wind gusting over the roof was at his back. He tensed, ready to smash through her.
"How did that work out for you last time, Doc?"
"There's no way off this roof. Give up now and make things easier on yourself." Perhaps she should get out of his way and leave him to her colleagues. But no. She'd initiated his arrest, and it was her duty to go through with it. "Come on, Swain. You know how this works."
"I'm not going down for shooting a couple of niggers."
His eyes were feverish, a similar flashing colour as the earring twinkling in his right lobe.
"Good riddance to them, anyway."
"You're talking about an innocent woman and a 10-year-old child."
"Fuck 'em. That don't mean anything to me. Give 'em another couple of years and there'd be Robson's whores popping out more little black shits that our country has to keep."
Swain didn't hold his rival in high regard, and less those he perceived as unwelcome immigrants.
Now get out of my fucking way, or I swear to God.
Kerry stood her ground.
Don't try me, Swain. I won't be playing by Home Office rules.
You're kidding, you skinny-ass bitch. What are you going to do?
You're under arrest, and I'm taking you in.
Kerry advanced, the parva directed at arm's length. His head swivelled. Despite his bluster, he searched for a way out. A few rungs showed at the top of the parapet a few metres to Kerry's left, a service ladder of some kind to who knew where. Swain lunged for it, and Kerry crabbed sideways, blocking him. He danced on the balls of his feet.
Last chance, Doc. Move or I'll fucking move you. Do you want me to knock you out like your mate over there?
She didn't follow his gesture at the unconscious Bobby. It was a distraction, so he could push past when she was looking the other way. She had to hold him there a few moments longer, to allow her colleagues to arrive.
Try it, and I'll take you down like a bag of shit, you murderous bastard.
Swain thought through his options, but they were few. He charged. Under perfect conditions, parva was effective up to 4 metres. These conditions were anything but perfect. Swain hurtled at her with his head down, an arm wrapped around his face to protect his vision. The stream of spray arched overhead, then rushed to fill the void in his wake. Kerry backpedalled, dropping the parva on its lanyard and snatching instead for her extendable baton. She racked it open with a swift jerk of her wrist, swiped wildly. Swain battered into her. He was a force of nature. A tidal wave of sinew and bone. She was picked up like flotsam, and then dumped on her back. Her skull rang as it bounced off concrete. Strength fled her, riding on a gasp of pain. But then she was dragged, and knew the fight wasn't over. Her left arm was entangled around his right knee, and she wasn't letting go. She was like a cloth rag, whipping in his backdraft. No, she was being pummeled as he kicked to free his feet. She spilled loose, heard him slip and slide and hit something solid. She swarmed up, but the parva cloud was in her face, and her eyes streamed. Through the blur she struck at Swain with her baton, and felt it land. He punched her, his knuckles raking her forehead. A white flash exploded through her skull, and she reeled, but grabbed at him in desperation. Found the loose ring of the cuff extending from his wrist. With rigid cuffs, a physically weaker person could control a larger one through application of leverage and pain control. Kerry twisted the loose cuff, and the opposite end bit savagely into his flesh. He shouted in agony, but he was high on adrenaline. Pain in his wrist wasn't going to halt him now. He kicked a heel into Kerry's body. Her vest saved her again, but she was shunted aside. In desperation she dropped her baton, got 2 hands on the loose cuff, and twisted as if closing a stopcock. Swain roared this time, and he flexed his arm to avoid further torture. It was where she wanted him. Kerry hauled back and up, using the added leverage to lock Swain's arm and bend him at the waist. If she could now twist his elbow and get his other hand secured, she'd have a chance. Swain rabbed his shoulder into her, and she went airborne. She crashed against the parapet, her spine flaring in agony. Swain spun on her, and even through her bleary vision, she saw his wolfish face loom close as he barked a curse. He thrust out his free hand, forcing her backwards over the parapet. He was trying to throw her over the edge. Terror added strength to her desperation. As he shouldered into her again, trying to force her up and over the parapet, she wrenched aside, twisting with all her might on the pinioned cuff. He struck at her with his other fist, catching her flush between the eyes. Stunned, she fell against him and heard his hoarse shout. There was a wild flurry of movement, a stuttering kaleidoscope of shadows and colours and frantic yelling. The cuff was snatched from her hand with enough force to bark the skin from her fingertips, the sound diminishing to a keening whistle. And then she fell flat, half blinded and dazed, to the rooftop. She struggled onto her front, her arms shivering under her. Her baton was lost. Her palm slapped at gritty wet concrete, and she pushed to her knees, stayed there, trying to force lucidity into her spinning brain. Her eyes stung from the incapacitant spray. She spat a string of saliva and lurched up, searching for Swain through a sheet of tears. The empty Pava canister rattled on the floor behind her, dragged on its lanyard as she took a loping step towards the roof access door. She pawed her face. Rubbing her eyes would spread the capsaicinoids in the solution further, but it was a natural reaction. Her eyeballs felt touched by fire, and her nose dripped. Where the hell's Swain? Officers pounded up the stairs. The lack of warning shouts indicated they hadn't met him coming up. She swiped her sleeve across her face again, swiveled around, expecting to find him racing around the roof, going for the service ladder. She spotted the constable lying in the puddle. She groped towards him, dug fingers under his chin, seeking a pulse. Thankfully, it beat strongly. But his breath rattled. She rolled him on his side, opening his airway. Searched again for Swain, and instead spotted the first armed officer to emerge from the stairwell. He checked for Swain before approaching her.
Where'd he go, Mum?
Kerry spread her palms, even as her heart plunged. She turned and peered through a wash of tears at the nearest parapet where they'd fought, recalling Swain's diminishing shout. A figure swayed there, indistinct, a blur through which the rain passed. Kerry blinked for clarity, and as her vision cleared, the girl from the service corridor shook her unkempt hair in dismay, stepped off the roof, and plummeted from sight.
Oh, shit! No!
Kerry stumbled to the parapet, bracing her grazed palms on the rough concrete to peer down. A long distance below, a single corpse lay spread-eagled on the uneven paving. But it wasn't the slight figure of a girl. She'd warned Swain. There was no way he was getting off the roof. She was wrong. He'd taken the fastest way down. Chapter 6, 1997. Bacco Skiddaw, Cumbria.
Kerry, stop that! If you don't behave, the phone man will get you.
Sally warned, one hand propped on her hip. With her colouring, her hair on the redder end of auburn, and a spray of freckles over her nose, and posing like that, she was their mam's mini-me.
Shut up, Sally. There's no such thing as the fell man.
Kerry stomped in the muddy puddle, and Sally shrieked, jumping to avoid the splash.
Look what you've done! You've got me all dirty now. Ha!
Kerry crowed at the filthy water dripping from Sally's coat.
Now you'll get in trouble and the fell man will get you instead.
No, he won't. He only comes for horrible little girls. Kerry stomped again, and was forced to flee when Sally launched after her with a howl of indignity. Kerry's laughter was manic as her older sister chased her between stunted trees that had grown bent at an angle by the incessant wind. Running in ill-fitting Wellington boots wasn't easy, and it was inevitable an exposed root would take her down. Kerry tumbled in the couch grass, adding more green stains to the knees of her jeans. She rolled onto her back, drawing up her legs protectively. Sally could have launched on her then, but unlike her little sister, she wasn't into all that rough-and-tumble boys stuff. She bent over Kerry, both hands fixed to her hips.
Serves you right, you little monster.
Kerry made claws of her fingers and screwed up her nose. She growled.
I'm not afraid of monsters.
You are.
No, I'm not.
You're scared of the fell man. It's why you have a nightlight left on in your bedroom, just like a little baby. Sally suddenly pivoted away, and she skipped off between the trees, chanting in a sing-song voice. Kerry dog's afraid of the dog. Kerry dog's afraid of the dog. Kerry was up and after her in seconds, the hunted now the hunter. Sally shrieked in mock terror and ran faster. She was 6 inches taller than her sibling, sapling thin and long-legged. It was no competition. Sally! Wait for me! Kerry called when it was apparent that her floppy Wellington boots weren't designed for running in. Sally paused 30 feet ahead. She pointed back to where the slate roof of an old building could barely be discerned, from similar-coloured shale that had cascaded down the hillside beyond. The decrepit ruin stood alongside a stagnant pond and was surrounded by gnarly trees, the ancestral but now abandoned home of landed gentry, the Brandreth family, whose descendants had fallen into financial troubles back in the 80s and allowed the mansion and grounds to go to seed. A smelly tramp supposedly lived there. To the girls, though, it was the home of a wicked witch or ogre from a dark fairy tale. You better hurry up, Kerry. He's coming. The fell man's right behind you. Now Kerry's shrieks of not-so-mock terror filled the air, and she galloped, cumbersome and ungainly, after her sister, who bounded over the tussocks of coarse grass with the ease of a yearling deer. Girls, what did I tell you? Their mother met them as they burst out of the trees onto a gentler slope overlooking a chuckling stream, a tributary that added its water to the tarn in the valley below. Mam had one hand propped on her hip, and her mouth pinched briefly before she went on. I told you not to wander off, didn't I? And what was the last thing I said? Don't get dirty. Sally, look at the bloody state of your jacket. It's not my fault. Sally's face crumpled, on the verge of tears. She could be quick to cry, but her emotion was only for effect, to elicit sympathy. I wanted not to, ma'am, but Kerry kicked mud all over me. Mam's accusatory gaze swept to Kerry. Guilty as charged, Kerry stood breathing heavily, her knees nipped together. Well, madam? Mam demanded. I need a wee, said Kerry. Her mam shook her head at the deft way she'd changed the subject. Well, you should have thought about that sooner. Come on, we'll have to go and pick your dad up at the train station. I'll wet myself, Kerry groaned. Serves you right for wetting me. Sally smirked at her. Shut up, stupid Sally. Both of you, shut up. Their mam tapped her wristwatch in emphasis. And get a move on. Into the car and put your seatbelts on. Your dad's train gets into Penrith in an hour. Mam! Kerry whined, and her knees almost entwined. Looking frazzled, her mam shoved her fingers through her copper hair. She cast a disapproving glare over the numerous grass and mud stains on her youngest daughter's clothing, but she wasn't genuinely annoyed. She'd grown used to Kerry's tomboyish ways, and had dressed her appropriately for a picnic on the fells, and for a girl who couldn't resist a muddy puddle or clump of dirt. At least she'd managed to avoid rolling in the proliferation of sheep droppings that dotted the hill. Hurry up, then. You can go behind the car. Somebody might see me, Kerry moaned. Who wants to look at your skinny little bum? Sally teased. No spying. Kerry's nose scrunched in warning. Sotto voce, Sally leaned in. It's not me watching that you have to worry about. Don't forget who the fell man's after. Ma'am! Kerry whined, this time with a nasal tone. Sally said the fell man's going to get me. Sally, that's enough. Stop trying to scare your sister. You know the fell man's not real. Kerry, get a pee now, or you'll have to wait until we reach the station. While Kerry protected her modesty alongside the car, she kept an ear cocked towards the conversation as Sally slipped in and buckled up her seatbelt. She didn't really need to pee. That had been a ploy to distract her mam, so she only pretended. "Ma'am, if the Feldman isn't real, why do they keep talking about him on the telly?" Sally asked. Carrying the leftovers from their picnic in a carrier bag and loading the dirty plastic plates and empty flasks away in the boot, their mam said, "You don't have to worry about what they're saying on the telly, Sally. That's another Feldman altogether. He's not the same bogeyman that you're frightened of." "Isn't he?" Sally challenged. "Because I heard he takes girls away too." "Well, there you go then," said her mam as she slammed the boot. "You should both listen to me when I tell you not to wander off. You better hadn't have been around those ruins like I warned, not with that horrible tramp supposed to be back living there." "We weren't. Kerry wanted to go and look, but I wouldn't let her." "Good girl, Sally. At least one of you is sensible. Kerry, hurry up." Zipping her jeans, Kerry darted around and jumped into the back seat beside Sally. The sisters exchanged worried frowns. Sally whispered, "The Feldman sometimes looks like a horrible tramp. Told you he was real." This time Kerry didn't argue. As their mam drove off the hillside and onto a track that followed a parallel course to the winding stream, Kerry peered back up the hill, searching the stunted trees for movement. Earlier, she thought for the briefest moment there was a small girl standing in the shadows beneath the trees, sadly watching her potential playmates leaving, before she was dragged backwards into the gloom. But then it could just have been the movement of a bush swaying in the breeze. When she was confident that no bogeyman lurked in any of the other shadows, she leaned over and tapped Sally's wrist. Her sister looked at her open-mouthed. "Does that mean Santa Claus is real too?" Kerry asked facetiously. "Because you told me parents just make him up to make sure little girls and boys behave themselves." Their mother's eyes glared back in the rear-view mirror. "Sally, you didn't." "No, ma'am, I didn't tell her, honest." To add validity to the outright lie, Sally yelped, "I still believe in Santa." "Well, that's okay then. Otherwise, who'd bring you the Tamagotchi pet you've been begging for?" Sally huffed. She lived in hope that she wouldn't have to wait months until Christmas, not when all her friends at school already owned Tamagotchis and were busy raising their electronic pets to her envy. She hoped their dad would bring her one back as a gift from his business trip to Manchester. "I want a Tinky Winky for Christmas," Kerry announced. "The Teletubbies are for babies," Sally reminded her. "I don't care. Still want a Tinky Winky." "Didn't you just have one before you got in the car?" their mam joked. While the girls giggled and debated the must-have toys of the year, their mam pulled onto the track down off the fells towards the A66, where they could strike eastward for Penrith. When they reached the main road, they were oblivious to the battered old Land Rover that crept out in their wake and then followed all the way to the train station. Sally never received the Tamagotchi her dad brought back from his trip. And come Christmas, 8-year-old Kerry didn't believe that Santa Claus existed, although she'd learned that the Feldman was genuinely to be feared. Chapter 7. When Kerry arrived home in Fulham, the bare-footed girl was waiting for her on the pavement. She was as nebulous as the last couple of times Kerry had spotted her that day, vague, ill-defined, but unhurt by her jump from the tower. The rain spattering the windscreen, streaked by the wipers, didn't help to form a definite shape to her, but that wasn't it. Since the first time Kerry spotted Girl, she'd always presented as something insubstantial. She had never altered in form. Always her straggly hair hung over her features and down her narrow shoulders. Her grubby dress was barely more than a translucent shift that skimmed her knees. So thin and worn it outlined the bones of her hips and thighs as shadows through the material. She was best observed from the corner of the eye, because when viewed straight on, she tended to melt or streak away. There was something important she needed to convey to Kerry, but throughout the 2 decades and more since she'd first been around, the apparition had proved mute. Kerry didn't stop the car. She held her gaze resolutely ahead. Girl observed the car's progress from the flooded pavement. In Kerry's periphery she grew more solid, her face tilting up, but if there were any features, then she couldn't make them out, and the reaction to glance at her forced her to fade. Only raindrops slanted across the pavement where Girl had just stood. "Shit, Kerry, you're in enough trouble as it is. Don't start with this ghost stuff again," she admonished herself. Although the reinsertion of Girl into her life was worrying, she wasn't fearful of the wraith as such. She'd driven past her because there was no available parking spot outside her house. Arriving home from work earlier than Kerry, her fiancé, Adam Gill's Ford Focus, had taken the last spot. In their neighbourhood, on-street parking was at a premium, and only the richer residents could afford private parking bays. Kerry found a space at the end of a row of vehicles on Favott Road, at an entrance to Eelbrook Common, and had to walk the couple of blocks back home, her collar up and head tilted down. She welcomed the rain and the early hour, because it meant there was nobody else abroad. The last she wished was to meet a neighbour and have to dart past them to avoid their questions, be they well-meaning or critical. She'd endured enough of both since Eric Swain's fall from the roof of the tower block. With 2 decent incomes, Kerry and Adam could afford to rent an entire house, 2 stories and a dormer attic. It was at the end of a terrace of similar quaint houses, all painted in pastel shades, next to a modern red brick apartment block that lacked all charm. They even had a front garden, though it was barely large enough to contain a couple of planter boxes, and a path to the front door that could be traversed with a single stride. Before she got her key in the door, Adam pulled it open. It was almost 2 a.m, and because he was on a fast rotation, his next shift was due to begin at HMP Belmarsh in only 5 hours. He should have been asleep long ago. His lack of rest had aged him. His brown eyes enfolded in dark smudges and wrinkles, and under the overhead light, the fine growth of stubble on his head twinkled silver. He was a big man, fit and strong, but his shoulders slumped as he greeted her. He was only 34, 2 years Kerry's senior. But right then he could have been her father's age. She had never been happier to see him.
"You're back,"
he stated the obvious.
"I'm glad. You okay, Kerry?"
"It hasn't been the best of days," she said.
"Come on, let's get you inside. You're bloody soaked through."
He took her right hand, helped her step over the threshold, then reached past to close and lock the door. His closeness, his warmth, and even the scent of him were comforting. She leaned against his chest, and he cupped her head and kissed her scuffed forehead. She allowed him to walk her to their living room and collapsed in an easy chair.
"Here, I thought you'd appreciate one of these."
Adam pushed a glass tumbler into her hands. She looked down at it, and the amber liquid sloshing inside. The smell was distinctive, whiskey. She wasn't a big drinker and preferred gin, but any port in a storm. And he was right, she did need a stiff drink. She downed it in one gulp, without savouring any of its nuances, and held out the glass for another shot. Adam fetched the bottle and poured. She met his gaze until the glass was almost full to the rim, and then blinked.
"Should help you sleep,"
Adam said, as he placed down the bottle on their coffee table. "You should be asleep."
"What, you didn't think I'd wait up for you after you called me?"
"I only wanted you to know I'd be late home, so you didn't worry." He exhaled, then dropped onto the settee opposite her, reaching for his spectacles from the coffee table. He was dressed in a frayed Game of Thrones t-shirt and oatmeal jogging bottoms, feet bare, hairy toes like a hobbit. There was a rumpled blanket under him, so maybe he'd been snoozing while he'd waited for her, the reason why he'd set aside his specs. He sloshed whiskey into a glass, only a finger because he didn't want to smell of it at work. He nodded at the muted TV.
"I saw you on telly earlier, after you telephoned me."
Oh, I dread to think what they were saying about me.
"They were talking bollocks."
"Could you be more specific?"
"They implied you might have helped him to jump."
Swain had caused quite a mess when he'd hit the concrete paving, but there was little damage to his left arm, except for the deep, bloody gouges in his flesh where somebody had used excessive force on the rigid cuffs. Anyone would think she'd forced him off the parapet by the overzealous application of his restraints.
"Your boss didn't help matters,"
Adam went on.
"What's Porter's problem with you, anyway? Why didn't he stick up for you instead of announcing you were on administrative leave while he conducts a review of your actions? The arsehole. He as much as said you were being suspended on suspicion of murder."
DCI Charles Porter had a job to do. Protecting the Met's reputation came first, and if that meant pushing one of his detectives under a bus, then he was the one willing to give them a shove. "Do you think I forced Swain off that roof?"
"If you did, then the bastard must have deserved it."
Light-headed, Kerry set her untouched second whiskey by her feet. "That wasn't the answer I was hoping for, Adam." His mouth bunched up at one side.
"Yeah, well, I didn't mean it the way it came out. All I'm saying is if Swain was pushed, then it was just desserts."
"I didn't push him, though. We were struggling and he fell. He was trying to throw me over the edge, not the other way around." Adam also set his drink aside, so that he could cross the room and go down on his knees before her. He grabbed both her hands in his, squeezing them with each word.
"I know you didn't, Kerry. But if you did, then I for one wouldn't blame you."
Jesus Christ! Heat built in her throat, expanded into her skull like a mushroom cloud. She extricated her hands from his. "A little support wouldn't go amiss, Adam?" He reared back on his knees, hands spread.
"I'm on your side."
"But even you think had something to do with Swain's death. Where does that leave me when I've a chief inspector looking for a scapegoat?"
"He'll have to prove you pushed him, won't he? But there were no other witnesses?"
There was a uniform there too, but he was knocked out and didn't see a thing."
"There you go, then."
Adam grinned conspiratorially.
"If it's your word against Wayne's, dead men tell no tales."
She pushed up abruptly from the chair. "For God's sake, Adam!" He grasped for her, but she swiped his hands aside and lunged for the door. Her glass went spinning, sloshing whiskey over the carpet. "Oh, bloody hell, look at—" She bent to retrieve the glass, touched instead the sopping mess.
"Leave it, Kerry, I'll sort it."
"I've got it myself. I don't need you—"
"Kerry, come on. You're tired.
I'm bloody disappointed. I thought of all people you'd be on my side."
"I am on your side."
He knelt, reaching for the glass. Before he could pick it up, Kerry snatched it. He looked up at her. She glared down at him, her usually mismatched eyes uniform in their sadness.
Jesus, Kerry, I'm sorry, okay? I don't think for 1 second you deliberately killed him.
Ugh, you're not bloody helping. Not when everybody else thinks I did.
She stormed into the kitchen. The empty glass clattered in the sink. Kerry was back instantly with a tea towel in one hand, a roll of absorbent kitchen paper in the other.
Get out the way, I'll do it.
Just give me the cloths, I'm already down here.
It was true. He hadn't made an effort to stand. As if by hemming it in, he could stop the spread of the liquid through the carpet pile.
I said I'll do it.
Kerry pushed into him, and he only gave a little. She lowered to one knee, throwing down the towel.
Shift, Adam. I'm in no mood for this.
He didn't go away. He embraced her. She resisted, but he persisted, and strength flooded out of her. She almost collapsed over his knee, and he flopped back, drawing her with him away from the spillage. He ended up with his back against the settee and Kerry in his lap. He cupped her head to his shoulder, held her while she sobbed. She formed fists against his wide chest. Before making them, she dug her nails into his flesh. Adam didn't flinch or complain. He'd been an insensitive prick and deserved the discomfort. If asked to explain her emotions, Kerry couldn't, because they were conflicted. Swain's death, whether or not it was her fault, was still on her conscience. He was a vile, violent, racist thug, but still. She felt no pity for him, but was sorry he'd died. Her heart went out to the mother and child murdered because of the ridiculous dick-measuring contest Swain was involved in with Jermaine Robson. Eric Swain's premature death meant there would be no real justice for Nala and Bailan Geddy, and that wasn't right. For killing them, especially the child, he shouldn't have got an easy way out. He should have been left to rot in prison the rest of his stinking life. As soon as she was old enough, Kerry had joined the police for one reason: to get justice for Sally. By proxy, any child harmed on her watch was a failing in the very thing she'd set out to do. Eric Swain was Bailan Geddy's fell man. Perhaps she deserved criticism for her mishandling of the arrest. If anyone knew how desperately she wanted to bring him to trial and watch him imprisoned for the rest of his days, they'd know she would have done everything to pull him back onto the roof. But she was blinded, stunned from his blows, and fighting for her own life at the time. Maybe if she'd fought harder. She had no recollection of when Adam helped her to stand or led her upstairs to the bathroom.
Here, let's get you out of those wet clothes,
he said, and began teasing her jacket off her shoulder.
Have yourself a warm shower. It'll make you feel better. Then you can come to bed.
Down to her underwear, she stood numbly as he reached inside the shower and turned it on. The patter of water reminded her of the rain on her car's windscreen as she'd arrived home. How long ago now? She glanced towards the open door to the landing, noticed a shifting of the shadows, as if someone small and silent had ducked away to avoid being spotted. She shivered, and it wasn't because of the cool air on her bared skin. "I'll take it from here," she whispered.
I was just gonna...
She stopped him with her fingernails resting on his cheek, stared at him, imparting the seriousness of her words. "I need some privacy, Adam. Close the door on your way out." His features tightened, and he exhaled sharply. Typical man. He thought he could turn her need for comfort to satisfying a need of his own. "You take our bed. I'll have the settee," she said. "I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight, and you have to be up for work soon."
You don't have to take the settee. I'm okay, I can get by in a couple of hours.
"Adam, please. When I asked for some privacy, Now his entire frame tightened. Without comment, he turned and stepped out onto the landing. But then he leaned back into the bathroom, his hand on the door handle.
You know something, Kerry? Maybe you should look at this suspension another way. Use it as some thinking time. Ask yourself if this is really the job for you, because it's getting to you in a way I don't like.
Really? She tilted her head on one side, her vision sharper now. Well, Adam, it isn't all about you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's my bloody point.
Before she could respond, he yanked the door shut and stomped downstairs, cursing. Even over the patter of water, she caught the words,
obsessed about finding Sally.
She made sure the door was fully closed, and for good measure slid across the small brass bolt into its holder. It was the first time she'd used it since moving in with Adam. It was nothing to do with keeping him out, but everything about protection from other eyes. Not that a closed door had ever proven a barrier to girl before. When she entered the cubicle, slid down the wall, and hunkered under the spray from the shower head, hugging her knees, she was still dressed in her underwear. Chapter 8, 1997. As it happened, their mother's urgency to reach Penrith railway station before their dad's arrival turned into a longer wait than she'd anticipated. A freight train had suffered mechanical failure in the valley below Shap, and Dad's train held at Oxenholme for the line to be cleared. A railway station wasn't a safe place for two energetic girls to play, so she took them over the road to the grounds of the crumbling 14th century castle, built to defend the town from marauding bands of Scots. The girls had finished the picnic she'd put together when they'd stopped to play earlier, so before leaving the station she bought cartons of orange Kia Ora and bags of cheese quavers from a kiosk. They ate and drank sitting on the grass outside the castle walls, with the sound of traffic buzzing past on Ullswater Road. Finished their snacks, and boundless with energy, Siobhan allowed the girls to explore the ruins, with an explicit warning to stay clear of the road and not to climb on the walls. To Kerry, that was as good as adding petrol to a fire, and ignited her. She was off at a gallop, conjuring knights and princesses and dragons in her fertile imagination. Fretting that she'd get them both in trouble, Sally followed her kid sister closely, hissing and prodding when the little tomboy got too close to anything remotely recognisable as sandstone. Sitting under grey but thankfully dry skies, Siobhan grasped the few minutes' peace by burying her nose in a dog-eared Patricia Cornwall novel she'd picked up from a charity shop weeks ago and hadn't got round to finishing yet. She could hear Kerry sword-fencing imaginary ogres, and Sally primly attempting not to join in with the uncool fantasy, and becoming a target of Kerry's magic sword as a result. The girls giggled and chased, then giggled and chased some more. Soon their tinkling laughter and drumming feet became background noise, along with the throaty grumble of engines, reedy tannoy announcements from the station, and the squawks of gulls fighting over fish and chip wrappers plundered from a dustbin, while Siobhan grew engrossed in the gory details of a post-mortem being conducted under Kay Scarpetta's scalpel. A single drop of moisture tapped Siobhan's wrist. Another dampened a tiny patch on her open page. She looked up, mouth open in dismay. The sky had turned to steel. Wind tugged at her. Siobhan marked her page by turning down a corner and stood, shoving away her book into her handbag. An empty Quavers packet somersaulted past, caught on the breeze. She should have chased it, binned it, but already it was dancing out of reach. She was a country girl and loathed litterbugs, but why have a puppy and bark yourself? She looked for Kerry, the obvious culprit. about to chase her after her crisp bag and put it in a bin. But then rain lashed down, and her shout to Kerry was for another reason. Kerry charged over, Wellington boots chugging through instantly soaked grass. Her face was screwed tightly, eyelids pinched against the solid raindrops peppering her, and her hands were filthy with dirt. The shoulders of her sweatshirt were damp. "Where's your coat?" Siobhan demanded. "It's in the car. I took it off before we got here." Siobhan clucked her tongue. "Where's Sally?" Kerry scanned back the way she'd just come. "Looking at something boring. She didn't want to play any more and went to read an old sign in there." "In the ruins?" Kerry shrugged. "I was with my friend digging for worms." Siobhan didn't react to her announcement. Digging for worms and playing with imaginary friends were daily activities for Kerry. "Go and give Sally a shout. Tell her to come now." Her puppy wasn't prepared to bark. With a whine, Kerry buried herself between her knees, arms wrapped round her thighs. She grabbed Kerry's hand so she wouldn't stray and headed to where a wooden bridge allowed access across the moat to the ruined castle. Both of them went bent over, the rain now battering their hair flat. The castle hadn't fared well over the turbulent centuries, and now little remained beyond a fortified wall and the remains of a couple of towers. Most of the castle's structure had been reduced to the foundations. There were few places to hide in its interior, although as they entered there was some sort of ruined archway off to their right. It was the obvious place for Sally to shelter. Except a few strides in that direction told Siobhan her daughter wasn't inside. She scanned the rest of the ruins, and though some of the walls were tall enough to conceal a hunkered-down child, she doubted Sally would hide. Kerry would have, but not her conscientious sister. "Sally!" The hammering rain almost deadened Siobhan's voice. She hollered louder. "Sally! Where are you? Come here now!" Kerry stood mute, with rain dripping off her nose and her teeth clamped. "Where was she the last time you saw her?" Siobhan demanded. "I was pretend digging over there." Kerry pointed in a random direction near to where she'd been playing. "And Sally came in here to read the sign, but I wasn't interested in boring history stuff." There was a plaque on a wooden pedestal near the castle's entrance, relating its potted history. There was no hint Sally had ever been there. She grabbed Kerry tighter and dragged her through the ruins, ducking and stretching to see over and around and under any obstructions large enough to conceal a sylph-like 10-year-old girl. Sally wasn't in the ruins. They exited through a wide gap in the walls and onto the grassy embankment that overlooked the adjacent park. There was a bowling green, a few picnic tables and a tennis court, all deserted in the teeming rain. Siobhan's anger was overtaken by mild concern, then by throat-clenching anxiety. Calling Sally's name repeatedly, louder and more high-pitched each time, she hauled Kerry along as she followed the decrepit walls back towards the grounds adjacent to the railway station. But her desperate wish that Sally had somehow followed another route back unseen was unrewarded. Sally wasn't there. Had she crossed the main road and returned to the car in the station's car park? If she had, Sally was in for a bollocking, but also a hug of relief. Toting her bag and towing along Kerry, Siobhan darted for the safest crossing at a point where 3 roads converged at a mini roundabout. She checked the roads leading downhill to the market town. Sally wouldn't have wandered into town. Penrith wasn't exactly a metropolis, but Sally was a country kid, the opposite of streetwise. To her, any urbanisation larger than a village was a scary concrete jungle. Siobhan caught a break in the traffic, and she grabbed Kerry and ran across the road, already craning to check the gaps between cars parked outside the station. Her 5-year-old Vauxhall Cavalier was hidden from view by a white transit van belonging to a local window cleaner. She charged around the van, bleating for Sally. Their car was locked. Sally wasn't inside, and she hadn't taken shelter nearby. If she'd returned to the car and found it locked, she could have ducked inside the station when the rain started. Still dragging Kerry, she charged inside through the entrance onto the platform, head spinning as she checked each direction. By now there was little volume to her croaks of alarm. She searched the waiting room and the public toilets in seconds. Clutched by panic, she rushed back out to the car park. By then she'd attracted the attention of one of the platform attendants.
"Summat the matter, lass?"
My daughter!
Siobhan croaked, as if it should already be obvious. The man gave Kerry a confused look, which Kerry returned.
My other daughter!
Siobhan screeched.
She's missing!
The attendant then did a full 360-degree turn, all the while with no real idea of whom he was seeking.
She's not here! She's gone!
Siobhan grabbed Kerry's hand tighter, terrified her second child would disappear as resolutely as the first.
"OK, lass, don't worry," said the man. "She can't have gone far. We'll find her."
I have to keep looking,
said Siobhan, and strode away. Kerry scuttled alongside her.
"Wait,"
the man called out.
"We should call the police. Come back inside out of the rain. We've a direct line to the BT police."
Siobhan halted. She was desperate to continue the search, but the more people looking for Sally, the sooner she'd be found and safe with her mam again. She turned back to him, jaw quivering, her eyes pools of desperation. Behind her a battered old Land Rover puttered as it picked up speed, heading out along Ullswater Road. Only Kerry noticed the vehicle. Its bearded driver grinned when she caught his eye. Kerry didn't like his grin. His teeth were big and yellow, and his friendliness didn't extend beyond its tightly bowed lips. Standing there, water sluicing from her, Kerry watched the old 4x4 recede, concealed by the falling rain, and blue smoke belching from its exhaust. For a moment she fancied that a rag of fumes hung in the air over the road, and it took on the form of a straggly-haired girl that stared with as much discomfort after the Land Rover, before the battering rain dissolved her. Chapter 9. In a huff, Adam had gone to work by the time Kerry finally vacated the bathroom. She deliberately waited him out, even when he'd knocked at the door needing access to the loo and to his toothbrush. She hadn't unlocked the bolt, so he'd stomped downstairs again, and she'd assumed he'd taken a pee in the backyard, or he'd held it in and driven to work cross-legged. He deserved the discomfort, after being such an insensitive prick earlier. In hindsight, Adam had only tried to be supportive, but he'd gone about it the wrong way. Whether or not Swain had got what was coming to him, she didn't want Adam to commend her for his murder. She needed reassurance he'd never believe the accusation she was under. She'd huddled under the pelting shower until the water turned cold, miserable. When she began shivering violently, her teeth clamped so tightly her jaw hurt, she struggled up and turned off the shower. Draped in a towel, she sat with the lid down on the toilet. In the shower she'd replayed the memories from her childhood, the day both the fell man and girl entered her life and changed it forever. But as she sat hugging herself under the towel, she turned over yesterday's events on the rooftop, wondering what she could have done differently. Each replay ended with her standing over the steaming corpse of Eric Swain, with anger threatening to engulf her because another innocent girl had been denied the justice she deserved. It was Sally's disappearance that led Kerry down the path to where she was now. Sally wasn't only her big sister, she was her best friend, and when she had been taken, the fell man also snatched a large chunk of Kerry's heart. It was a void very difficult to fill, and to this day there was a hollow spot where Sally should be. As an 8-year-old, Kerry had sought comfort in a pantheon of imaginary friends, and yet the one she most wanted to lean on remained a silent, intangible companion. As she aged, the other imaginary friends fell by the wayside, and yet Girl, as Kerry christened her, was always around. Occasionally she'd come closer when Kerry was at her lowest ebb, to stand beside her with her head hanging in combined sorrow. Her mam didn't offer much solace. Siobhan Dark blamed herself for Sally's disappearance, and so did their dad, Gary. They argued frequently, and sometimes things other than curses and accusations were thrown, and when they did, it was to Kerry's exclusion. She would retreat to a private place, her room, or one of the barns on their property, with Girl keeping her silent company. When she first mentioned Girl to her parents, her announcement was greeted by the sad smiles of indulgence of adults who thought they'd more to worry about. But when she persisted, their mild tolerance became disdain, then frustration, and shortly after she was the one being screamed at by both parties. Soon Girl was the only person not shouting at her, and Kerry spent more time with the silent phantom than was healthy for any child. When her obsession was finally recognised, her next stop was to Ronald Dawson's office, and he became her child psychologist. Dr. Call Me Ron Dawson reassured her parents that Girl was simply a manifestation of Kerry's grief, a coping mechanism on which she could draw the strength to get over the loss of her sister. Siobhan and Gary accepted his assertion that Girl was an imaginary proxy version of Sally, and Kerry made them none the wiser. The silent waif was not her sister, even if Kerry wished very hard that she were. Obvious mental health issues were ruled out to her parents' relief, and Dr. Ron prescribed regular grief counselling sessions with their daughter, where she'd be encouraged to accept and come to terms with her loss, at which point he was confident she'd move on and leave such coping mechanisms as Girl behind. He was a gentle soul, kind and caring, and Kerry had no desire to cause him difficulty, so she played along. By the time she was 12 and on the cusp of teenage rebellion, she agreed with him that Girl was unreal and had permanently been put behind her, all the while avoiding checking out the response of the bowed, translucent figure in the corner of his office. The lie had come easy to her lips. Over the past 4 years she'd been party to similar lies made to each other by her parents. Not long after Kerry's final session with her psychologist, her dad abandoned them. Mam blamed herself for his desertion. Kerry didn't. Her dad was supposedly so destroyed by the abduction of his oldest daughter that he was prepared to lose his wife and youngest daughter too. She didn't believe it. When she learned that Dad had taken up with another woman and she was pregnant with a half-sibling, Kerry accepted that he wasn't coming home. Perhaps her mam was slightly to blame, not for Sally's disappearance, because if she was as much of a cold fish to her dad as to everyone else, then it was inevitable that he had sought intimacy in the arms of another woman. It was laughable that Kerry sought similar attention from an invisible friend and was scoffed at by her parents, but hers was the lesser evil when compared to what Gary and Siobhan Dark tried to plug their Sally-shaped holes with. Dad took on a surrogate family, while Mam tried to fill hers with copious amounts of alcohol and prescription drugs. With Dad gone and Mam barely capable of looking after herself, they couldn't keep the small farm that had been in Siobhan's family for generations. Their mortgages snatched it from under them as adroitly as the Fell man had snatched Sally from the castle grounds. By the time Kerry was 14, she was totally out of her depth, living on a run-down council estate in Carlisle's West End, and going to big school alongside 1,500 other kids, some from even poorer families than hers. She could have easily fallen by the wayside, embraced the behaviour and culture of some of her peers and gone lawless. But Kerry went the other direction entirely. Latching on to Girl was an indication of her obsessive nature, and so was her intention to become a police officer. In the intervening years, Sally had never been found, dead or alive. Neither had another 6 girls, also believed to have become victims of the serial abductor, and probably killer, that the press had dubbed the Fell Man. Their nickname for the child snatcher hadn't been as sinister as the local name they stole it from. They thought the Lakeland Fells were evocative of his hunting grounds, and had a similar ring to it as the Moors murderers on whose notoriety they could sell papers. But that wasn't the true source. The hills or high moorland, referred to as fells in northern England, took their name from the Old Norse fjall, and bore no relationship to the name of the Cumbrian bogeyman. Fell, in his case, was used literally in its archaic Middle English sense, depicting something of terrible evil or ferocity, and was related to the old French word fel, the nominative of felon or wicked person. The Fell man was never identified, and obviously never caught, and it was assumed he either gave up his crimes, was imprisoned for unrelated offences, changed his modus operandi, or he died. As other crimes shook the country and the world in regard to 9/11, the unsolved abduction and killing spree was relegated to the cold files as the shape of modern policing changed to suit. But Kerry never let the case of her missing sister rest, although Girl visited less frequently than before, until finally Kerry barely noticed that she'd all but gone entirely. She joined Cumbria Constabulary, and was soon standing on full uniform parade at Hutton Police Training Centre near Preston, alongside other recruits from Greater Manchester and Lancashire constabularies. There she told one of her tutors her reason for joining the police was to help those in need, and he'd contritely told her,
"No, PC Dark, your duty's to uphold the Queen's law."
It was probably best that she hadn't admitted she'd joined up with the sole purpose of catching and punishing the Fell man. To what end? Another Fell man had escaped justice after killing a child, and her career was in serious jeopardy. And all she could do was sit there in wet underwear, huddled under a damp towel, waiting for the axe to drop. A telephone rang. It startled her out of the past. She'd made it to her living room. It smelled of spilled whiskey and Adam. His blankets were tussled on the settee, and so were his discarded T-shirt and joggers. She couldn't see her handbag containing her mobile, but thought she'd carried it up to the bathroom with her when Adam helped her upstairs. It was the landline that was ringing. Nobody she knew personally rang her landline, and for a second she feared that it was the press, attempting to get a quote from her they could twist out of proportion to suit their hysterical headlines. She was tempted to ignore it, but the phone kept ringing. Pulling the towel around her, she padded to the kitchen where the phone was on a cradle on the wall. If it was a reporter calling, they could go to hell. "Hello?" she said cagily.
Morning, boss.
Danny, she responded. What are you doing calling me on my private phone?
Well, seeing as you ain't picked up on your mobile or answered any of my texts, I thought you were maybe ignoring me. Tell you the truth, boss? I expected Adam to pick up, not you.
Adam left early for work. She didn't add that he'd left earlier than usual to avoid a second argument when she finally dragged herself from the bathroom. I was, in the shower. I didn't hear my mobile.
Sorry if I dragged you out of the shower.
Kerry was suddenly self-conscious. Speaking with Corber while semi-naked was almost tantamount to illicit behaviour, and she cringed at the images he might be formulating in his mind. Despite her landline being routed through a bog-standard, technologically ancient press-button phone, she rearranged the towel modestly. No, I've been up a while now. Just thinking of having some breakfast. Only the latter was a lie, so she carried it off. I guess today's going to be a long one, and I'll need the extra energy.
Yeah, you ain't blooming wrong, boss. Are the news cameras outside your house yet?
I haven't checked, Kerry said.
If they're not there yet, it's only a matter of time.
Fucking vultures, she growled.
Yeah, they're that, but this time they're on your side, girl.
Corber checked himself.
Sorry, I mean boss.
Kerry couldn't give a shit about his lapse in formal etiquette. She was more intrigued by what he meant by the media being on her side. Last night, when she'd finally left the council estate, crowds had already gathered, shouting foul and making accusations of police brutality and excessive use of force. And if anything, the presence of the news cameras had made them more vocal. She'd expected social unrest by this morning, even localised rioting. Her silence prompted Corber to fill the gap.
I take it Porter ain't managed to contact you yet?
No, like I said, I was in the shower and didn't hear my phone. She didn't go on, because it had struck her that there was a faint hint of triumph in Corber's question. What has happened, Danny?
Put it this way, old Porter's going to have to eat humble pie, 'cause of the way he handled this one.
Jesus, Danny, will you just tell me what you're going on about?
The camera never lies, does it? Well, hear this.
He chuckled to himself.
You've become an internet sensation overnight, Kerry. Some kid videoed you trying to arrest Swain on the rooftop and caught everything. How, despite Swain knocking 7 bells out of you, you tried to stop him escaping, and that bastard tried to chuck you off the roof. If he wasn't trying so hard to kill you, he wouldn't have tripped over his own feet and fallen to his death. Poetic justice, eh? Some scummy kid trying to make a few quid off monetising his video on YouTube has exonerated you instead. Kerry recalled the boy with the smartphone she'd met on the landing. He must have followed her up to the roof and filmed her showdown with Swain, and took off before the first SCO-19 officer arrived. It shows I didn't force Swain off the roof. It shows exactly what happened. He was trying his hardest to force you over the side. You had hold of his cuff and fell to the floor, and then he kind of, I don't know, he lost it and took a dive off the roof. What do you mean by lost it? Lost the plot, went apeshit. He was kicking and punching you, God knows what else. Then it was as if he lost his balance and took the long tumble. You're being held the right little hero, ain't ya? I don't feel like a hero. Ha! You will by the time you make Porter pucker up and kiss your ass. Again Corber checked himself. Figuratively speaking, boss. Of course, she said and laughed. It was the first time she'd felt anything approaching genuine humour since before responding to Wandsworth Road the previous day. So, will you be in today? Corber ventured. Well, that's down to DCI Porter. Don't worry. I'll bet you he'll be on the blower in no time. You should come in and beat him to it. Let him know how much of a prick he was last night.
Flaming Jobsworth. He should have known better than treat you like that. But it was only following procedure, Danny. Kerry, we're off the record, ain't we? So you're talking to me, your old mate, Danny boy. You don't have to defend Porter when he made sure he chucked you under a bus to protect his own fat arse. Yeah, you're probably right. But he had no option. Yeah, we both know the score, Kerry. But Porter didn't have to make it so flaming obvious he thought you were guilty. If that kid wasn't up late on a school night, things might have turned out dodgy for you, especially when your commanding officer was in your opposite corner. Huh, said Kerry. You said I was being hailed as a hero, but I bet I'm not even flavour of the month with the DCI right now. So what's new there, eh? Anyhow, it might work in your favour. Maybe he will be keener to green-light that transfer you requested to the murder squad. Detective Sergeant Corber, she mock-scolded. If I didn't know you better, I'd say you were trying to get rid of me. Not me, Kerry. She could almost picture Corber glancing around furtively, checking he wasn't being overheard, which happened to be a bit too late now. If you go, I'll be putting in a transfer request of my own. The job here just won't be the same without you. I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me, Danny, she said, genuinely touched by his sincerity. Nah, he said. What I meant was, I wouldn't get away with half the bollocks I do with a different boss. He hung up before she had a chance to reply, and perhaps it was best. Kerry could feel warmth in her cheeks, and it was only partly due to being exonerated of killing Swain. Had Danny Corber just flirted with her? She went to dress, anticipating a return to work sooner than had seemed possible less than a quarter of an hour earlier. But she couldn't resist the pull of her computer. She logged on to a video-sharing site. Chapter 10. Detective Chief Inspector Charles Porter was a career copper. He was the type who always had an eye on the next rung up the ladder, and without any major stumbling blocks, he was in line for promotion to Acting Superintendent of Gangs and Organised Crime, with a view to replacing the current superintendent, Sandy Tinsley, when she shuffled off to the golf course or country club or wherever retired superintendents spent their golden years. Last night's unfortunate event was a possible stumbling block in his career path, a treacherous one indeed if it was mismanaged. He'd taken positive action to control the Eric Swain situation, diverting damaging accusations of unlawful killing away from the Metropolitan Police Service and onto one maverick inspector, who could take the heat on their behalf. His impromptu soundbite to the press was designed to pacify the populace, the media, and his superiors. But now he regretted the sanctimonious tone he'd taken when condemning Kerry Dark to the metaphorical firing squad. He'd dropped her in the shit, but she'd come up smelling of, not roses, but sweet satisfaction at his expense all the same. A video of her violent struggle with Swain had surfaced within an hour of DCI Porter's appearance on the news, and had gone viral on the social networks. Swain was the obvious aggressor, and his rage had looked blind when kicking and swiping at something that only partially included Dark, until he twisted away and lunged madly off the parapet to escape his imaginary attacker. The video's content negated the poorly concealed indictment he'd aimed at Dark, and made him look a complete fool. He'd appeared again on the news this morning, refuting everything he'd insinuated the night before, in a single garbled response to the quick-fire questions hurled at him from a pack of reporters gathered outside the Nick. He had employed double negatives, obfuscation, party-line political mumbo-jumbo, and sycophantic praise of the courageous action taken by a valued member of my team in attempting to apprehend a violent criminal suspected in the shooting of an innocent mother and child, and to protect a fallen colleague without concern for her own safety or well-being. It was quite a mouthful when he could barely work up the spit to unglue his tongue from the roof of his mouth. Maybe he'd have been convincing if he'd been sincere in his praise and made an apology. He'd watched the news feed in his office later, and even he didn't believe a single word of it. It was time for damage control. Seated opposite him in his office, D.I. Dark waited. If she expected him to say sorry, she might be surprised.
"Before we begin," Porter said, "I'd like to remind you that you can have another colleague present, or if you wish, a Police Federation representative."
"Will this be an official interview under caution?" Kerry responded.
"No, it's not an interview. Think of this more as a debriefing."
"So I don't want or need either." Porter's feelings towards Kerry weren't personal, but he could tell from the steady glare of her odd eyes, the way her mouth was pulled fractionally to one side. The feeling wasn't mutual.
"That's fine, then. I think it's best we put the unfortunate events of yesterday behind us, and both move on from this a little wiser."
He sat back in his creaking leather chair, unbuttoning his jacket for freedom of movement. His shirt rucked up, and his tie sat askew.
"I've spoken to Superintendent Tinsley, and it's our decision that your suspension is rescinded as of now, and you can return to active duty."
Kerry said nothing, but her mouth reset nearer the centre.
"I trust you're happy with our decision, Inspector Dark?"
"How much of the decision-making process were you involved in?"
"Pardon?"
"Was it your decision to reinstate me, or did you just follow orders, sir?"
"I don't see why my input into the decision should be questioned.
If you're asking if I'm genuinely happy that you're back, then I won't lie. I had my misgivings about your reinstatement until a full IPCC investigation and review of your actions had been completed. And your attitude now isn't doing anything to help assuage them. You sound as if you're displeased with the decision to allow you back so soon." Kerry shook her head. "I'm not displeased. I'm only sorry I'm in a position where I have to be reinstated."
"Well,"
said Porter, removing his spectacles and placing them on his desk,
"if you expect an apology from me, it won't be forthcoming. I followed procedure. You didn't, Inspector Dark."
"I was chasing a violent offender who'd already injured 4 of my colleagues. Following procedure wasn't exactly the first thing on my mind," she snorted. "There wasn't an opportunity to conduct a dynamic risk assessment."
"You were chasing a violent offender, who you'd allowed to escape through your mishandling of his arrest,"
Porter reminded her.
"Look, let's dispense with formality, Kerry. Before you get defensive, I'll remind you that I was a beat officer before I was a supervisor. I know how things are in the real world. The best plans and strategies work only until a third party refuses to play by the same rules. I've been there when things have kicked off, and what should have been a simple arrest degenerated into a full-on brawl. If I was the senior investigating officer conducting Swain's arrest, I can't swear that I'd have done anything different than you did. But that's beside the point. I'd expect to be criticised after everything went to pot. Kerry, a man died during a police pursuit, and unfortunately, as SIO, the buck had to stop with you."
"As the senior investigating officer, if I'd been given an opportunity to give you a full report of the incident first, you might have handled the press more candidly." Kerry stared at him again. Porter retrieved his glasses and fumbled them on.
"I handled the press the best way I saw fit under the circumstances."
"By throwing me to the wolves?"
"It had to be done. We were facing growing civil unrest.
Despite the fact Swain was hated, some of those living on that estate hate us more. They were looking for a reason to kick off, so I took it away from them.
You made them hate me more than they hated the police service.
Wow! At least you haven't tried sugarcoating things. You should know me by now, Kerry. I say it as it is, and I tell the truth. I place high value on personal integrity, in me and in those serving under me.
It's just a shame you don't place a similar value on loyalty.
DCI Porter leaned on his elbows, his face looming across the desk like a flushed moon. Steady on, Inspector. I offered to dispense with formality, but that isn't to say I'll tolerate insubordination. Don't make me regret agreeing to have you back. I could soon turn things round again. Kerry raised both hands.
I'm sorry, sir. But you must imagine how I felt being hung out to dry like that.
He grunted, sat back again and undid another button. I'm sure you're professional enough to get over it, Kerry, and I don't expect it to have a detrimental effect on your results either. You have active cases ongoing, and I'd like updates on where you are with them all before the end of shift. He'd said his piece and allowed Kerry hers, even if he'd largely brushed off her opinion. Now he was dismissing her. Kerry didn't take the hint. Was there something else? He asked. Kerry wormed uncomfortably on her chair. Then, coming to a conclusion, she met his stare. Sir, I get the feeling that you don't like me. I don't think we need to get personal, he said. Okay, but that means you don't respect me, or value me as a member of your team. I've a suggestion that could solve the problem. I'd like you to reconsider my transfer request to homicide and major crimes. I don't need to like you to recognise your abilities as an investigator, he countered. Despite what you think of me, I do appreciate what you bring to my team. But, he held up one finger, as your supervisor, I'm bound to hear your request. Put it in an email to me and I'll consider it. Kerry was under no illusion what he meant. He'd consider her transfer request and promptly refuse it. He watched as disappointment sunk in, her chin falling, until she was staring at her hands in her lap. If that's all, then, Porter said, prompting her to get back to work. Her head came up, and her mismatched gaze danced a moment over his features, while her teeth nipped at her bottom lip. Suddenly, she focused on a point slightly above and beyond his left shoulder, and startled, she yelped and threw her weight back in the chair. Her mouth and eyes made similar ovals, and her head quivered. Porter glanced over his shoulder. All he could see was his faint shadow and a certificate of commendation hanging on the office wall. He'd received it while still in uniform from the then police commissioner, and the certificate took pride of place. He looked sharply at her, and found Kerry on her feet, poised to run. What on earth's wrong with you?
Nothing, sir, Kerry said. Her voice was brittle. I just got a cramp. She rubbed her right thigh vigorously, but it was an act. Excuse me, she croaked, and was out of the door within 2 seconds. She didn't look back. DCI Porter did. He turned and lingered over the area that had alarmed her, and saw nothing, though there was something unusual about the atmosphere. Something weird. The short hairs prickled on the back of his neck. Chapter 11. She splashed cold water on her face and rubbed furiously. Then, still dripping, Kerry gripped the edge of the sink, supporting her weight on braced elbows. Her reflection in the vanity mirror looked as rough as she felt. These days she wore her dark auburn hair short, but it still looked unkempt and stood up in tufts. Throwing water at the problem hadn't helped. Her forehead was scuffed. She had a good excuse for her reddened sclera and paled skin. Except for zoning out for a few minutes under the shower in the early hours, she hadn't slept in the past 30 or so hours. But fatigue wasn't the cause for her red glare or pallor. What the hell did I just see in Porter's office? As a child, when first informing her parents about seeing things, they'd worried that her heterochromia was affecting her eyesight. As a matter of course, she'd been checked for neoplasm, where the melanomas can be lightly pigmented, and the cause of an affected eye being paler than the other. But there was no sign of tumour or other abnormality beyond the lack of pigmentation. Her eyesight wasn't affected, but she'd since wondered if it allowed her to see into spectrums of light beyond the norm. She couldn't. She didn't have superhuman vision. What she had supposedly been seeing was corner-of-the-eye phenomena. A mote of dust or floater, sometimes even a swollen blood vessel in the orbit itself, taking on an unfocused shape in the peripheral vision as the muscles around the eyes tired. Whenever she saw Girl, she usually formed indirectly, and always fled or disappeared when viewed dead on. The thing looming over Porter's shoulder was different. What at first she took for Porter's shadow grew denser. More shocking, the shadow moved independently of him. As crazy as it now sounded, it was as if the shadow lunged at her, startling her enough to elicit a yelp and for her to scrape back her chair. Porter must have thought she was insane. His prognosis might be right. But she'd rather find an explanation she was happier with. Hallucinations were a symptom of sleep deprivation, and combined with the stress she'd suffered in the past day, it was little wonder she'd fallen victim. She'd imagined that the figure lunged at her, and had conjured up details that weren't present in Porter's shadow. Surely her stretched nerves had added the wavy hair and the rigid handcuff standing proud from the wrist of the hand that snatched at her. Considered rationally, the incident shouldn't be as alarming. She could put it behind her. So why the bloody hell was she still jittery with fear? She challenged her mind to concoct spectres to appear in the mirror. There was nothing reflected behind her except for the institutional blue doors of toilet stalls. Relieved, she dragged out a handful of paper towels from the dispenser and practically rubbed her cheeks raw, but tentative of her forehead where Swain had struck her. She dumped the wad of damp towels in a bin, just as the washroom door banged open. A sturdy young woman bustled in, unclipping her utility belt even before she reached a stall. Instantly recognising Kerry, the woman stumbled to a halt. It was the same constable who delivered Funky Adefunke's demands yesterday. Kerry offered her a sharp nod. "That was a bad show," the woman said. Kerry wasn't sure if she referred to the shootings, Swain falling off the tower, or the fact Kerry had been blamed for his death. Perhaps she meant all. "It was a terrible show," she replied. The woman regarded her for a second longer, then nodded and scuttled for the furthest away toilet cubicle. Kerry left the washroom with equal haste. As she walked between rows of lockers, two constables bantered together as they stripped off their protective kit, falling silent when they spotted her. As soon as she was out in the corridor, she'd be the subject of discussion. Who knew what bollocks had already been spoken about her? But she'd bet there'd be more to come. Glossy celebrity magazines had nothing on police stations when it came to lurid gossip.
CID kept separate offices to the uniform teams in the police station, and being a specialist branch, gangs and organised crime had an office distinct from their other plain-clothed colleagues. It wasn't a case of preferential treatment, and they hadn't been afforded any extra space or comfort. The GAOC office was as stark and utilitarian as all the others. Because of the delicate nature of the intelligence shared in the room, it was a closed-door office, airless and stuffy, with no natural light. Even in winter it was necessary to run fans to keep the place cool. The room always stank like a teenager's training shoe. The unpleasant odour had been added to. Last night somebody had brought in their supper, and the room was rank with the aroma of cold, greasy fried onions and burger meat. D.S. Corber was the first detective she spotted, and she wondered if the stench was coming off him. But who was she to criticise? Corber hadn't got to go home yet. He'd been left to pick up the pieces after DCI Porter dismissed her from the scene of Swain's death. He hadn't slept in 30 or so hours either, but you wouldn't know it from his beaming grin and clear gaze as he greeted her. He shot towards her, and for a second she thought he was going to hug her. She wouldn't unwelcome the sentiment, but Corber halted a foot from her. He made a half-turn on his heel and announced to the others in the room, "Hey, you lot! Do you mind being upstanding for the hero of the hour?" 3 detective constables worked under her and Corber's supervision. Glenn Scott, Mel Scanlon, and Tony Whittle. Each of the trio was seated at individual workstations. Shamed into action, they all began to rise. "I think that's enough of the hero stuff," Kerry warned before they made it to their feet. Glenn and Mel sat again, whereas Tony took the opportunity to stretch his lower back. Creaking and groaning, he settled his backside on the edge of his desk and braced his palms on his thighs. Despite her instruction to the contrary, Corber whipped the 3 into a round of applause. He even initiated a round of hip-hip hooray, until Kerry swore at him. They all laughed. If there'd been any discomfort about what had happened the previous evening, it had been put behind them in a few seconds. Good, Kerry thought. Let's get back to business as usual. Corber was dying to hear what had happened between her and Porter, but not in front of the others. He offered a conspiratorial wink, and then returned to Mel Scanlon's desk to retrieve a file he'd dumped there. Mel squinted at him. "Do you still want me in the interview with you, Sarge?" she asked, making it sound as if it was no trouble.
"That's down to the boss."
Corber looked expectantly at Kerry. "Who are you interviewing?"
"Henrietta Jane Winters, Eric Swain's girlfriend."
Ah, Kerry thought about the brash woman from last night. Hetty had more to trouble her now than a broken door and dog muck on her carpet. What's she in on?
"Conspiracy to murder."
Corber shrugged in apology.
"I know, boss. She's just lost her fella. But Porter wanted her locked up."
It made sense. Despite Swain's untimely death, there was still an open double murder investigation to conduct, and until she was cleared, Hetty was as complicit in the evidence discovered at their home as Swain. To Mel, Kerry said, "I'll take it from here with Danny." Then to all in the room, "If you're up to speed with your files, leave them on my desk for me, then get yourselves home for some kip. It's, she checked her wristwatch, "almost midday. I'll see you back here at 6 o'clock, okay?" Nobody seemed keen to leave. There were employment rules that dictated proper rest periods between shifts, but rules meant nothing in the real world. Her team probably wouldn't sleep, but they'd get some time with their families, if nothing else. "You heard me," she said, aiming a thumb at the door. "Off with you. But don't be back late. Danny, my office, please." Hers was actually an anteroom,
of the GAOC office. In fact, anteroom was too generous a description. It had originally been designed as a stationery cupboard. She called it her cubbyhole. Inside there was space for a chair, a small table, and her computer monitor. It was stuffier even than its larger sister. But with the door shut, it allowed a modicum of privacy for sensitive discussions. Corber joined her in the cramped space. The aroma of fried onions was coming off him. "As soon as we're done here, you can get yourself off home too," she promised.
"I'm good for a few hours yet, boss."
"Sorry, Danny, but as your friend, it's my duty to tell you that you're honking. If you make me, I'll pull rank and order you home for a shower and change of clothes."
"You don't like my aftershave?"
Danny grinned, unfazed by criticism.
"It's eau de grande mac with a hint of fag ash."
Kerry clucked her tongue. Corber changed tack.
"How'd it go with old Misery Guts?"
Better than expected," she replied, "but not as well as it could have."
"Porter didn't agree to your transfer, then?"
"Nope. Neither did he pucker up. But that's okay, I'm glad to be back."
"What about the IPCC?"
"Their investigation will still go ahead, but at least I'm not suspended from duty. And from what I saw on that video, I'm not worried about their findings."
"You got a look at it, then?"
"That Swain! The way he went mental at the last minute." He halted, stared quizzically at her. "Remember when you asked if I believed in ghosts? Well, maybe you should have asked Swain, 'cause the way he carried on, I'd say he saw something that put the fear of God in him." Yeah, he did act strange. It was probably drugs. Only she knew the reason behind Swain's wild swipes and kicks. Because the spectral girl had not been caught on camera. And yet, even as he fought to hurl her from the roof, Kerry now suspected the gangster had grown aware of her ghostly companion. And when Girl hurtled at him, in a flurry of desperation to save her, he'd reared away and lost his balance. Never had Girl shown herself to anyone but Kerry before, but it wasn't something she was prepared to divulge to even her closest friend. I can't explain it any other way. He didn't seem high when I spoke to him. Yeah, he smoked weed, but not before we got there and everything kicked off." She shrugged, then leaned past Danny and forced the door shut over a ruck in the carpet. The DCs hadn't left the office as instructed, and she preferred to keep her latter words between her and Corber. "Tell you what, it's a good job I was filmed from behind and the noise of the rain covered everything. I might have said a thing or two that could come back to bite me on the arse." "We all talk bollocks in the heat of the moment, boss." "I know." Kerry's lips bowed briefly. "Some of the stuff I said to Swain could be deemed unprofessional."
"Good on you."
Corber winked. He changed tack again. "I've got the weapon and ammunition we seized from the house. You sure you want to be the one to interview Hetty? I mean, she might not be happy to see you after what happened to Loverboy." "I've nothing to be ashamed of. He was the one resisting arrest." Her words felt hollow. It was her turn to change the subject. "Has she asked for a brief?"
"Yeah. She's got the duty solicitor, Dave Barnes."
"I'm surprised. She can probably afford the best."
"She's pleading innocence. Asking for a specific brief might make it look as if she's got something to hide. She's in with Dopey Dave now, and I've already given him full disclosure."
"OK. I'm taking it you've planned the interview." Corber coughed. "OK then, so we're playing it off the cuff. I'm good to go then. You ready, Danny?" He hadn't relinquished the file.
"Just have to grab the evidence and let the custody sergeant know we're taking her to interview."
"Right. So let's go hear what Hetty's got to say about her granddad's gun." Chapter 12. Despite her good looks, there was something reptilian about Hetty Winters. Hers were crocodile tears, and her first response to Kerry's appearance was to clash her teeth like a crocodile ambushing a gazelle on a riverbank. Also, as in most reptiles, she had a tough hide. She didn't come across as a woman who'd recently lost her partner. Anger was her overpowering emotion, but not the raw anger other recently bereaved people displayed. Hers was more like pent-up hatred finally set loose. She despised Kerry, but it wouldn't have mattered who interviewed her. She didn't look crocodilian. If anything, a few hours in the cells appeared to have agreed with her, because she was more beautiful than she'd looked last night in her baggy pyjamas and slippers. Her blonde hair was styled and set, and her makeup was flawless. False eyelashes, false nails, all perfect and in place, and her mascara was untouched by her tears. The tight T-shirt she wore made the most of her pneumatic breasts, and her designer jeans hugged her like a second skin. Even with her shoes off, she was a couple of inches taller than Kerry. She could be the beautiful star in a reality TV show. Her language was crass, and added an ugly set to her lips. While the equipment was prepped for the interview, Hetty bitched and snapped at Kerry and D.S. Corber. Even her legal brief, dopey Dave Barnes, wasn't immune to her sharp tongue. Then, as the tapes began to roll and the introductions were out of the way, Hetty went no comment for the most part. It was a strategy many suspects played, often at the instruction of their solicitor. "Before we continue," said Kerry with a lingering nod that included Barnes, "I should remind you that we are conducting this interview under the now caution. In other words, it may harm your defence if you do not mention now what you later rely on in court. That means if you continue stating no comment, anything you mention in court might be ruled inadmissible in your defence. Do you understand what I'm telling you, Hetty? No comment." Hetty sat back, fiddled her sapphire engagement ring to a more comfortable position on her finger. The stone on Kerry's engagement ring was diminutive by comparison. Saying no comment is actually making a comment. Kerry was facetious on purpose, to goad a response. Hetty sneered and spread her hands on the table. Displaying her engagement ring was a reminder to Kerry about whom she'd taken from her. Kerry ignored the dig and glanced at the solicitor. Despite his nickname, Dave Barnes wasn't stupid. Plus, due to having been given forewarning of the evidence the detectives would reveal during interview by Corber, he knew what was coming next.
"It's okay to tell the inspector about your grandfather's military service, as we discussed."
Hetty shot him the stink eye before switching her glare to Kerry. "So what you want to know?" Kerry glanced at Corber, who was seated next to her. He delved inside a brown paper evidence sack between his feet and passed its contents to Kerry. She produced the Webley Mark .4.38200 service revolver, sealed in a translucent evidence bag, and placed it on the table between her and Hetty. Alongside it, she set down another evidence bag containing the loose .38200 grain cartridges seized from the master bedroom during the execution of the warrant. The 4 live cartridges found in the revolver, plus the empty brass shells from the shooting on Wandsworth Road, were in other sealed bags, but had been held back from this interview, as had the projectiles removed from the bodies of Nala Dahir Geddi and Bailan Geddi during their respective autopsies. Those items were due for forensic and ballistic examination, and she wasn't prepared to risk compromising the chain of custody before the results were back if Hetty managed to rip open any of the bags. "I'm showing exhibits DSDK2 and SRG1 to Hetty Winters," Kerry announced for the purpose of the audio record. Hetty, do you recognise these items? And can you tell me about them? I already told you. Yes. Kerry had photocopied the page from her notebook where she'd made a record of Hetty's statement during the house search. In regard to Exhibit SRG-1, you said, I see you found my granddad's old bullets. He brought them back from Korea donkeys years ago. Is that a true account of what was said at the time? Fact if I can remember. Sounds about right. Still reading from her notes, Kerry said, I then asked if you had a firearms certificate allowing you to keep live ammunition, to which you replied, they're fucking antiques, and besides I don't have a fucking gun. Hetty folded her arms beneath her breasts. For the tape, please, Kerry said. What? I didn't hear you ask the question. Is that a true statement of what you said? Kerry clarified. Sounds about right. OK, then. So if you don't have a gun, can you describe what I'm showing you now? Exhibit DSDK2? Well, it's obvious it's a fucking gun, isn't it? This gun was seized during the execution of a search warrant at your home address. It was found buried in fresh earth in the back garden of your property. I showed it you at the scene and asked if we'd also found your granddad's gun, or if it was Eric Swain's these days. Correct? You did, yeah. But I also told you it was bollocks. A fucking stitch-up, and that you bastards planted it. Dave Barnes interjected, a raised finger of caution for Hetty's sake. She snorted at him. Yeah, well, nobody's putting words in my fucking mouth. Kerry went on undeterred. You didn't answer my question at the time, and understandably, because I wasn't clear. So I'll ask again now. Did this gun belong to your grandfather? Hetty frowned, figuring out if she was being led into a trap. No comment. Did the gun belong to Eric Swain? Kerry went on. No comment. Hetty thought hard. No, wait. Yeah, the gun belonged to my granddad. He brought it back from Korea with him. When did your granddad return from deployment in Korea? How am I supposed to know? Donkey's years ago, ages before my time. The Korean War ended in 1954, Kerry offered. Would it be fair to say that if your grandfather was deployed with the NATO 1st Commonwealth Division, he probably returned home to the UK around that time? Around, let's say, 65 years ago? I don't know. I'm not that good at maths. Approximately 65 years, Kerry repeated.
Where are you going with this, Inspector?
Dave Barnes asked.
My client has already told you she's unsure when her grandfather came back from war. If you've a specific question, can you please ask it?
I'm establishing a timeline, Kerry responded, but without acknowledging him personally. She continued looking directly at Hetty. You said that the gun did belong to your grandfather. Yeah, how many frigging times? So when did it come into your possession? Was it after your grandfather died? I suppose so. When did your grandfather pass away? It was a while back. 10 years, 11? Before his death, did your grandfather regularly maintain his gun? Hetty's gaze swept from Kerry to Corber. He said nothing, his features giving no hint of where the questioning was leading. Hetty twisted to eye her solicitor. Do I have to answer this? How the hell am I supposed to know what my granddad did? I didn't live with him, did I? Dave turned the question back on Kerry with a simple rising of his eyebrows. So I'll ask a different question, Kerry said. Have you ever maintained your grandfather's gun? What, like oiled it or something? Yes, exactly that. No, I've never touched it.
Would you say the gun looks as if it hasn't been maintained for 65 years? Or even for 10 or 11 years?
How would I know?
Despite being buried and having a little dirt on it, wouldn't you agree that the gun looks as if it has been recently oiled and cleaned?
Hetty sniffed, leaned towards the evidence bag and said, "It looks shiny, if that's what you mean." "When the gun is forensically inspected, are we likely to discover your fingerprints or DNA on it, Hetty?" As she posed the question, Kerry studied her minutely, watching for the micro-expressions that would indicate a lie. "No chance," Hetty answered, although her nostrils quivered as she thought about it. "Like I said, I've never touched the bloody thing." Kerry ploughed on. "Does anyone else live with you and Eric Swain?" "Do you mean in the past tense, or have you forgot you killed my Eric?" Hetty smiled viciously, a fuck you to both Kerry and the audio tape. "We lived together, just the two of us, lived, but not now." In any other environment it would have stung her, but the accusation bypassed Kerry. "So if there was only you and Eric in that house, whose fingerprints do you suppose we will find on the gun?" "Who's to say you'll find any?" "Well, that remains to be seen. But what is the likelihood of Eric's being on the gun? If you didn't maintain it, then someone must have. And if Eric was the only person to share your house—" "I don't know. He might have." Hetty drew up in her seat, unfolding her arms and placing her hands flat on her thighs. "Look, I said earlier I'd never seen the gun, and never touched it. Same goes for those—" "For the tape, Hetty has indicated Exhibit SRG-1, the cartridges," Kerry quickly interjected. "Yeah," Hetty agreed. "What I meant was I haven't seen them in years. They were stored with the gun in a box in the attic. Eric must have fetched them from the attic, if you didn't," Kerry suggested, feeling victory was in grasping distance. "Well, it wasn't me. So who else could it have been?" Kerry drew both evidence bags towards her, then moved them gently towards Corber. He placed them safely in the brown paper sack. "Hetty, can we make this clear? What you're saying is that it had to have been Eric who took the gun and ammunition out of the attic and who subsequently dropped some of the cartridges in your bedroom and also subsequently buried the gun in your back garden." Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It had to have been him because it wasn't me." Again Hetty's gaze swept from Kerry to Corber, then back again. "But before you ask, I didn't know he'd touched them or buried that thing. I had nothing to do with them." Kerry didn't acknowledge her plea of innocence. She asked, "Can you tell me your movements for yesterday, please?" "Movements? What, like where I was?" To Kerry's nod, she continued, "I was at home all day. Got up about 8 and watched some telly, had a coffee and some breakfast, then started cleaning. I'm house proud." Her last was delivered with a hefty dose of pride, only dented by the memory of her ransacked home. "Later on I watched Judge Rinder and Tipping Point and—" She opened both palms. "I was there all day." "Can anyone corroborate your movements?" "Huh? Well, Eric could have." Kerry paused a moment. Slowly she closed and opened her eyes. Was Eric home the entire time? There was no denying her point, and Hetty squirmed while considering her options. "Eric had to go out for a few hours, but I swear to you I never left the house." "When was Eric gone from the house?" "I don't know exactly. Maybe from 11 till about 3. "That's 11 a.m. until 3 p.m. "Yeah, give or take a quarter hour." Hetty again squirmed, realising she'd admitted her partner's movements were unaccounted for over the period when the drive-by shooting occurred. Lamely, she added, He had some business to do.
What kind of business?
I don't know. He keeps his business private, and to tell you the truth, I don't ask.
Kerry doubted Hetty could be honest if she tried. But again she switched focus abruptly, giving her no time to think. Eric was registered as the owner and keeper of a sonic blue Subaru Impreza. She read off the correct licence plate number. Is that correct?
Yeah, I know that car. It was Eric's pride and joy a year or two back. Why?
Ignoring the question, Kerry posed another of hers. Do you know the whereabouts of that car, Hetty?
It's in a lock-up on our estate,
Hetty said quickly.
If you want, I can show you. I have the keys to the lock-up at home.
That won't be necessary, Kerry said, although I would like to seize those keys. She exchanged a glance with D.S. Corber. Anything to add, Sergeant Corber?
No, I've no further questions.
Thank you, Hetty, said Kerry, and nodded briskly at Corber, who was in charge of the tape recorder. Ending interview. Chapter 13.
She's got more face than friggin' Big Ben,
Corber announced after they watched Hetty Winters leave the police station. She'd flounced to where a sporty-looking red Nissan waited to collect her, summoned earlier as soon as the custody sergeant had returned her mobile phone. Hetty was returning home to meet with D.C. Mel Scanlon, who, despite Kerry ordering home, was still in the nick when they left the interview suite. Mel was tasked with seizing the keys to the lock-up Hetty had mentioned, despite them all knowing that the Subaru was no longer there. It had already been impounded and was under forensic examination by the CSI team. She would also seek permission from Hetty to search the lock-up, without need of a warrant.
I didn't think you'd noticed, seeing as you rarely took your eyes off her boobs.
Kerry gently elbowed Corber in the ribs.
You know me, Kerry. I'm not interested in fakes like Hetty. I prefer a real woman, with real curves, not one blown up with silicone. They don't have to be that good-looking, only natural.
He glimpsed surreptitiously at her and caught another elbow, slightly harder, in the midriff. He gasped in laughter.
Seriously, though, he said, she's a walking cliché. She should wear a sign around her neck saying gangster's mole.
Aye, she's a real wannabe. She shrugged away the subject. Can you log the evidence back in, Danny? The Webley required a full forensic investigation and test firing. I need to phone the coroner's office for Swain's results.
Course I will, boss. You want me to grab you a brew on the way back? Dunno about you, but I've got a tongue like Gandhi's flip-flop.
She squinted at him. A coffee would be good. I'll be in the office, OK? Corber headed off with his hands in his pockets, his rolling gait reminiscent of a Jack Tar on shore leave. Kerry returned to the GAOC office, deserted now her team had left. She used the landline at D.C. Glenn Scott's desk and punched in the Southwark coroner's office number. Swain's cause of death wasn't the issue. It was whether or not any gunpowder residue had been found on him. Chances were that some kind of trace residue had been missed, even if he'd showered. Her mind flashed back to the search, and how the sniffer dog had acted on the sofa in the front room. It had possibly reacted to gunpowder residue. It was likely Swain sat on it not long after returning from where he'd burned out the Subaru, but before he'd changed clothing or washed, and residue had transferred to the cushions. In hindsight, she should have had the settee seized and swabbed, as well as any unlaundered clothing. It was an opportunity lost. Proving Eric Swain's guilt was important to Kerry. He wouldn't face punishment for his crimes, and it wouldn't bring back his victims, but at least there would be a modicum of resolution for the Geddy family. Besides, proving Swain was their killer could lead her to his conspirator. Somebody had driven the Subaru while Swain took the shots at Ikemba Adefunke, and was therefore complicit in the murder. Hetty had been released on police bail, to return to the station at a later date, when a decision to charge her would be made. She made a mental note to go and speak with Hetty, with an off-the-record offer of leniency if she pointed the finger at Swain's driver. Her train of thought was broken by a voice on the other end of the line. It belonged to a coroner's office assistant. "Hello, this is Detective Inspector Kerry Dark," she announced, and gave her station identification number. "I'd like to speak with Mr. Bellows, please." Nigel Bellows was an assistant coroner to Her Majesty's senior coroner for the Southwark district, which also encompassed Lambeth, and was the direct line contact in regards to both the Geddy and Swain cases. Forensic pathologists under his direction would have concluded the autopsies of all 3 people by now, and the results collated by him. "One moment, please," said the office assistant, and then shortly, "Thanks for holding, Inspector Dark. I'm putting you through."
My, Kerry Dark,"
Nigel Bellows said almost immediately. "I feel a little starstruck speaking with you. Quite the internet star you've become." "You know me, Nige. I'm nothing special."
"Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps I was a little premature in dumping you. I could have lived off your fame and glory for decades."
"Who dumped who?"
"Oh, that's right."
He chuckled.
"You were the one that stopped replying to my messages and tokens of affection."
"You got so stalkerish I was tempted to take out an injunction on you." Nigel laughed. They had dated twice, shortly after Kerry's arrival in London, once for dinner, once for drinks, but never with romance in mind. Nigel Bellows was a proud homosexual. They had remained friends, though, although their work commitments meant they rarely got time to meet socially.
"How are you, Kerry? From what I saw on that video, that thug roughed you up before he slipped."
Kerry hadn't given her aches and pains much thought in the intervening hours, but now that he mentioned it, her forehead still throbbed where Swain struck her. She touched the sore spot. It felt swollen, but not too badly. "I'm fine. A little achy here and there, but I'll live."
"I'd love to see the state of the other guy. Oh, wait a minute, I have."
Nigel had taken her call in a private location. It was that, or coroners got to laugh at dead scumbags the way coppers weren't allowed to.
"Seriously though, Kerry, that was a close call. My heart was in my mouth when I saw how near Swain was to throwing you from that roof."
"I've watched the video," Kerry said. "My heart was in my mouth too. If he hadn't slipped—"
"Then the pavement pizza I had the displeasure of inspecting this morning would have been you."
Neither of them wished to contemplate that alternative. "You personally conducted the autopsy?"
"No, of course not. I'm a lawyer, not a pathologist. But I did observe the procedure. Ugh! Mr. Swain was not a pretty sight."
Out the corner of her amber eye, Kerry caught a blur of movement and colour. She thought Corber had returned with the promised cup of coffee, but when she looked, there was nobody there. Odd. With no windows, there was no reason to spot a shadow cast from outside. The door to the corridor was shut. An icy trickle worked its way the length of her spine. She shuddered, blinked a couple of times, and grasped for a rational explanation. She must have a floater in her vision. "Do you have the results from his autopsy yet?"
"You're specifically asking about the presence of gunpowder residue. I had the samples rushed through the lab. Hair, fingernail scrapings, skin swabs from the hands and face. Sorry, Kerry, they all came back negative. There were trace elements, detergents and capsaicinoids, the latter from your incapacitant spray, but none of the components found in modern or historical firearm propellants."
Is that unusual, if Swain fired a gun only a few hours earlier?
No, he could have been wearing gloves and a hat. The presence of detergent on his face and hands suggests he washed himself with something more potent than regular soap and water.
Bloody hell.
That isn't what you wanted to hear.
Nigel concurred. No, I was hoping we had Swain banged to rights.
You've the gun, the bullet, and a suspect so guilty he chose to run to his death rather than argue his innocence in court.
And we both know where those'll get me. Without tying Swain to the gun with irrefutable evidence, even Dave Barnes, the duty solicitor, could rip holes in her case. Sadly, her only eyewitness to the shooting was hostile, and even forced to give testimony, Funky would be deemed unreliable due to his allegiance to a rival gang. She was going to have to work on Hetty Winters harder than she had during her first interview. Hopefully the results from the test firing of the Webley will confirm it was the murder weapon, she said. But still, for any hope of a conviction and the resolution in the deaths of the mother and girl, she must identify and catch Swain's driver.
I hear that you're engaged to be married these days,
Nigel went on in an awkward attempt at raising her spirits.
To some brute of a man you met at Belmarsh Prison, of all places. Is there no hope left for us?
You'll always occupy a soft spot in my heart, Nige, she assured him.
Oh, shame. I was hoping to meet that hunk of yours and steal him away instead.
You're shameless. Nigel laughed.
I am indeed. But seriously, Kerry, if you'd like to bring along your fella, I'd love for us to go on a double date. I've a man of my own I'd love you to meet, and my eye on a brand new cocktail bar that's just opened in Soho.
Adam's more of a lager lout, she said, and he got the subtext.
Then you should give him the slip and come away with a man of a more sensitive nature and better taste.
They both laughed, but Kerry's humour was tinged with morose. Nigel didn't know how right he was. Adam's display of insensitivity last night had been as subtle as hitting her in the teeth with a building brick. She thanked Nigel and promised not to be a stranger. Hung up. She rested her backside on D.C. Scott's desk, unconsciously touching the swollen spot on her forehead. The skin was hot. Despite the air that was abruptly so icy, she shivered. Between her fingers she glimpsed movement. Something loomed directly in front of her. She snatched her hand from her face, head snapping up at whatever the hell it was. As before, it wasn't girl. The figure was ill-defined, a hint of wavy hair, a twinkle of silver earring, a wolfish leer. Oh, my God! Every muscle in her body cramped. You can't be here.
Can't I? Think again, bitch.
The disembodied words scratched at the inner surface of her skull.
I can be anywhere I please, and do anything I want, and you can't stop me.
Breath shuddered from her, spurts of condensation visible in the frigid atmosphere. No, you can't be real. You died?
Yeah, I died, and we both know who's to blame.
Eric Swain lunged, emitting a hiss that filled her skull, and his cuffed hand snatched at her hair. With a squeal, Kerry jerked out of reach, tumbled off the desk. She cracked her elbow off the floor, but ignored the pain, scrambled to make distance between her and the clutching hand of nobody. Swain had disappeared. The breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide and dry. She stared, too afraid to blink in case she summoned him again. Her head shook as if palsied, and her breath wheezed out. There's bugger all there, Kerry. If he'd ever been present, then Swain had left as abruptly as he'd appeared. A quake ran through her. It had nothing to do with the temperature this time. If anything, the stuffy atmosphere had returned to normal. She grew aware of her unceremonious position on the floor. Grasping the desk for support, she clawed upright, then sat on its edge. But seating herself went against her impulse to run away. Her hands covered her face. Who are you going to run away from? When there's nobody there? He wasn't real. Get a bloody grip, for Christ's sake. She yelped as the door handle turned. She scrambled back across the desk again, expecting... Corber backed into the room, juggling 2 large mugs of steaming coffee. With his hands full, he'd employed an elbow and hip to work the handle and nudge the door open. Thank God. It gave Kerry precious seconds to get composed before he turned and aimed one of the mugs at her.
Just what the doctor ordered, eh?
She knew her eyes were wide, her tongue wedged between her teeth, and how plain stupid she looked. She tried to smoothen the disbelief from her features, but Corber wasn't fooled. He wasn't a detective for nothing, and knew when something was wrong.
What's up, boss?
He asked.
You look rattled. Is it something to do with Swain?
Oh, Danny, she thought. Why did you have to ask that? Chapter 14. Baxter Court was mausoleum quiet. Even the drizzling rain failed to add any sound to the pall of sorrow hanging over the row of bleak apartments at the end of the cul-de-sac. All Kerry could hear was the movement of blood through her inner ears. She'd expected to find the press camped outside the apartments, hoping for a photo or quote from the distraught father, but they'd withdrawn, so Suleiman Geddi could grieve the loss of his wife and daughter in peace. Then again, she thought not. They'd probably got their pictures and story earlier, and quickly moved on to record the misery of other victims elsewhere in the city. She was relieved. Visiting Mr. Geddi was difficult enough, without first negotiating a crowd of insistent journalists. Out of her car, she stood a moment on the pavement, feeling the drizzle on her exposed cheeks. There wasn't another living soul in sight, and more importantly, nothing that could be defined as undead. The last she wanted was for Swain to follow inside the home of those he'd slaughtered. She was unsure if she'd be able to handle things any better than when he'd come at her in the office. She might have convinced Corber she was fine, even if she was in denial. She'd even persuaded herself that Swain had been nothing but a figment of her imagination, brought on by fatigue and the blows she'd taken to her head. Blatantly, she ignored the fact he'd also materialised in Porter's office before that. Also, she was relieved that Girl had backed off for now. Being in the presence of the shade of a child could prove emotional, considering the reason for her visit. The Geddes' neighbours kept to a respectful distance, their doors closed. Kerry approached the apartments without attracting attention. A short flight of stairs allowed access to a row of first-floor apartments, and she counted down the doors. The Gedde family home was modest. A blue door and one window. The drapes, currently drawn to block out the world, were almost identical to their neighbours'. A pink bicycle, with streamers of ribbons tied to the handlebars, propped against the wall under the window, was the single unique detail. Her chest tightened. Little Bylan would never ride that bike again. Kerry halted, took in a deep breath and shivered as she expelled it. She'd arrived at Baxter Court despondent, but, reminded of the act perpetrated by Eric Swain, the embers of righteous anger were fanned. More determined, she knocked on the door. The curtain shifted open an inch. She held up her warrant card, kept her features neutral. Suleiman Gedi needed reassurance that the detective on her case was professional. She could offer compassion, but more so a dependable crux to rely on. The curtains dropped shut. A soft murmur of conversation filtered through the door. Finally, the door edged open, and an older, coffee-skinned woman, dressed in a conservative sash, scarf, and jilbab, greeted her politely with downcast eyes. Kerry identified herself and accepted the invitation to enter, and immediately saw Suleiman, who'd risen from a chair at the centre of a small but neat sitting room. He was a tall, slim man, his features sparse, his eye sockets scooped out with grief. Unlike the woman, he was dressed in Western clothing, a shirt and necktie, and dark grey trousers, black shoes, and surprisingly, a cross was pinned to his shirt. A matching grey suit jacket hung on the back of the chair he'd vacated. He'd clasped his hands against his abdomen, but lowered his right, cupped, and indicated Kerry to take his seat. "Please," Kerry said, aiming a gesture at the chair. "Sit back down, Mr. Gedi. I'll take the sofa." Suleiman nodded, but didn't sit again. He turned his back and approached the fireplace. More likely the photos of his dead wife and child displayed upon it. Kerry was unsure of Somalian tradition. Hopefully she hadn't committed a breach in etiquette by refusing his offer to take his chair. She sat on the edge of the sofa, her hands on her knees. "Can I get you something? Tea, perhaps?" The woman's English was heavily accented, but clear. "Tea would be nice," Kerry said, conscious of getting her response right this time. "Thank you." The woman moved for the kitchen, and Suleiman turned to watch her go. A weak smile of affection rode his lips. "My sister, Failan." His voice was brittle. "She has come to help me with my son, Taban. Would you prefer that she leave the house while we speak? I can have her take Taban out for a walk." "No, it's not a problem, Mr. Gedi. Besides, it's beginning to rain." The man nodded, looked at the floor. He visibly trembled. Maybe he was reconsidering the idea to send his little boy out. His wife and daughter had been murdered while strolling with Taban. "How is your son?" she asked. "Thankfully unaffected by what he saw," Suleiman said. "But that is bound to change." Undoubtedly it would. The boy was young enough that he might not later recall witnessing the murders, but in the days and years to come he would begin wondering where his mother and sister had gone, and their loss would eat at him, the way Sally's disappearance had with her. "You wish to see him?" Suleiman suddenly asked, as if she'd a hidden agenda for visiting. "He is perfectly fine. Failan put him down for his nap, but I can have her wake him." "No, let your boy sleep." Kerry would have liked to see Taban, so that in some way she could import a message to him that she'd do everything she could to bring some kind of resolution to him, as she hoped to do with his father. But seeing the little boy might crack her professional veneer. It was difficult enough containing her emotions already. "I imagine his routine has been disturbed these last few days." Suleiman exhaled sharply. "It must be a difficult time for you, too," she added. "My sister's a great help. She is a good person." Suleiman's bottom lip trembled. His eyes shone with unshed tears. Kerry guessed what he was thinking. Failan was helpful, but would never be a replacement. He finally sat, lacking the strength to stand any longer. There was white stubble on his chin and wrinkles in his shirt. His routine had not merely been disturbed, but shattered. They sat in silence a moment, both lost in sadness, faces downcast, before she leaned forward a fraction. "I wanted to pay my respects, to say how sorry I am for your loss." Suleiman nodded at the floor, his fingers twining together in his lap. "But this isn't just a social visit, Mr. Geddy. I'm the lead detective on your family's case."
I know.
Suleiman looked up. His tears had glazed over.
I recognize you from the news. I am a religious man, a Christian, and it shames me to admit it, but I have no forgiveness in my heart at this time. I cheered when I heard you avenged Nala and Bailan. Thank you for what you did to their murderer, Inspector Dark.
Her abdomen clenched. Before, with DCI Porter and with Adam, she defended the fact that Swain's death was accidental, and she was not to blame for his fall. But it was unnecessary to do the same with Suleiman. It would be unseemly when offering his gratitude. Still, having him thank her for killing another human being was uncomfortable. "My regret is that Eric Swain escaped proper justice. He should have been tried and punished accordingly." Suleiman exhaled sharply again and glanced towards the door.
He will suffer the consequences of his sins in the afterlife. I am certain of that.
He suddenly leaned forward and reached across to grasp Kerry's hands. His gaze slipped once behind her towards the front door again, before he settled it on her.
A greater power was at work on that rooftop, Inspector. You must know this, and accept it yourself. You were protected.
He was referring to God, or maybe even to the vengeful spirits of his wife or daughter. Yet she knew different, and was unsure how she felt about it. Accepting that girl was real meant also accepting the truth of her most recent and more terrifying visitations. "There's nothing more I can do to punish Eric Swain," she said, "but I assure you I won't leave any rock unturned. Mr. Geddy, Swain might have been the gunman, but he wasn't alone when those shots were fired. I'll do everything in my power to ensure anyone involved in the murders of your family are brought to justice."
Catching these people will not bring back my wife or daughter,
said Suleiman.
But knowing they're suitably punished will bring a small measure of accord to their loved ones.
His words sounded hollow, as if he'd answered by rote, and had no belief that any peace would extend to him.
Nala's parents and siblings are devastated. They wish to travel here to attend her funeral, but it's impossible for them. If I can tell them that her killers are all dead or behind bars, it will help them come to terms. At this time, they know only loss.
In her job, Kerry had come across people in many stages of bereavement. Suleiman was in one of the earliest, where initial shock could become denial. She'd noticed more than once that his attention had flicked from her to the door, almost as if he expected Nala and Bailan to enter at any time. By diverting his grief to his wife's family, he could hold on to hope that this was all a nightmare he would soon wake from, to find his loved one safe and sound. It wasn't her place to bring him out of denial, not when she'd clung to a similar hope of Sally's return for decades. In truth, they both understood they were grasping for the impossible, but it was easier coping with fantasy than reality. He squeezed her hands gently, then sat back, releasing her as Phylan tentatively entered the living room carrying 2 small china cups on a burnished brass tray. Suleiman gestured Kerry should be served first. She accepted the delicate cup and held it under her chin. The tea was weak but fragrant. Nothing like the stewed brew she was used to back at the Nick. Milk was absent from the tray, but there was a pile of brown sugar cubes on a saucer. Out of politeness, she tried the drink without sweetening it, and was glad she hadn't. It tasted like honey, as it were. Suleiman dropped 4 cubes into his cup and stirred with a tiny spoon, but without drinking he set his cup aside to cool. Phailan returned to the kitchen and closed the door behind her. Kerry was grateful for the brief interlude as she drained the small cup. She placed it on a small table at the edge of the sofa, dug in her coat pocket. She held out her card. On here you'll find my contact details. If there's anything I can do, any question I can answer, please don't hesitate to call, okay? Also, I'll give you this. She took out another card. This is the number for victim support. They will be able to assist you through the process of... Suleiman took her card, but was uninterested in the second. He read her details, looked back at her, and his gaze was earnest.
I trust in you to help, Detective Inspector Dark. I said earlier I'm a man of faith. I believe my faith in you catching the others is not misplaced.
She didn't know how to answer. Making bold promises was never a good idea, especially when so many variables could get in the way of a successful conviction. I'll do my very best, she whispered. Her eyeballs were hot, and she steeled against shedding any tears. He nodded, sat back, and Kerry took it as a sign to leave. She'd expected more questions, perhaps even recrimination and anger, and was thrown by Suleiman's demeanour. He was in denial about Nala and Bailan's death, but conversely sincere in his belief she'd bring justice to their killers. She stood, and Suleiman mirrored her. He extended his hand and she accepted it. He didn't shake it, only held her fingers in his, squeezing gently again.
I can tell you too have lost someone dear to you,
he said. And for the 3rd or 4th time, his attention slipped past her to the door. She couldn't resist taking a furtive glance. Girl, for once, was caught full on. She stood in the shadows in the corner where the front door met the living room wall. Her head was tilted down, hair hanging loose over her features, and her hands clasped at her midriff, a similar pose to that adopted earlier by Suleiman. The instant she realised she was observed, she jerked up her head, mouth slipping open. Kerry blinked, and in that fleeting moment, Girl wavered, then blinked out of existence. Suleiman looked back at Kerry.
Do you believe in guardian angels?
Taken aback, Kerry didn't answer. He smiled sadly.
So, I am not the only one refusing to accept the truth. Please, Inspector, whether you believe or not, consider this. There's a divine balance in the universe. For every act of evil, there are equal acts of virtue. My beloved wife and daughter died, but the only thing that gives me comfort is the knowledge that other lives will be spared in their place.
He gave her hand an extra squeeze.
I mentioned guardian angels. Not all are in spirit form.
She coughed in embarrassment. You're thinking a little too highly of me, Mr. Geddy. I'm just a police officer.
Who, I know, would have fought as hard against the devil to save Nala and Bailan, given the chance, as you did when you met his servant on that rooftop.
Swain was not a pawn of the devil. He was a horrible human being, capable of evil acts, but driven only by his twisted psyche. That was as far as it went. There was nothing supernatural about him, at least not then. The afterthought made her scalp crawl. Suleiman again looked at the door. Kerry checked surreptitiously, expecting Girl to have reappeared, but she was absent. Had Suleiman seen her, or were his actions and words nothing but a strange coincidence? She couldn't bring herself to ask. Never, before she had to Eric Swain, had Girl appeared to anyone but her. And there was a part of her that wanted things to stay that way. While Girl was hers to see alone, she could continue fooling, if not herself, then everyone else. She left the apartment, troubled by his assertion about a divine balance in the universe. To believe in angels, you had to accept the existence of demons. Had Girl returned to level the playing field with Swain, or for some other reason? Nala and Bailan had died, but other lives would be spared in their place. What path had she set out on since attending the shooting on Wandsworth Road? She laughed without humour, and again tears threatened her eyes. "You'll be on the road to madness if you keep thinking this way," she whispered. Chapter 15. There was no elusive figure lurking on the pavement outside her house when she arrived home that evening, neither Girl nor one more sinister. Adam's Ford Focus was missing, so she grabbed the opportunity to park before anyone stole the spot. As she got out the car, she felt a drip or two of rain, but the heavy showers of the past couple of days were finally passing. A warmer spell had been forecast, some laughingly predicting an Indian summer. Just then the skies were a uniform grey, similar to her mood. It had been a long day, and especially after her visit with Mr. Geddy, one that had left her in a confused fog. By the time she went off duty, she was so tired that Corber offered to drive her home. She reminded him he'd been on the go as equally long, and ordered him to go home and rest, shower and change his clothing, although the latter two instructions with a hefty pinch of salt. Perhaps accepting a lift home wouldn't have been a bad idea. Twice she'd zoned out at red lights, with the genuine fear that on one of those occasions she'd taken a micro-nap. It took the blaring horns of impatient drivers behind her to get her moving. She'd earlier resolved to make amends with Adam, but she was thankful she'd beaten him home. In her near-zombified state, she hadn't the energy. Hopefully she could grab a couple of hours' sleep before he got back. She stumbled inside to a living room that stank like a distillery. The stink was cloying, but cleaning the carpet would have to wait. In her bedroom, she plugged in her phone charger and attached the lead to her phone. Visited the loo, then staggered back to her bed. It hadn't been slept in last night. She crawled on top of the duvet, fully clothed, kicking off her shoes and letting them fall wherever gravity took them. Sleep came instantly, and it was absolute. But it didn't last. At some point, the depthless void began to take on shape and hues, and then she was standing at the apex of a tall tower. It bore no relation to the structure on which she'd cornered Eric Swain, but it was one and the same. This was more like a crumbling castle tower, with large, weathered sandstone blocks, and Kerry stood in rain, flattening her unruly auburn hair to her skull. She checked to her right for her mother, and spotted Siobhan reading a brass plaque screwed to a wooden trestle. Her mother wasn't reading the historical notes. She sought clues where Sally had gone. Kerry also looked for her sister, but in her heart there was a sense that Sally would never be found. Realisation took hold of her gut and gave it a sharp twist. She looked away from the past. Eric Swain leered at her across the tower's flat roof. The crenellations either side of him were reminiscent of huge slab-like teeth. He stalked towards her, and though she matched each step backwards, he gained with astonishing speed until he loomed over her. Her perspective was that of an 8-year-old child, and he full grown. He bent to study her, his single earring twinkling under the same errant spark that flashed a highlight on an eye-tooth. In this dark fantasy, Swain's hair was shaggier, his beard fuller, and his features not wholly his own. "You're the fell man," Kerry wheezed in a child's voice.
"I fell because you made me."
Swain reached for her, and from his wrist drooped a rigid cuff. Kerry backed away, looking for her mother to save her. Siobhan was gone.
"Now it's your turn to fall, bitch."
Swain lurched, and in desperation Kerry grasped at the dangling cuff and twisted it with fingers so soft they split on the metal. Swain barked in laughter, yanked his arm up, and still holding on, tiny Kerry Dark was plucked out of her Wellington boots and flipped between two crenellations. She fell head first towards a pavement dotted with chewing gum and bird shit. Way below her she spotted her adult self, standing under pelting rain, having turned away from a murdered girl hidden beneath a white forensic tent. Elder Kerry fisted her hands at her sides while cameras flashed, and then, as was the manner of illogical dreams, Kerry was within her older body, looking out through older eyes, as Funky ducked beneath the string of barrier tape, and the girl was gone.
"Boss? Detective Inspector?"
The sharp voice brought her to a halt, and she turned round and found D.S. Danny Corber eyeing her from beneath a frown. She glanced towards the entrance of Larkhall Park, and then blinked her confusion at Corber. He held up a flat white box and raised the lid almost reverently.
"Just what the doctor ordered, eh?"
She didn't want to look, but something compelled her against her will. The steaming contents were red and mushy, with tufts of wavy hair and a silver earring. Within the mess, a lupine mouth split wide.
"What's wrong with you, bitch? Don't you want any pavement pizza?"
Repulsed, Kerry cringed away, but Corber pursued her, shoving the box at her.
"Go on, boss, you know you want a slice."
Kerry screeched and backhanded the pizza box away, but Corber came on, pushing it under her nose. She averted her face, snatched for the box, and Kerry grabbed her mobile phone off the bedside cabinet and dragged it towards her. It was plugged into the wall. Still partly snared in the nightmare, she fought with the cord before the connector yanked loose, and she fell back on the bed. The room had fallen dark while she'd slept. The only light was from the phone's glowing screen. It cast moving shadows on the walls, sending a shudder of revulsion through her. If the caller was D.S. Corber telling her she wanted a slice of pizza, she'd go insane. It wasn't Corber.
"Kerry, it's me. Can you let me in?"
Who?
"It's me, Adam. Who do you think?"
Her ears felt stuffed with cotton wool, and the Sandman must have fly-tipped a dump truck full of aggregate under her eyelids. I was sleeping," she croaked. "Where's your key?"
"In my hand, but I still can't get in past the security chain."
"Sorry, the chain's on."
"I'd be in there with you instead of on my phone if it wasn't."
She had no recollection of securing the door chain, but then she'd little recollection of much since leaving the Nick. Even her nightmare was retreating to some hidden corner of her mind. She swung her feet over the edge of the mattress, and her toes found her discarded shoes. She didn't bother getting into them, just nudged them aside. She pushed up and stood swaying in almost pitch darkness. The bedroom had blackout curtains, a necessity for those whose shift patterns were as erratic as theirs. She tripped towards the door on remote control, and on the landing flicked on a light. She screwed her face against the glare, and told Adam she was on her way down. She fumbled her way down with one hand on the banister, the phone held to her ear with the other, updating Adam with her progress. "Almost there, I'll just be a sec." The stairs were situated in the front hallway. Adam could hear her without the benefit of his phone. The front door was open the few inches to the extent of its chain, and he'd ended his call the moment she'd left the bedroom and switched on the landing light. She had to close the door first to disengage the chain. He shoved inside, almost in frustration. But then Kerry grew aware of the slashing rain outside and thought those who'd predicted an Indian summer should instead have forecast a monsoon. Adam shook himself like a dog, and beads of moisture flew from his shaved head. His spectacled lenses were misted over. He pulled them off and blinked at her.
"Jesus Christ, Kerry!"
For a moment she grew defensive. Having to wait to be let in was no big deal. But then he leaned towards her and wrapped a big arm around her shoulders and pulled her into an embrace. She was still suffering a sense of dislocation and was as rigid as a plank. He released her slowly.
"I acted like a dickhead last night," he told her. "I saw what that bastard tried to do to you on video and—"
"You weren't to know." Kerry's tone was desultory. Adam studied the graze on her forehead. Now it had had time to bruise and the scrapes to scab. It probably looked worse than it had in the early hours of the morning. There was another swelling under her right eye that hadn't been apparent earlier.
"That bastard,"
Adam growled.
"It's a good job he's dead, or I swear to you I'd rip his head off."
His oath was pointless, but at least it held misguided sentiment. Kerry leaned into him, returned the hug, patting his back. Adam closed the door and followed her to the living room. He wrinkled his nose at the smell. "I haven't had time to clean," she said.
"Doesn't matter,"
he said.
"We'll sort it tomorrow. I've got the day off."
"I'm working." She slumped into the easy chair.
"I thought you were on suspension."
"That was before everyone learned the truth. You weren't the only one too quick to judge me." Adam spread his arms.
"I wasn't judging you. I was trying to be supportive. I still am."
"So where have you been?"
"What do you mean?"
"You know what I mean. You left for work in the early hours. It's... what now?" She glanced at their wall clock. "It's after 11 at night. Where have you been? Because you certainly haven't been here supporting me." She sniffed the air for the scent of beer or perfume. There was neither, and she caught herself before making an unfounded accusation.
"Overtime. I had to pull a few extra hours to cover a staff shortage. You know how it is."
"I thought that maybe you were avoiding me." He said nothing, and his silence was damning. She closed her eyes and sighed. Rocking forward, she cupped her face in her hands. "I don't blame you, Adam," she mumbled between her fingers. "I was a bitch. Let's just put last night behind us, eh?"
"You been back at work?"
"I had to face the music with Porter. And besides, I couldn't put off visiting Mr. Geddy any longer. Even if I hadn't been reinstated, I would have gone to see him, to pay my respects. It wasn't an easy visit."
"He was angry with you?"
"No, that's the thing. He was quite the opposite. He acted a little, I don't know, strange. Well, some of the stuff he said was strange."
"You should have let me know where you were going."
"Why? Would it have made a difference?"
"Well, no, I suppose not. But at least I wouldn't have worried so much about you."
She stared at him until he visibly squirmed. You made it clear you don't think I'm fit for police work, she reminded him. I'd have thought you'd be more worried knowing I'd gone back to work.
I thought you wanted to put last night behind us.
Adam took off his jacket. Underneath, he'd pulled a sweater on top of his uniform shirt. He began dragging it off, too. Only partly done, he stopped and stared back at her.
You want the truth, Kerry? I do think you need to get out of the job. Now, I'm not being an arsehole. I know from my own job the kind of demands you're under. The death of that woman and kid has hit you hard, and visiting the grieving father wouldn't have helped. I don't care what kind of face you've put on for everyone else. I know that you're hurting, especially about the girl getting killed.
She shook her head.
You aren't fooling me.
Adam snatched off the sweater, bundled it in his fists, then threw it down on top of the bedding on the settee. He pushed on his glasses, rough but determined to give her a magnified stink eye.
I heard you crying in the bathroom last night. Crying over Sally. That little girl's death has brought everything back that you've kept pent up about your sister.
Sometimes I wish I'd never told you about Sally going missing. Kerry struggled up from the easy chair. Adam lunged at her. He caught her shoulders and held her, off balance. If he let go, she'd fall on her backside.
Well, it's a bloody good job you did, isn't it? Otherwise, I'd have had no idea why you were jumping at shadows and speaking to yourself again.
What are you talking about? I don't...
It's getting worse, Kerry.
Now all anger had leached from Adam, and in its place was genuine concern.
It's your bloody job. It's doing you no good.
He shook her to force his point.
You're losing the frigging plot, love.
Oh, to hell with you. Digging in her bare feet, Kerry twisted sideways, tried to escape. Adam held on. She yanked out of his grasp and headed for the stairs. He paced after her, not finished yet. He caught her at the bottom step, grabbed her wrist, and she swung for him, her features twisted into a knot.
Don't,
he snapped. Her slap had fallen short by less than a few centimetres. She withdrew her hand, but kept it poised. Get off me, then!
Kerry, for God's sake, look at the way you're acting. Do you think you're being rational?
Let go of me, Adam! She turned over her hand, using an escape technique taught in self-defence classes. Adam only tightened his grip.
You need to take some time off,
he instructed.
You have to put some distance between you and this case. Jesus, Kerry, I'm only saying it for your own good.
I've a case to solve, she snapped, thinking of her oath to Suleiman Geddy. She worked her wrist more forcefully. He let go. She didn't run up the stairs, but faced him. She hadn't the energy to maintain anger. I'm only tired, Adam. I haven't slept well in days. I managed a couple of hours just now, but even then...
You dreamed about Sally,
he finished for her.
You're obsessed with finding her and, what did you call that nutter? The frigging fell man. That's my bloody point, Kerry. Taking on a case involving a dead girl isn't helping your mental health.
I'm not mentally ill. His head gave a tiny jerk to one side. And you're not equipped to diagnose me, she went on, so don't even try.
You're right, I'm not a psychiatrist, but I am your partner. I know when you're not yourself.
If you know me so well, you should know when to shut the hell up. Jesus, Adam! She threw up her hands in defeat. I'm going back to bed. You do whatever you want to do.
You should eat something, he countered. You look as weak as water. Bet your blood sugar is low. I can call out for a takeaway, huh? Chinese, Indian? Or we could order a...
Don't say pizza, Kerry groaned as she plodded upstairs. Just please don't. Chapter 16. So what do you reckon, boss? Minty fresh or what? Kerry nudged D.S. Corber away. She was in the driving seat, and he was supposed to be seated in the passenger side. He'd leaned across to breathe in her face. You do understand the definition of personal space, right? I understand it. Don't necessarily mean I care. Kerry wiped a spot or two of saliva off her cheek. You can say that again. Want one? Corber rattled a box of Tic-Tac breath mints. No, I'll pass, thanks. He rattled them under her nose. Go on, you know you want one. His words sent a flutter of panic through her. Yesterday's nightmare was still in her memory. Brash humour was a good antidote to fear. Put them away, Danny, or you'll be minty fresh at the other end when I shove them up your... Corber barked in laughter before she'd finished the threat of involuntary enema. He stowed the breath mints in an inside pocket as Kerry parked outside the late Eric Swain's house. She wasn't looking forward to speaking with Hetty. It was one thing controlling an official interview at a police station, entirely different when on hostile ground. A brand-new red Nissan Skyline was parked at curbside, the same car used to collect Hetty from the nick. Danny's attention swept over it, as if he was perusing a naked lady. Looks like we might not get Hetty all to ourselves. Despite being the girlfriend of a notorious criminal, Hetty Winters was also a human being. She was grieving the loss of her lover, and must contend with the arrangements for his funeral and internment once his body was released. At a time like this, it wasn't unusual to find she'd lean on others close to Eric. The car was probably owned by one of his lieutenants. Put it through PNC, she said. While he called through the details, she studied the house. The Venetian blinds at the windows of all but one bedroom were closed. Weak daylight reflected off the window, but Kerry was certain there was movement in the bedroom. Hetty, she thought. No reports on the Skyline, Corber said. It's registered to Zane McManus. We both know who that is. McManus was a known associate of Swain. Corber beat her to the punch, asking the control room about him. No markers or outstanding warrants, he announced. It was a shame. Arresting him for another crime would have allowed them to press him for information on the drive-by shooting. But what's he doing here? Do you think he could have been Swain's driver? Him and about 24 others. Swain's gang numbered around 30 key players, and twice as many again if you counted the drug dealers and pimps Swain allegedly supplied with their wares. When I'm speaking with Hetty, why don't you get McManus to one side and see what you can squeeze out of him? Her gaze flicked up to the bedroom window again. There was a face beyond the glass. It was indistinct, partially mottled by the daylight slanting inside through the open slats. All she could define was a few locks of wavy hair, a silver earring, and the edge of a mouth that buckled up in a sneer. Eric Swain's face loomed into clarity. Jesus Christ! She almost kicked her way into the car's back seat. Corber's head bounced off the ceiling, one hand gripping his heart. What the hell, boss? You trying to give me a heart attack or something? Gasping, Kerry craned for a better view. There was no face at the window. She blinked in open-mouthed apology at Corber. Sorry. For a second there I thought... Thought what? Corber checked back and forth, expecting an ambush. They were, after all, in Injun territory, and less popular than the 7th Cavalry. What the bloody hell did you see? Nothing. How could she admit to seeing a ghost without sounding totally insane? Corber was more friend than colleague to her, but even he might question her fitness for the job if she admitted to seeing Eric Swain. She drew a hand across her mouth and then quickly waved off his concern. Forget it. I didn't see a thing. Corber looked at her as if she'd grown 2 heads.
Kerry?
Really, forget about it, Danny. I just thought I spotted someone at the window. But it was only the shadows moving on the glass. He studied the bedroom window. The day had brightened a little, and it only reflected the sky. He chose not to immediately comment. She waited him out. But he was a stubborn sod. OK, for a second I thought I saw Eric Swain in his bedroom. She laughed at how ridiculous she sounded. But that's impossible, right? He shrugged, and surprisingly paraphrased Shakespeare.
Nothing's impossible. There are more things in heaven and earth, Kerry, than I've ever dreamed of.
So you do think there could be such thing as ghosts?
We're supposed to be open-minded,
he said, then added a wink and a caveat.
As long as it ain't so open, your blooming brains fall out. I choose not to think Swain's ghost's hanging around. God help us, I saw bugger all and I still came close to crapping me pants.
His crass humour broke the moment. Kerry laughed, shook her head, and before he could press her for an opinion on the spirit world, she got out the car. Corber mirrored her, but took a moment to unhitch his trousers from his backside before shutting the door.
I'm telling you, that was a close call,
he added for effect. Kerry didn't react. She put on her professional face and headed for the front path. To her right, she could see the tops of the quartet of towers, the one from which Swain had fallen 2 nights ago, looming over the adjacent rooftops. Weren't ghosts supposed to haunt the location where they died? Not in her experience. When she glanced up at his house, she avoided the bedroom window, in case she spotted Swain again. She averted her face as she strode to the front door and rapped on it officiously. A temporary repair had been made to the door, but it couldn't hide a delve left in it by the battering ram, or the twisted aspect of the uppermost hinge. Corber stayed a pace behind her, watching the living-room window. He spotted fingertips widening a gap in the Venetian blinds, as somebody checked them out. He held up his warrant card. From within there came muffled curses. Kerry and Corber exchanged glances. It took the best part of a minute and another knock from Kerry before Hetty answered.
You'll have to use the back door. This one won't open. You can blame the old Bill.
They followed a path between the house and a garden shed, to a gate that had been heightened to almost 7 feet tall by the addition of extra wire. Many criminals made fortresses of their homes. Often it was to slow down the police, but also as defence against other criminals. Yet a bolt could be slipped from their side, and the gate opened. More likely the gate had been extended to stop the collie dog roaming. Corber secured the gate behind him. As they walked around to the back, there was evidence of where the search team had dug holes in the flower borders around a neatly trimmed lawn. A yellow frisbee and a red nylon bone looked incongruous on the verdant grass. Hetty stepped out the back door to meet them. A cigarette jutted from her right hand, unlit. She sparked up a lighter and touched it to the end of her ciggy. She stood, making no invitation to her home. There were smudges of fatigue beneath Hetty's eyes, but otherwise she looked unaffected by her boyfriend's recent passing. But that was based on her good looks alone. She was fidgety, and when she drew on the cigarette, it was as if it were an oxygen pipe, and she had been submerged in the deepest of oceans.
You know you're the last person I want to see.
She aimed the glowing end of her cigarette at Kerry.
What do you want now?
I've got a few more questions for you.
Isn't the idea of police bail was so I have to return at a specific time and place to answer more questions? This is verging on harassment.
These might be questions you don't want to answer on tape. Kerry nodded past her towards the kitchen. Visitors, Hetty? Hetty was reluctant to say. Look, we heard you talking to somebody when we knocked, and we know that's Zane McManus's car out the front. Is he here or not? What you want Zane for? I don't, but you might not want him overhearing us. Hetty took another long drag on her cigarette. Zane called round to offer his condolences, yeah? Nothing else? You know he's my little cousin, don't you? The family connection had been lost on Kerry, but it made sense. Many criminal syndicates had extended families at their core. I'm not interested in Zane, said Kerry. Not unless I learn otherwise. How about you and I have a word out here, and D.S. Corber can go in and keep Zane busy? Fuck that! Hetty flicked her cigarette stump onto the path and left it smouldering. Too many nosy neighbours to have a private conversation out here. Without warning, she turned, leaned inside the house and hollered, Zane! Hey, Zane! Get your skinny arse out here! Zane had been lurking just out of sight, listening to their conversation. He was a tall, skinny youth, with sticky-out ears perfect for eavesdropping. As he appeared in the kitchen doorway, he made a show of innocence, eyes wide and mouth poised in question. What's up, Hetty? Do me a favour, she said in a tone that brooked no disagreement. Bring Tyke out on the back and throw his toys for him, will you?
Yeah, right, will do.
Zane disappeared a few seconds, then came out leading the collie. It regarded the police with the same tentative looks as Zane did as he coaxed the dog onto the lawn. Right, said Hetty. You two better come in then. Corber pointed at the back of the cigarettes poking out of her jeans pocket.
Can you spare one of those fags?
What? Now I've got to keep you fuckers supplied with ciggies?
Not unless you have any more cannabis lying around.
Corber grinned.
I'm happy to chill.
Hetty's nostrils flared a few times as she thought things over. She wasn't an idiot. She pulled out the pack, extended it to Corber, and he slid out a cigarette. Bet you want a light now?
Would be helpful.
She sparked her lighter, and he drew in the flame to the cigarette's tip.
Ifaristo.
Corber exhaled blue smoke and received a bewildered scowl.
It's an expression of thanks, but I bet it's all Greek to you, eh?
I haven't a clue what you're going on about. I have the same problem with him most of the time, Kerry added. It was a clumsy attempt at forming a common bond with Hetty, and earned her a snort of derision. She raised her eyebrows at Corber as Hetty went indoors, with a sharp command to follow me. Chapter 17. Empty cups and mugs were piled in the sink, but otherwise the kitchen was neat. Hetty had entertained visitors besides her cousin Zane that morning. Visitors paying their respects to a man who didn't deserve the sentiment. With Swain gone, it would cause a void in their criminal operation, so arrangements other than which hymns to sing at his funeral were probably discussed. Do you want some tea or coffee? Hetty flicked on the electric kettle. Kerry had taken tea from Mr. Geddy, but that was under different circumstances. She was about to refuse, except there were occasions where accepting a hot cuppa helped to melt the ice. She nodded her thanks. I'll have a tea, please. Milk, 1 sugar. Hetty fetched 2 fresh mugs from a cupboard and dished tea bags into them. Sit down. She aimed a nod at a chair standing kitty-corner to the table. We're alone, right? Kerry thought about the face she'd spotted at the bedroom window. A shiver of uncanny dread played the length of her spine, and she squirmed her feet. Hetty eyed her. I already told you. Do you think I want anyone overhearing us? No more than Kerry did. She felt as if malicious, unseen eyes scrutinised her from the open hallway door.
Wanting no unwelcome surprises, she dragged around the chair so the doorway was in view. The light play in the hall remained steady. Hetty kept her back to her while she prepped milk and sugar in the mugs and waited for the kettle to boil. Her shoulders were tense. "This must feel weird to you, Inspector." Hetty had no idea how weird. "I'm only doing my job." "Yeah, I know that. But sitting here, drinking tea with me after what happened to Eric, it's bloody awkward." It was very awkward and downright eerie, especially when the subject of their discussion could be lurking in earshot. However, she wouldn't apologise. It was Eric's fault he fell from the roof, and Eric who'd murdered a mother and child in cold blood. "I think it's important we speak straight, Hetty. I sympathise with you, as a woman who has also lost somebody important, but I'm not here to offer fake platitudes. It's horrible for you, but I've also to think about a young family murdered by your boyfriend." Stirring furiously, Hetty added water to the mugs. Kerry was on high alert. Being so direct when she was wielding boiling water wasn't such a good idea. Even when Hetty set aside the kettle, she didn't relax. Having a mug of scalding tea thrown over her was still a possibility. Hetty set down the mugs, slid one to Kerry and took the chair opposite. "It's a shame what happened." Her eyes glistened. "I still can't believe Eric would shoot when those poor innocent people were in the way." Kerry stayed silent, busying her hands with spooning out the dripping tea bag. Her silence encouraged Hetty to fill the void. "I'm not going to lie to you. Eric had his faults." She laughed bitterly at the inanity of her words. "He could be, well, not very nice. But it still shocked me when I realised what he'd done." "You accept that Eric was the one responsible for the shooting?" Hetty fiddled with her mug of tea, her face downcast. When she looked up, tears made twin tracks down her cheeks. "I can't deny that the evidence points at him. Not after you found that old gun hidden out the back." She chewed her lips. "I swear to you, I'd no idea he'd taken it or buried it in the garden. I've always tried to see the good in Eric, but I'd be a fool to think those were the actions of an innocent man." Kerry had prepared for an argument, a drawn-out process of recrimination and denial before Hetty saw sense. But the evidence certainly pointed at Eric. Had she wondered about her boyfriend's involvement even before the cops arrived? Had the anonymous tip-off to the police hotline about the gun's location come from closer to home than she'd suspected? She didn't get a sense of that from Hetty. "Can I ask you a blunt question?" Hetty's shoulders rose and fell. "If Eric was still alive," Kerry prompted, "how would you feel about him now?" Hetty tipped her mug and downed half its steaming contents, an action designed to give her some thinking time. Mirroring her, Kerry picked up her mug and took a sip. "If you mean about him killing a kid, I'm not sure it's something I could forgive him for," Hetty admitted. Kerry was under no illusion. Hetty was fully aware of Swain's criminal activities. She had a beautiful home and lifestyle purchased by the misery of others. To most of what he'd got up to she'd turned a blind eye, and now and again possibly raised a glass in celebration. If Funky Ikemba were lying dead in a gutter, Hetty wouldn't give a shit. But in shooting a little girl, even she thought Swain had crossed a line. "So you believe that he should be punished?" "I dunno." "You said you couldn't forgive him. So don't you think he should be punished for his crime?" "It's too late for that now." Kerry shook her head. "It isn't too late for justice. Somebody helped Eric. Somebody was behind the wheel of the car when he shot Nala and Bailan."
She deliberately named the victims to humanise them, to give them back the life snatched from them during the senseless act. Whoever drove the car is complicit with Eric in the shooting. Out in the garden, Tyke barked with exuberance. Zane laughed and goaded the dog on. Corber laughed too. Hetty's attention slid to the open door. Kerry stared at her intently until she caught her attention. Hetty gave a brief headshake. It wasn't Zane. Then who? Another long gulp drained Hetty's mug. She stood and turned her back on the question. She dumped the mug in the sink with the others, braced her palms on the kitchen counter, shoulders rounded as she thought. I admitted that Eric went out that day on business, but I also told you I didn't know what he was up to or who with. I still don't. The day before, D.C. Mel Scanlon had seized the keys to Swain's lock-up garage, and a search of it had failed to turn up any further evidence. The keys had been held onto, but whether they pointed to anything important was yet to be figured out. You know by now that Eric's Subaru was used during the shooting, and later found burned out. I've heard that car was his pride and joy. In fact, wasn't it you who said that? Well, it was once, but not for donkeys. He hasn't driven it for a long time. No, I'm surprised you haven't checked. He lost his licence 18 months back. Accumulation of points for speeding, using his mobile and bollocks like that. The Subaru's been parked in the lock-up since. Which makes me think that he was being driven around by somebody else. Hetty sniffed. He has lots of friends and they all drive. Surely he had a favourite. Somebody he relied on more than others, particularly when conducting business. I warned you once before. Don't try putting words in my mouth. I'm not. I'm only trying to help you think. I think I'm done with thinking. Hetty was wiped out rather than angered. You should drink up and go. I'm sorry, Inspector Dark, but I can't help you. I can help you, though, Kerry said. You're possibly looking at a conspiracy to murder charge? Or an aiding and abetting charge at the very least. Help me, Hetty, and I'll make sure you're cleared of any involvement before anyone goes to trial. I've nothing to be cleared of. For the first time, Kerry noticed Hetty's sapphire engagement ring had been removed, as if she'd already begun the process of disassociating herself from her child-killing boyfriend. It was something Kerry could work on. But before she got the opportunity, Hetty snapped her ring-free hand at the barely touched tea. Come on, drink up, or leave it. I want you to go. Kerry stood. She'd hoped for more, but it wasn't the right time to push. Hetty was at a fork in the road. Angering her again would force her down the wrong track. Here are my details, she said, planting a card down beside her abandoned tea. Use my mobile number. Don't contact me via the station if you want to speak to me more about this. We should keep it hush-hush. That doesn't sound like police procedure to me. Hetty crossed her arms across her breasts. Everything we've said today is off the record. Same if you come up with any names. Hetty promised nothing. Chapter 18. D.S. Corber took over the driving duties as they returned to the police station, allowing Kerry time to mull things over. She should have been thinking about the case, but her personal problems were more distracting. She was still fuming at Adam. They hadn't set a date for their wedding, and it was a bloody good job too. If he was the type to try to dominate and control her this early on in their relationship, she wasn't certain she wanted to be Mrs. Kerry Gill. His assertion that her job was too much for her to cope with was plain wrong. She was a good copper, and he'd no right to say otherwise. She dedicated herself to becoming one of the youngest female detective inspectors in the Met, and hadn't reached that position by going down on her knees for her male superiors. Hard graft and determination were her pedigrees. And where did he get off insinuating she was losing her mind? Maybe she'd acted a little irrationally, but people of sound mind could suffer temporary blowouts when stressed. Practically warning that she was going nuts wasn't the correct approach if he hoped to ease her worries. Back when first she'd grown aware of girls' presence, Dr. Ron had cleared her of any underlying mental health issues, so why should seeing her again now be any different? Admittedly, seeing Swain was another matter entirely, but what if it were part of a similar process? What if she did have some kind of heightened ability to see beyond the norm? What would Adam think then? On the face of it, the idea was laughable, but who knew? There were swindlers and charlatans, but also people with genuine extrasensory powers. People who claimed to communicate with the dead and see into the future. They could be a bit wacky, but they weren't necessarily mad or frauds. And yet Adam hadn't directly referred to any claim she'd made of seeing Girl or anything else. His accusation was that her obsession with finding Sally and catching the fell man was unhinging her. She wished she'd never confided in him her reasons for pursuing a law enforcement career. Every time the subject came up, Adam found a way to use it to undermine her. His notion of tough love wasn't being helpful. Byland's death had affected her deeply, no denying it. But it wasn't the first death that had touched her while she'd been in the job. What kind of detective would she be if she didn't show compassion for the victims of crime? Having empathy with them ensured she tried her hardest to bring their attackers to justice. Normally her response was cold determination, and it drove her to catch the perpetrators. Byland's death had hit her in a different way, though. Deep sadness. And then there was Eric Swain's horrible end, and her swift suspension from duty. Was it any surprise she wasn't acting herself? Adam should know better. He'd brought his work home with him before, and she'd been a rock for him. Not so much a shoulder to cry on. Adam wasn't prone to the gentler emotions, but a comforting presence. She had been his girl. He simply didn't understand her. Her need to catch the fell man and discover the fate of her sister had become obsessive. In parts it had consumed her, but it had also shaped the adult she'd become. Throughout her police career it had possibly saved lives and definitely led to the conviction of other criminals. It was an obsession, yes, but for the good. And it was more than that. It was a personal quest. Well, if Adam didn't like it, he could lump it. What are you saying? You should choose your quest over the man you love. Oh, she shouldn't have to choose. Though Adam might. Lately she'd had the feeling that he wasn't equipped to handle the baggage she'd brought into their relationship. Well, that's his problem, not mine. If he isn't happy, he knows where he can get off. The thought hit her like a slap. Stomach acid bubbled up her throat. Jesus, Kerry, is that what you really want? They had met when Kerry, at the time a detective sergeant, visited HMP Belmarsh to conduct follow-up inquiries with a remand prisoner. Adam had been her assigned escort inside the prison. A big, smart, efficient guy who was polite and attentive, and judging by his lingering eye contact, found something in Kerry's mismatched irises mesmerising. By chance, they'd bumped into each other again months later, this time during a night out with some of her colleagues at a bar on Tottenham Court Road. She hadn't noticed him, but she was instantly recognisable to him. He'd made the first move, and they hooked up instantly. Totally out of character for her. Kerry had slept with him that night, and it had sealed their bond, and apart from where their alternating shift patterns dictated their lives, had barely been apart since. Was she prepared to lose Adam for the sake of... She didn't end the thought. It wasn't a debate. Now you're being a selfish bitch. No. This wasn't about selfishness. Her quest was as much a part of her as her heterochromia, her arms and legs, her heart and soul. If Adam wanted one part of her, he must accept all. A person's faults were equally as important to their makeup as their virtues. So, cut Adam some slack for being an insensitive dick. Embrace his faults too. Her train of thought fell silent. She could almost imagine the tumbleweeds rolling past. Almost. But apparently her imagination wasn't as fertile as it was when conjuring girl or shit. She could deny the past few incidents all she wanted, but the shape lurking behind DCI Porter, then in her office and recently leering from Hetty's bedroom window, was undeniable. You shouldn't dwell on Eric Swain. Kerry gawped at D.S. Corber. Sorry? She asked once she'd caught her breath. Swain. You should put him out of your mind. It was almost as if Corber were the one with the extrasensory perception and had read her mind. She shook her head. What happened to him was horrible, but you don't have to carry any guilt. Corber expounded. You ask me, well, it's guilt that made you think about him back there at his house. It wasn't a ghost, Kerry, it's just guilt. Kerry said nothing. They were waiting at a red light, boxed in by black cabs and delivery vehicles on all sides. Ahead of them, a twin-carriage bus blocked the road, its extra length unable to clear the intersection. Horns blared in annoyance. I'm not dwelling on guilt over Swain's death, she finally said. Only on what he's responsible for. You shouldn't carry that kid Steph on your shoulders either. She was called Bylan, and she was only 10. I know, Kerry. I don't mean to trivialise her murder. It's a horrible waste of a young life. But you can't let it get to you. You have to compartmentalise. Put it away in a box so it don't eat you up. Corber didn't look at her once. I'm not. Corber looked at her then. His eyebrows rose in question. Look, Danny, I appreciate your concern. But you don't have to worry about me. If I am dwelling on Swain, it's only because we need a quick result on this case. They both understood that it was only a matter of time before their superiors expected firm resolution to the case. More importantly, she'd promised Bylan's father she'd do everything in her power to catch and punish her killers. Tell me about Zane McManus, she said bluntly. He's an idiot. Aye, well, that's a given. Any suggestion he was the driver? He's too stupid to have been involved. I ain't suggesting...
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
doesn't play a part in Swain's activities, but in a less demanding role. He drives. He has, what was it, a Nissan Skyline? She didn't wait for Corber's confirmation. I don't need to be a petrolhead to know a Skyline doesn't come cheap. How old, Zane? Early 20s? A kid his age, and I'm assuming with no full-time employment and scrounging benefits, couldn't buy that car, let alone pay the extortionate insurance on it. You called him stupid, but he's obviously clever enough to do something for Swain that lines his pockets. I ain't denying he's getting bunged a few quid, and the Skyline was probably an incentive to obligate him to Swain. But I had a good chinwag with him. He's a bit of a numpty. You asked me, the only reason he's been taken into the fold is 'cause he's Etty's cousin. He's good for running a few errands, the odd street-level drug deal, and keeping Tyke entertained. He's a glorified dog-sitter, and like I said, a numpty. He ain't somebody you'd trust to back you up on a drive-by shooting. Kerry rolled her neck. The bus had finally cleared the intersection, but standing traffic still blocked them in. The lights had gone through their sequence twice in the meantime. Other drivers were growing impatient and frustrated, and the sounds of horns were insistent. We don't rule Zane out yet, Kerry decided. I want Mel to concentrate on collating the file and doing follow-up inquiries with witnesses at the scene. I could also do with her viewing the CCTV we've seized. We only need one clear picture of the driver, and it should be enough to identify him. Mel Scanlon had widened the ring in regard CCTV evidence, checking street cameras between Wandsworth Road and the bank of the Thames, where the Subaru was later found burnt out. Glenn and Tony, I want working their chiz for any of Swain's associates we haven't already identified. A covert human intelligence source was a police term for an informant, though they were often called by a more derogatory term. Occasionally a grass could be compelled to squeal simply through their hatred of the person they were fingering, or through monetary reward. It didn't matter how they got the intelligence, as long as she learned a credible name to follow up on. I'll keep working on Hetty. And I think another discussion with Funky's on the cards. The traffic abruptly started moving. They took a left and joined another queue of slow-moving traffic.
Did Bob Greer get back to you?
Corber asked.
Once things quietened down at Swain's place, he told me he needed to speak with you about the gun.
Greer knew more about weapons than her. He was a resource she should pull on. There was something troubling about the manner in which the gun was found, but what it was she hadn't worked out yet. Whatever Greer had to tell her could prove important. She took out her mobile and rang the control room, asked a dispatcher for Greer's personal line. It rang out. When she checked, she discovered the sergeant was on his rest days. She rang his home number. A sullen teenaged boy answered. "Hello, can I speak with Bob Greer, please?" she asked. Without answering, the youth placed down the handset. "Dad, some woman for you." In the background, Kerry heard soft muttering, clattering, then a gruff voice.
"This better not be another flaming market research survey."
The words were directed at the boy, who said something that could be deemed racist and sexist.
"It ain't a Packie, it's some Geordie bird."
She wasn't a Geordie, but Southerners often mistook her accent. "Bob," she announced as soon as he made a gruff hello down the phone. "It's D.I. Kerry Dark. I hope I'm not intruding."
"Oh, hi, Kerry,"
he said, his tone brightening.
"Nah, it's nothing that can't be put off. My missus has me assembling some flat-pack cupboards. It's taken me bloody hours, so I'm due a break."
"Those things can be torture," she agreed. The other night at Eric Swain's place, you wanted to tell me something about the gun, but I didn't get back to you."
Yeah, your hands full at the time."
He chuckled.
During the commotion, I took an impromptu head dive into a bloody wall, so I forgot about it myself.
Danny Corber said you asked for me to get in touch after. Sorry about the slow reply.
Yeah, well, you can't be blamed for that either. Oh, that boss of yours.
Say no more, she said.
Yeah, that may be best. Look, something bothered me about that Webley we found.
Go on, Bob.
From what I know of the drive-by, there were 3 shots fired. 3 brass shells found at the scene.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what bothers me. See, there were 4 bullets found in the gun.
And it was a 6-shot revolver. Aye, the numbers don't add up, said Kerry, pleased she'd already noted the disparity.
Swain could have easily reloaded an extra bullet afterwards. Why he'd do that, if he intended burying the gun, we'll probably never know. But that's not what's been bothering me. You know how a revolver works, don't you?
I have the basic concept.
I wasn't trying to insult your intelligence. Just some people unfamiliar with firearms make assumptions based on what they've seen in movies. Brass shells tinkling round the gunman's feet. That's okay if the gun was a pistol. It doesn't happen like that with a revolver. After the bullet's been fired, the empty shell stays in the chamber, while the cylinder rotates to set the next live round. For those expended shells to be found at the scene, they had to have been taken out the cylinder and dumped out the car window. Well, nobody with an ounce of savvy about forensics would do that. And they were savvy enough to burn out the getaway car. Who wastes time to dump the empties and load a single cartridge when there's still 3 live rounds in the gun?
It does sound implausible.
Or deliberate.
Chapter 19. Get the brews in, Danny, and I'll see you all in the office in 5. Corber flicked an aye-aye salute and sauntered towards the canteen, with the intention of rounding up the rest of their team en route. Kerry made a swift visit to the loo, avoiding glancing at the vanity mirrors over the sinks and almost diving inside a cubicle. After she washed her hands, again averting her gaze from her reflection, she was in the act of drying her hands before realising how irrational her behaviour was. What exactly was she so afraid of? She should be inured to weird hallucinations by now. Girl's appearance was always eerie, but she'd never felt threatened by her. It was the other presence she was afraid of. He was sinister. The problem with irrationality was that it was a self-propagating condition. The more she denied seeing Swain, the more she tried not to see him. But the harder she tried, the more he remained in the forefront of her thoughts, and the more she feared he'd appear again. She almost fled the bathroom in panic. Mercifully, the locker room was empty this time, so she was able to gather her shredded nerves before exiting into the corridor and scuttling for the GAOC office. She had the room to herself. Thankfully, DCI Porter was attending a Trident strategy meeting at New Scotland Yard. The reprieve was welcome. It was an opportunity to get her facts together before giving Porter a progress report. All she had was a disparity in numbers. 3 shots fired, 3 spent shells at the scene, 4 live rounds in the murder weapon, a 6-shot revolver. It didn't make sense. She couldn't act until she figured out why the numbers didn't add up. Her team had collated a flowchart and pinned it to the office wall. It listed Eric Swain and his known associates. Corresponding mugshots had been added where available, but some of those named had little more than their dates of birth and last known addresses listed. She studied the board, hoping a name would jump out and demand further investigation. Henrietta Jane Winters and Zane McManus were situated at opposite ends of the known associates chart. Her attention drifted over the spaces between the two, absorbing names and faces. One of them was the person she sought. She took a step back, as if the bigger picture would become clearer if viewed from a distance.
Look closer.
She felt as much as heard those words. They were carried on a sharp exhalation that ruffled the hair around her left ear. She spun around, her hand clasping down on the spot. Her skin was icy, clammy, and there was a residue of static electricity that crawled down her cheek on scuttling insect legs. Snapping her head about, she searched for who'd spoken. Nobody. Holding her breath, she twisted to face the chart again, briefly hoping she was the victim of a prank, and the Joker had moved counter to her. Nobody. The voice must have originated out in the corridor. The exhalation of cold air from... All the fans had been turned off while the office was empty. There was nowhere it could have come from. The office was its usual sealed tomb, airless and still. Her fingertips played across her ear and jaw. The tickle of electricity was now the caress of an airborne spider's web. Goose pimples rose over her entire body, and her short hairs stirred to attention. Uncanny dread clawed at her. She sought escape, lunged for the door. A second icy breeze struck her face, halting her. This time the words felt tattooed into her skin by jabbing needles.
I said, look closer, you wall-eyed slag.
She swiped at the empty air, batting at invisible webs of energy, crying out, stumbled backwards on rubbery legs. Her mind was chaotic, questions tumbling. What, where, how, who?
You fucking know who.
This time the voice came from her right. She cowered away. Didn't want to look, but she must. The air directly in front of the flowchart rippled, as if disturbed by a wafting thermal haze. Snatches of colour dimmed, then brightened, and there was a scattering of twinkling highlights. Silver and pearl. Indistinct shapes and shades coalesced and took on form. A wolfish visage jumped into clarity, framed by shaggy blonde locks and a silver earring.
Look closer, bitch.
Kerry shrieked, battered in horror at the face of a dead man. Her arms swept through the image, tearing it into translucent wisps and scattering them. She raced for the door. Before she could reach it, she suffered a moment of stark lucidity. Stumbled to a halt. She braced her left hip against Mel Scanlon's desk, one hand covering her mouth as she aimed a tentative glance at where Swain had appeared. She was unsure if the rippling haze in the air was genuine or a result of her wet eyes. "Neither," she croaked into cupped fingers. "It's all in your head. Adam was right. You are losing it." Girl, supposedly the product of a child's fertile imagination, had forever been a silent companion. Kerry had grown used to visual hallucinations, so much so that for years she'd ignored them entirely, and Girl had faded into the deepest corners of her subconscious. Noticing her again only a few days ago at the murder scene of a similarly aged child was perhaps not entirely unexpected. But seeing Swain was unexpected and frightening. To hear his voice was terrifying. Whether his words were a form of auditory hallucination, she couldn't ignore their consequence. This was an entirely new level of craziness. She balked against the notion. Insane people didn't recognise their insanity. Did they? "I'm not mad," she whispered. She was tired, stressed, annoyed, but not going insane. "I'm not mad. I'm not mad." She straightened, staring directly at the shimmering atmosphere, challenging Swain to materialise again. Everything was as it should be. Scanning the entire room, she saw nothing out of place. The only sound was the low hum of the overhead lights and the distant ambient noises of a busy police station muffled by intervening walls and doors. See? I'm not mad, she confirmed with a little more backbone. And it wasn't a moment too soon, because the door opened and Tony Whittle held it open so Glenn Scott could enter, carrying a tray filled with 5 steaming mugs. Corber and Mel following. Kerry returned their greetings with individual nods, but didn't speak for fear her voice quivered. She was torn, glad of their presence, but wishing she'd had a couple more minutes to get composed. She could tell herself she wasn't mad, but judging by their frowns and glances, her team had other ideas. Corber was last to have seen her, so to him her current dishevelled appearance was most obvious. Once Glenn set down the tray, the DS grabbed a mug of tea and offered it to her. Trembling, Kerry accepted it, grateful of something to do other than speak. Corber aimed a silent question at her. She shook her head gently, said, "Some personal stuff I'm dealing with."
Swain again?
Adam. Her fiancé was as good as an excuse as any. She lowered her head and Corber got the message. He took control of the briefing and doled out the team's responsibilities as prescribed by Kerry earlier. Once he was done, he offered Kerry the floor, sensing she'd regained a grip of her emotions. Her instruction was short and pointed. "You know what we need to do, so let's do it." Mel headed out to scare up the video evidence she was waiting for, while Glenn and Tony got on with contacting and arranging meetings with their informants. Kerry followed Corber through the nick to the canteen to freshen their cups. A trio of patrol officers were finishing up their fish and chips lunch, laughing and bullshitting, and once they dumped their papers and plastic cups in a bin, the 2 detectives had the canteen to themselves.
How do you feel about taking some advice from a lowly detective sergeant, boss?
Corber paused. Depends on whether it's about my love life. You're a confirmed bachelor, Danny. Your advice might not be the best.
I know things ain't good at home for you, he said, but avoiding the issue won't help.
You and Adam need to sit down and have a heart-to-heart. Get things straight between you again. This... He touched 2 fingers to her upper chest, then immediately to her forehead. Has to be kept in line with this. One can't work without being in tune with the other. Not if you want to stay balanced. What do you mean by staying balanced? I'm not going crazy if that's what you're suggesting. Corber forced a sad smile. See, that's exactly what I mean. Any other time you'd have made a joke of that. Not got pissed off. You ain't acting yourself, Kerry. You're whatchamacallit. Off kilter. Nuts? No, not crazy, but acting out of character. Well, it's hardly surprising. No, it ain't. Corber took a furtive glance around to ensure they were still unobserved. But it is noticeable. Well, I'm just tired. I haven't slept well and... He sighed. The reasons ain't what's important, Kerry. The symptoms are. You know earlier, when we was coming back from Hetty's place, if I didn't know you better, I'd swear you were high on speed. Your eyes were jumping all over the shop, and you were flinching at everything. Not just flinching either. It was as if you were expecting to be slapped or something. When I think about it, it started when we first got there, and you thought you spotted Swain at the bedroom window. Yeah, well, I told you then it was just the shadows on the glass. And we both know you were lying, boss. He held up a palm to placate her. Sorry, lying is a poor choice of word. I mean, you were sparing me the truth. Till you admitted you saw Swain at the window. Spare me the semantics. she said, attempting to make it sound like a quip. He didn't respond with humour. He peered at her, his pupils darting from her amber iris to her green iris and back again before he came to a decision. What you thought you saw them is still troubling you. Did you see him again just now? Danny, you're forgetting. I didn't really see him. I told you it was just the reflection of the clouds. Boss, you can call me all the names under the sun, but don't call me cabbage-coloured. You're a tough girl, and brave as a lion, but what I saw, what exactly did you see? You were spooked, Kerry. Something put the willies up you, and we both know what, and I think it's still putting the willies up you now. Well, that's where you're wrong, then. It's you that's seeing things, Danny, not me. She touched her pocket where she'd secreted her mobile. I'd just got off the phone with Adam. We were having a barney, and I was embarrassed that the others might have heard. If you say so, Corber said, unconvinced. But if that's true, you should still take my original advice. Go home, speak with Adam, get your head sorted. There's nothing wrong with my head. Now, I appreciate your concern, you're a good friend, but shut the fuck up, okay? She gave him a friendly shove on his shoulder. He regarded her stonily, but two could play at that game. I'm not going home. I'm going to rattle Funky's cage. You can come with me or stay here and play Uri Geller with somebody who actually needs their spoons bending. Chapter 20. There was never any question about the choice D.S. Corber made. He'd said his piece, been listened to, and Kerry had chosen to ignore his advice. Fair do. He'd let things rest at that. He wasn't the type to beat any friends into submission, and was also astute enough to know he'd be adding to her troubles if he did. As long as she understood he had her back, and was there to support her if she needed him, he was satisfied. He liked Kerry Dark a great deal. She fascinated him, and his opinion wasn't based entirely on her looks. She wasn't a classical beauty, or a fake like Hetty Winters, who reminded him of biting into a fresh, crisp apple only to find a rotten core. To some people, those with heterochromia could appear odd, and maybe even a little creepy, but on Kerry the condition added to her allure. He could spend hours lost in her gaze, but was afraid she'd misconstrue his attention. Actually, who was he kidding? He was in love with her, but was terrified she found out in case she laughed in his face. He wasn't a bad-looking bloke, but he wasn't tall and broad-shouldered like hunky ex-soldier Adam Gill, who was obviously her type. Besides, she was his boss, and he couldn't see how a relationship could work if he made his affections known and they were reciprocated. For starters, they wouldn't be allowed to work together, and it was unlikely Kerry would get the transfer she'd requested. He'd be the one kicked out of GAOC and shipped out to another station. The last thing he wanted. He wanted to be with Kerry, and if that meant keeping his feelings secret, so be it. He hated watching her go through this current turmoil, be it due to her fiancé or the aftermath of watching a man plummet to his death. He was driving again, taking them across the Thames towards the Patmore estate, a stomping ground of the Nine Elms crew. Respecting Kerry's silence, he kept stum, but couldn't resist an occasional glance to check on her. She was aware of his scrutiny, but refused to look directly at him. She struggled to keep a neutral expression, though. Her fingers were constantly at play, even though she'd folded her hands in her lap. Twice he caught her flinching, as if in automatic response to a perceived danger, and catching herself in the act, she'd coughed and exaggerated an itch on her face by scratching vigorously. Her bruised forehead was dotted with perspiration. He didn't comment, waited her out instead. They were on Thessaly Road, passing a huge fruit and vegetables market complex, when she finally spoke. It was only to confirm Ikemba Adefunke's last known address, a couple of streets over, in the midst of the housing estate. As the crow flew, They were less than 400 metres from where Nala and Bailan Geddy were gunned down on Wandsworth Road. He didn't need GPS to guide him in. He was familiar with the area. Funky lived in a decent neighbourhood, but as was the case with many estates, it only took a notorious minority to bring it down. Jermaine Robson's crew numbered as many as Eric Swain's rival gang, and ruled their territory with an iron fist. Funky's home was situated on the uppermost floor in a row of apartment blocks, part of a complex encircling a central garden. They found Funky standing out on the pavement, conversing with a couple of friends. They slapped palms and knuckles in flamboyant handshakes. Criminals had an inherent skill for spotting cops, and before either of them was out of the vehicle, Funky's pals sloped away, averting their faces. Funky pushed his hands in his tracksuit trouser pockets and bunched them to hitch them up. He rolled his tongue behind his bottom lip as they approached, then dribbled saliva between his feet in greeting.
Inspector Dark.
Once again her name sounded as if it was something to be reviled.
What do you want? The other day was a one-time only deal.
He glanced around, checking he was unobserved.
You're endangering me and my family by showing up here.
Haven't you heard? Kerry asked. You don't have to worry about Eric Swain coming after you again.
I heard. You did us all a service when you threw the bastard off that roof.
Corber expected Kerry to correct Funky, but she didn't. Is there somewhere more private we can speak? She said. Funky shook his head.
I don't speak with the pigs.
Only when it suits you, mate, Corber said. Funky strutted forward a few paces. Corber held his ground. He wasn't intimidated, even if Funky stood a head taller. The gangster bent his vulture neck to set his face a few inches from his.
It would suit me better if you fucked off somewhere else, mate.
I've a better idea, said Corber. How's about you turn out your pockets for me? I'll be interested in seeing what it was you were handing out to your bros when we got here. What do you say, Funky? Turn out your pockets or you'll be down the nick for a full strip search.
You want to see what I've got?
He sneered, made a show of pulling out the empty lining of his pockets.
Oh, would you look what I just found?
He raised his balled fists, both middle fingers extended.
Got one for each of you.
Beside Corber, Kerry exhaled. He glanced at her, fully expecting her to order Funky's arrest, except she wasn't going down that route. She dabbed her fingertips across her forehead, mopping cold sweat from her brow. I haven't the time or patience for this, Funky, she said calmly. I've a couple of questions for you, that's all. Then you can get back to whatever the hell you waste your life on. I don't have to remind you that we could be investigating your murder instead, and I'm pretty sure you'd want us to get to the bottom of it.
Swain was a shit aim,
he reminded her.
Not sure you'd be investigating anyone's murder if that woman and kid hadn't got in the way.
Let's not argue semantics, Kerry said, her word for the day. Corber doubted Funky knew the meaning of the term, but who knew? He didn't get to be an inner echelon player in the Nine Elms crew by being dumb, unless you were muscle, and Funky hadn't earned a rep as a fighting man. You said you recognised Eric Swain as the shooter. Funky rolled his neck in silent agreement. But you didn't notice the driver of the car, Kerry went on. Do you recall how many shots were fired?
3. Like I said, shit aim. Or maybe the kiddie in the pram would have been dead as well.
He spoke as if Taban would have been a bonus prize. Corber had to hold his tongue, wondering at Kerry's approach. She didn't rise to the taunt. You said you stared at Swain, challenging him to shoot.
That's right. It's how I got a look at him, and none of the driver.
You said the driver was white.
I got the impression he was white. He was in the corner of my eye.
That's funny. When I see something out of the corner of my eye, they're only vague shadows. Corber caught a brief glance from her, as if she was checking he hadn't read anything from her words. But before he could give it much thought, she continued, I can rarely define colour or shade in my periphery. How can you be certain the driver was white?
What are the chances that Swain was riding with a black man?
He had a point. Swain's gang was exclusively white.
So maybe I glanced at him. Can't recall any features or anything else. But I saw a white face.
What else might you have glanced at?
I don't know what you mean.
OK, so let me clarify. You stared at Swain, counted the shots he fired at you, 3 of them. So what happened next?
They took off down Wandsworth Road like a stink of shit.
Immediately?
Yeah.
And then you took cover in the shop in case they came back?
I took cover in the shop 'cause it was bucketing down, not 'cause I was afraid.
So you only went inside after the car was driven away? Funky threw up his hands.
I'm a fucking speaking Klingon here. How many times?
That's enough times for now. Kerry turned away and strode to the car, wrong-footing Corber by her abrupt abandonment. Funky gawped at him.
Is she right in the head or what?
No, mate. She just can't abide being near arseholes for long.
I pity her then,
Funky sneered.
seeing as you'll be getting back in that car with her.
Corber winked.
Takes one to know one.
Funky raised an index finger again and backpedaled away. Corber watched him retreat until he disappeared inside the apartment block. He headed for the car. Kerry was already inside, deep in thought. He slid into the driver's seat, frowning.
I thought you wanted to press Funky for more.
We got what we wanted from him.
We did?
If they had, he'd missed the subtext of the conversation. Care to elucidate, boss? Funky's a liar. Well, goes without saying. But on what exactly was he lying? Everything. 3 shots fired, 3 brass shells at the scene. Corber's eyebrows knitted. Sorry, Kerry. You're going to have to help me out here. You heard what Funky said. He stood there like the big man challenging Swain to shoot. Swain fired 3 times and then took off like, quote-unquote, stink-off shit.
Yeah? So?
So, when was Swain supposed to have unloaded the spent rounds, thrown them out of the window, and loaded a fresh bullet into the revolver? He'd overheard her telephone discussion with Bob Greer regarding the workings of a Webley Mark IV, and wasn't thick. He understood now. Funky was lying about the sequence of events, or had manipulated them to suit his narrative.
He probably barely got a look at Swain, or what the hell really happened, 'cause he was too busy running for his life.
All of that stuff about staring down Swain's a load of old macho bollocks. I have to admit there was one point he made that rang true. Swain's driver should have been white. That doesn't help us. It was already a given, seeing as Swain was a racist. Aye, right enough. Kerry wheezed, her northern vernacular slipping through. But not what I mean. She lapsed into silence.
You don't feel like sharing, eh?
Corber asked. Not yet. There's something I need to check first. There's no harm in saying, he pressed. Not yet. Corber started the engine, but they didn't move. A sleek white Mercedes-Benz pulled up alongside them. Corber met the studious gaze of a black man seated in its driving seat. He had a statuesque face, with strong, high cheekbones and deeply set grey-blue eyes, his hair in woven cornrows. A smile played across his full lips. Corber held his attention a second longer before he craned forward to peer past him at Kerry. He held her gaze for a few seconds too, before he offered the briefest nod of displaced gratitude and drove away.
Jermaine Robson,
Corber stated. One and the same. Funky hadn't had the opportunity to alert his boss about their presence, but the two younger black guys who'd skedaddled earlier had. Robson had announced his presence rather than driving past, but for what reason?
the smug bastard, Corber said. He didn't come over to check on Funky. It was to see who he owed thanks to for doing away with Swain.
Kerry clucked her tongue. Ugh, now you sound like Adam.
Well, you know what I mean, boss.
I do, she admitted. And you're probably right. With Swain out of the picture, we've opened a void in the power structure. If we're not careful, Robson will fill it. Chapter 21. During the return drive to their station north of the Thames, Kerry received a summons to DCI Porter's office. The going was slow, and it was half an hour before Corber parked their vehicle in the station's secure parking basement. As they entered the station, Corber's phone rang. Mel Scanlon updated them with where their investigation was. Good news. The ballistics report confirmed the murder weapon and Swain's Webley was a match. Kerry had never been in doubt, but the confirmation needled her. What about forensics? Corber relayed Mel's words.
Fingerprints matched to Eric Swain were found on a bullet in the revolver, and also on the rounds seized from his bedroom. The shells at the scene were clean, and the gun had been wiped clean before it was buried.
Oh, I'd best go and give his nibs the news, she said with little enthusiasm.
Do you want me to come with you, boss?
Corber shoved his hands in his trouser pockets. For a second she waited for him to pull Funky's trick, draw out his fists and flip her off, but his offer was genuine.
No, it's best I see Porter alone.
She sounded defensive, and she was. He'd earlier raised the subject of her acting out of character, and her behaviour in the past couple of hours wouldn't have allayed his concern. He'd been aware of her flaky mood, and the way she flinched at shadows, and couldn't hide the fact he found her sudden curtailment of the talk with Funky odd, to say the least. Was his reason for volunteering his support about keeping a close eye on her to ensure she didn't do or say anything crazier in front of the DCI? No, she was doing him a disservice. Danny was a colleague, but more than that, he was a friend, and he cared for her more than he openly admitted. Paranoia was getting the better of her. Can you give Glenn and Tony a shout, and see if they've anything new for us? She made her request sound like a concession to fobbing him off. And see if Mel needs an extra set of eyes going through the video evidence. If there's anything, and I mean anything useful, I don't need to wait until the end of the meeting to hear about it, okay?
Gotcha.
Corber flicked a salute and headed for the GAOC office. A funeral dirge would have made a fitting soundtrack to her walk to DCI Porter's office. Irrational as it were, she wasn't afraid of seeing Porter, but who else might be waiting in his office? It was there, after all, that Eric Swain's incorporeal spirit had first made its presence known to her. So what are you going to do, Kerry? Avoid the GAOC office too, because that's where he finally spoke to you. If what she'd witnessed was more than a hallucination, then nowhere was safe. Ghosts weren't constrained by the place of their death, and if the sightings were figments of her imagination, then there was no escape from something dwelling inside her head. For a second she hoped Swain's ghost had visited her. The alternative was far scarier than being haunted by a restless spirit. She laughed aloud. Instantly she wished she could retract it, because it was a cackle and it didn't go unnoticed. Porter's office door swung open, and the DCI was in the act of showing somebody out with a hearty handshake. Both faces turned at the sound of lunacy. Then they regarded each other. Porter offered an "I told you so" grimace as they released their handshake. The other man, as severe and grey in his demeanour as in his choice of suit, was a stranger to Kerry, but she knew what he was. "Sorry, sir," she said. "I was just struck by a funny thought."
"There's no rule against happiness."
The grey-haired man offered a smile that added a touch of colour to his cheeks. He turned his smile on the DCI.
"Having a happy team is the mark of good leadership, Charles."
His comment to the DCI was a welcome distraction, and Kerry was grateful. By the time they both regarded her again, she'd regained a modicum of professionalism. The man approached her with his hand extended.
"Superintendent Harker,"
he said in introduction.
"I'm glad we got the opportunity to meet, Inspector Dark, and I would like to chat longer, though you must now excuse me. Duty calls back at the yard, I'm afraid."
His handshake was brief, but warm enough. Except a dribble of icy water ran the length of her spine. Superintendent Graham Harker. She knew exactly who he was. He also knew her name, which was bad news. She flickered him a smile, and trying not to sound ironic, said, "Another time then, sir."
"Indeed. Charles, be seeing you too."
The superintendent strode off down the corridor, his leather-soled brogues beating noisily on the thin blue carpet underfoot. He was a contradiction. Officers working in the Department for Professional Standards were referred to as rubber heelers, after their propensity for sneaking around and eavesdropping private conversations. Perhaps by the time you made superintendent of DPS, the necessity for silence was replaced by the thunder of the firing squad you headed. Kerry watched him until he'd disappeared around a corner some distance away.
"Kerry, I haven't got all day."
Porter held the door open.
"Come in."
She aimed a thumb at the space in the corridor vacated by Harker. "Was he here because of me?"
"If he were, it wouldn't be right to admit it. Now come in, Kerry. You've kept me waiting long enough."
As she entered his office, Porter stayed at the door. He studied her reaction, watching if she had a similar response to the area where his commendation hung on the wall as before. She rested a hand on the back of the chair she'd previously sat in, glanced at him. Porter's mouth pinched briefly, then he closed the door securely and hustled past to his side of the desk. As he sat, so did she. She deliberately fixed her eyes on his neatly knotted tie. Again she sensed his scrutiny and lifted her head. The overhead light washed out the lenses on his glasses. His return stare was inscrutable. The silence was palpable. "I'm sorry I took a while getting back, sir. I was conducting follow-up inquiries with a witness." He sniffed away her excuse.
"Tell me that you've got something actionable."
Nothing concrete, I'm afraid."
"Then get something concrete. Eric Swain's death doesn't mean we've dodged a bullet."
He paused, considering his poor choice of words.
"By that I mean we still need a successful conviction. The media can posthumously try and convict Swain for the deaths of the Geddys, but it's an unsatisfactory result for the Met, and for my team in particular. I want a live suspect on the stand, Kerry. Where exactly are you with identifying Swain's driver?"
She quickly related the actions taken, and that her team was conducting proactive inquiries with Chiz and interrogating CCTV evidence. She told him about the ballistics report, confirming the murder weapon and the one seized from Swain's garden matched, and that Swain's fingerprints had been lifted off a bullet loaded in the revolver, and also those seized from his bedroom, though not from the spent shells found at the crime scene or from the gun itself. Next, she mentioned her recent discussions with Hetty Winters and Funky, and how neither of their versions of events rang true with her.
"On what level?"
"They're both liars." He tilted his head, and his glasses flashed reflections off the polished desk.
"So find out the truth."
"I'm working on it, sir." Earlier she'd avoided mentioning what was on her mind to Corber, but she was in a pinch under his stern expression. "I have a theory." He held up a hand.
"I'm not interested in theories. I want facts, proof, and evidence. I want to see arrests and convictions."
"I'm working on it," she repeated. "I'm only waiting on a single piece of corroborating evidence that I can act on."
"What kind of evidence?"
"I don't know for certain, but I'll know it when it arrives, and I will give you the arrests and convictions you expect." Porter grunted.
"I could do without empty promises, Inspector Dark."
He studied her closely for a moment, changed tack entirely.
"I'm wondering if, in lieu of what happened to Swain, you're the best person to head this investigation. Would it be unreasonable to suggest that you were affected by his violent death?"
"I'm perfectly fine," she said. He pursed his mouth, sat back. He'd taken off his suit jacket earlier, so didn't need to unbutton it to make room for his belly. Instead, he fiddled with his tie, then slowly, deliberately, she suspected, craned around to observe the framed certificate on the wall. Sensing the trap, Kerry didn't follow his prompt. When he gave her a sidelong look, she was still facing forward. He turned back to her with a smile ghosting across his lips.
"If there's any support I can offer, you need only ask," he said.
"I have DC Scanlon tied up with going through hours of CCTV footage. If—" She didn't finish the request for extra manpower, because it dawned that this was not his meaning. "Sir, if you mean therapy, I'd like to politely decline. I don't need it."
"Maybe you're not the best person to judge."
Kerry scowled. "Has somebody said something about my odd behaviour?"
"About what?"
Idiot. She'd almost sprung a trap for herself. "I don't know. I only wondered why you'd think I'd need it."
"You were involved in a violent incident that ended with a man's death. Police officers aren't soulless robots, Kerry. We do have feelings. It's why we have the robust support of an occupational health department."
"Have any of the other affected officers been offered therapy?"
"No, but 2 constables injured by Swain are currently on sick leave, one whose leg injury is quite serious and could disqualify him from future active duty. As and when the time comes, both will be offered and encouraged to accept assistance from occupational health."
"That's fine. Their injuries are more serious." She touched her grazed forehead. "As you can see, mine is already on the mend." Again Porter pursed his lips. It was in his power to order her to attend sessions with a force therapist, but couldn't do so while she was on active duty. If she wasn't careful, another suspension could be heading her way. "Sir, honestly, you've nothing to worry about. I'm fine. I'm a little tired, a little under pressure. But hey, aren't we all?" She raised her hand, holding her thumb and forefinger a hair's breadth apart. I'm that far from getting something concrete for you. I'd rather spend my time investigating than being analysed.
I'd be a poor supervisor if I didn't care about my team,
he said enigmatically. He said no more. His silence was her cue to leave. She stood, straightening her clothes. Sir, she said, uncertain if she was saying goodbye or asking his permission to go. He continued staring at her, inscrutable again behind the glare on the lenses of his spectacles. She couldn't meet his gaze and felt her own slip beyond him. It was almost a physical effort to drag her eyes from the spot where a semi-translucent Eric Swain mimed a lewd act of sexual gratification over the DCI's shoulder.
What a sanctimonious tosser you work for,
Swain crowed, for her ears only.
All he cares about is how much you embarrass him.
Kerry didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she hurried away without a backwards glance. Chapter 22. Sloshing an inch of whiskey into a glass, Kerry collapsed on the settee in her living room. When she'd arrived home in the early evening, the stale smell reminded her she'd neglected her share of the domestic chores for a couple of days. Adam's attempt at mopping the spilled whiskey had been in his usual bullish style, throwing down a few sheets of absorbent kitchen towel and stomping up the residue. The carpet had dried, but the stain and aroma hadn't shifted. Resolved to do something about it, she collected a basin of warm water, bicarbonate of soda and white vinegar from the kitchen, as well as a scrubbing brush and cloths. She got as far as picking up the abandoned bottle of scotch and decided cleaning the carpet could wait. Food hadn't crossed her lips since breakfast, and when the whiskey hit her stomach, it cramped. Alcohol fumes burned a trail up her throat, and she hiccuped, felt sick. Hair of the dog, she thought, and poured another measure. She took her next drink tentatively, this time appreciating the oily warmth in her gullet. Alcohol had led to the ruination of her mother, and watching her slow destruction had tempered Kerry's response to hard liquor. These days she drank only on odd occasions, and usually only to the point of experiencing a fuzzy glow, not stupor. Right then, she was content to drink to senselessness if it helped. Gin was her tipple of choice, but there was none in her larder. She poured more whiskey. Peeked under her lashes at the easy chair opposite. A semi-opaque Swain aimed a smarmy grin at her.
Drinking to forget, Inspector Dark?
Kerry closed her eyes, shivering. Please leave me alone, she whispered. Since his appearance in DCI Porter's office, she couldn't shake him off. He'd been an unresponsive stalker most of the time, dogging her movements in the GAOC office, moving between her team and in and out of Kerry's cubbyhole, before hanging over Mel Scanlon's shoulder as she worked through a video file on her computer. None of the others were aware of his presence, but it was no comfort to Kerry. It suggested he was solely in her head, and the more worrying because of it. Almost she wished that he were capable of physical touch. If he swept a file from a desk, or prodded Corber in the neck, or even flicked off the overhead lights, she could accept that he was there, had some kind of tangible solidity, and she would punch him in his smug face. He was incorporeal, though, a figure of refracted light and shadow, conjured into recognisable shape by her mind, her unhealthy mind, she might have to accept. She'd refused Porter's offer of therapy. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Accepting a problem was the first step to recovery, but she was still caught in the murk of denial. Not only denial, also fear. If she was diagnosed with mental health issues, her rank, not to mention her career as a detective inspector, could be deemed compromised. She'd be out on her ear. And what then? She'd worked hard to get where she was, in the hope that one day she would lead the hunt for the fell man and find Sally, and finally lay them both to rest. Kicked off the job, she'd never give up searching, but without the resources of a modern police force, it could prove a hopeless task. Mel turned up nothing fresh from the video evidence, and Glenn and Tony were playing a waiting game to hear from their sources. Kerry hid in her office, completing administration chores and signing off on other crime files submitted by her team, aware constantly of Swain's presence and trying her hardest to ignore him. Escaping the nick, she drove home. She half expected an unwelcome hitchhiker, but he left the confines of her car alone, only appearing to her as reflections in shop windows or waving from street corners as she passed. The usual parking situation arose when she arrived back at her street, and she had to again abandon her car a couple of blocks over near Eelbrook Common. Her walk home was completed with her head bowed, hands stuffed in her jacket pockets. Swain was waiting on the front step, and refused to budge when she unlocked the door and hurried inside, passing directly through him. She'd slammed the door, but doors were no obstruction to hallucinations. Before she entered the living room, Swain had already made himself comfortable in her easy chair, his ankles crossed. Cleaning the carpet had been intended as a distraction, but the whiskey would do a better job.
You can neck the full bottle. It won't make me disappear.
Maybe not, but I'll be too drunk to care. It struck her that her madness was growing more acute when she was answering him back. She closed her eyes again, shutting him out. Just go away, will you?
Sorry, Inspector Dark, but you're stuck with me.
You're not real.
So not only do you make me fall off a building, you're also happy to hurt my feelings.
You fell. She snapped open her eyes to glare at him. The heat of her anger should burn him up like sunlight on morning mist. You were trying to throw me over the side, not the other way around.
You were the one that smacked me round my head with your truncheon and got that spray in my eyes, or have you forgotten?
It was apparent that he'd forgotten any part Girl had played in defending her. Or perhaps Kerry kept the memory from him. I arrested you. It was your choice to try to escape. Don't dare blame me for your death. Swain returned her stare. He raised his right hand, from which hung a facsimile of the rigid cuff he'd died wearing. He pointed a finger, was about to say something, but shut his mouth with an audible snap. He disappeared. Shaking, raising the glass to her lips was difficult. The whiskey tasted sour. She dribbled it back into the glass and set it aside. Holy Christ, Kerry! Do you realise you're arguing with yourself? She was more prone to cry at happy moments. Sadness had been an aspect of her life so long that it rarely reached her on a physical level anymore. Yet tears rolled down her cheeks as she scanned the room for a sign of him. Hopefully he was gone for good, and she'd exorcised him by stating the obvious. Damn him! He hadn't left. Only moved from the chair to stand in the doorway, arms folded across his chest. His gaze roved over the walls and ceiling, one side of his mouth curled up in disapproval.
So crime doesn't pay, eh? If that's the case, why did I live in a palace and you squat in a shithole? Bloody hell, Inspector. If you expect me to hang around here, you'd best think about redecorating.
Kerry gawped. Not only was she being haunted by the shade of a violent gangster, he was also a bloody snob. She almost laughed at the absurdity, but was more outraged. If you don't like my place, You're free to bugger off out of here. She struggled off the settee. The whisky was yet to have any effect on her. Her lack of coordination was more to do with indignation. She went to her knees, grabbing the basin of warm water, and shoved it towards the spillage on the carpet. The bowl sloshed as she grabbed for a cloth.
"That's where I like to see my women,"
said Swain from directly behind her.
"Down on their knees. And I don't care which way they're facing."
If she'd been outraged before, Kerry was volatile now. With a throaty cry, she snatched the bowl of water, and twisting at the waist, she hurled the contents and the bowl at Swain. He dodged aside, though there was no reason to, because the water couldn't cling to a figment of the imagination. The water splashed up the far wall, and the bowl clattered against the blinds on the front window. Kerry swivelled on her knees. In a moment of distaste, Swain checked his clothing for wet spots. Then he faced her, raised up the tail of his baggy tie-dyed shirt.
"Did you have to kill me when I was wearing these old things? For Christ's sake, Inspector, I've to exist for all eternity, dressed like Shaggy off Scooby-friggin-Doo."
He rattled the handcuff on his wrist.
"What the hell's this meant to signify? Are these cuffs symbolic? Do they mean we're going steady or what?"
Kerry struggled to stand. Where was Swain's indignation coming from? If he was a hallucination, then she was the one that clothed him, so why be upset at his funeral garb? And she certainly wasn't the one putting those misogynistic words into his filthy mouth. She craned forward, challenging him. "What are you?" He dropped the tail of his shirt.
"What am I?"
His voice was pitched low. He raised his hand and fingered the silver earring. The handcuff tapped against his shoulder, apparently to his distraction. He snapped down his hand, and his tone of voice held a rasp.
"What am I? What the hell do you think I am, Inspector Doc? I am fucking angry."
He flew at her, literally. One instant he was standing near the front window, the next hurtling through the intervening space. Only his face and grasping hands were definable, the rest of him a streak of insubstantial colour. His eyes shone like fire, his fingers were claws as they went around her throat. Kerry pitched backwards in shock, falling on the stained carpet. Swain followed her down, his features creased in rage, teeth bared, fingers now gouging to scoop her eyes from their sockets. But for a tingle of static electricity on her skin, Kerry felt no actual pain. The knowledge he lacked the power to physically harm her didn't alleviate her horror. She fought back, her own hands grasping and flailing. Swain's intangible form was ripped and broken in one instant, but reformed the next. He clubbed and pounded, strangled her, but Kerry scrambled up, passing through him, as she had when he'd blocked access to her front door. She lurched away, kicking aside the scrubbing brush that ricocheted off the base of her easy-chair. 10 feet away, she spun round to confront him, hands coming up defensively, fully expecting another flying assault. He'd reformed to a figure equating an entire human being, though still only partially visible in places. Swain knelt on the carpet with his back to her, head lowered. He held up his cupped palms, the handcuff drooping from one, and she watched as his back shook in a series of sobs at his limitations. As if sensing he was the object of study, he twisted at the waist, holding out his cupped hands. His fiery gaze had dimmed. The sparks of ferocity leached from them.
"What did you do to me?"
"I didn't do a bloody thing, Swain. If you were real, this is your punishment for what you did." He stood, slow and deliberate. He held up his cuffed wrist, and his lips twitched, curled up at one side, and displayed an eye tooth.
"This is what? A 21st century version of Jacob Marley's chains?
Kerry didn't have another explanation for him. The cuff was symbolic of his sins, the way Marley's chains and locks were of his. It was better he came to that conclusion than be told. He grasped the rigid section of the cuffs with his other hand, twisted, yanked. To him the cuffs were tangible. The steel bracelet nipped his flesh, blanched the colour from his skin. Discomfort wormed across his features.
You better have a handcuff key, Inspector Dark.
You know I can't release those cuffs from you. They're your burden for what you did.
Yeah. Well, there's the supreme fucking irony, then. What's the point of lying now? I've done wrong, Inspector. Worse shit than any copper knows about. But I don't deserve this.
Again he twisted the cuff, but it refused to open or move for more than a fraction.
I'm not being a pussy. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime, right? I was always willing to pay the price. But this...
He yanked the cuff a third time.
This is fucking bollocks.
You shot and killed a mother and child, Kerry reminded him. You murdered them, Swain. An innocent little girl and her mam in cold blood. You deserve far worse than what you got. He cocked his head on one side.
Is that what I did?
You know fine well what you did, you bastard. What was it you just said? What's the point of lying now? Accept that you're a murderous piece of shit, and maybe those cuffs will fall off your wrist, and then you can go to hell or wherever you belong.
I'm a murderer, am I?
He gave a brief shrug, and his mouth twitched.
Well, yeah, I can't deny it. I've killed more than once. But the mother and kid?
He shook his head. Liar. Involuntarily, Kerry stepped towards him. We've got the murder weapon, and bullets with your fingerprints on them. We've got your burnt-out car.
You've got jack shit.
You ran and you tried to kill me. Tell me those weren't the actions of a guilty man.
Those were the actions of an innocent man, unprepared to take the rap for somebody else's crime.
Kerry was tempted to spit on him. If it would have had any effect on him, she would. Liar.
You keep calling me that. But am I really lying? Think about it, Inspector Doc. Tell me the truth now. Isn't there something that doesn't sit quite right with your detective's intuition?
If what you're saying is true, help me out here, she said. Who was your driver? Swain wagged a finger at her.
It isn't as easy as that.
Why not? You're pleading your innocence. If it wasn't you, tell me who really fired those shots. It had to be the other person in the car if it wasn't you.
Oh, disappointing.
She said nothing. If he was a figment of her subconscious mind, how could he tell her the identity of the driver if she didn't already know it? She sighed into her cupped palms, but Swain wasn't finished with her.
There are no secrets in the underworld,
he said. She lowered her hands.
And by the underworld, I'm not talking about fire and brimstone,
he went on. You mean the criminal underworld? Swain eyed her with scorn.
For a detective, you take some catching on. The thing is, I know who shot the Geddys, and it's for you to find out.
Tell me then.
No. You need to find out for yourself. And when you do, you'll realise you were wrong about me. When that happens, there's something I want from you. And it isn't a bloody apology.
I don't owe you a bloody thing.
Not yet.
What do you mean by yet?
You do something for me,
he said,
and I'll do something for you.
She shook her head.
You don't know what I'm offering.
I'm not religious, Kerry admitted, but I know enough not to make bargains with the devil.
Don't worry.
He laughed at the notion.
I'm not interested in your immortal soul.
I want something else. I'm doing nothing for you.
Not even if I tell you who the fell man is.
What? How do you know about him? If she could, she'd grab the front of his shirt and shake the answer from him.
I know stuff.
He tapped the side of his nose.
Secrets.
I don't believe you. How could Swain know about her obsession with catching the fell man unless he was a manifestation of her subconscious mind? You have no idea who he is or what he did to...
To Sally?
He finished for her.
Yes. I can tell you what happened to your sister, too.
Knowing her name didn't change a thing, if she were the one subconsciously feeding the information to him. But was that a chance she was willing to take? Tell me then, she said, on the verge of pleading.
I'll steady on, Inspector. There's a small matter of you delivering on your side of the bargain first. Scratch my back and I'll scratch yours.
Her fists clenched, and she stood shivering. You have to give me something first. You have to convince me you know about him.
No. You need to think. You have to decide if helping me is worth getting what you want most.
Tell me and I'll do...
Anything.
Her mouth nipped down on a false pledge. Instead, she said, There are boundaries I'll never cross. Swain rocked his head.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. I'll tell you what, Inspector Dark. You think I'm a despicable man, a right bastard. And you're correct. I make no apologies for my nature. But I'm not unreasonable. I will give you time to think about my offer. When you come to the only decision I'm interested in hearing, give me a shout.
No. Wait, I'll... Swain was gone. Come back! Kerry rushed forward into the vacated space, again swiping at air as if she could claw him back into existence. Come back! I'll give you my decision right now! She waited, breathless. Swain was a no-show. Come back, you bastard! She hollered. Where are you? You've haunted me all day, and now... She was shouting at thin air. She sank to her knees, hands fisted against her sternum. Come back! Please! There was movement to her left, a brief darkening of the doorway to the entrance hall. Swain? But it wasn't Swain. Girl wouldn't be viewed directly. She swept to the right, and Kerry tried to follow her. Girl darted. Kerry understood the rules. She forced herself to stare dead ahead, and in her peripheral vision, Girl took on more solidity. She stood as grey and morose as ever, hair hanging lank across her undefined features, and shook her head. If Girl's display was one of reproach, warning, or regret, Kerry couldn't tell. And when she couldn't resist checking for clarity, Girl disappeared as resolutely as Swain had a minute ago. Chapter 23. There was a long, drunken, rambling voicemail message on his mobile phone when Adam finished his shift. Because of the strict security procedures he worked under at HMP Belmarsh, prison officers weren't permitted to carry their personal phones while on duty. Once he'd checked in his radio and other kit and returned to the locker room beyond the security barriers to change out of his uniform, he found the message from Kerry. He waited until he was seated in his car before listening to it, rather than while fielding goodbyes and banter from other officers going off duty. He couldn't believe the sheer insanity she was talking. Ghosts, hallucinations, making deals with the devil. She'd bloody lost it. He drove home at speed, but the closer he got to their house, the less enthusiastic he grew for a confrontation. He circled the block twice before finding a parking spot for his Ford, and it wasn't due to there being no closer spot. Some of the residents had already left home for morning shifts. More, that he was using the excuse to think. He trudged to the house and let himself in. The place was silent. After getting pissed, Kerry must have passed out. His instinct was to leave her to it, let her sleep it off. Maybe when she woke she'd be less inclined to babbling about supernatural nonsense. He took off his jacket and hung it over the end of the banister. One early morning light leaked into the upper landing through the open bathroom door. Their bedroom door was shut. He sucked in a steadying breath, moved along the vestibule for the kitchen. A strong coffee or two, maybe something stronger wouldn't go amiss. But he'd the feeling Kerry had wiped out their stock of alcohol last night. As he passed the living room, he glanced inside, saw an upturned basin, a scrubbing brush, some cloths and other cleaning items scattered on the carpet. He saw Kerry. She wasn't on the settee or easy chair, but seated at the small table they used for dinner on special occasions. She'd discarded her jacket and shoes, but was otherwise dressed in the clothing she'd gone to work in yesterday. Her ankles were crossed under the straight-backed chair, her upper body slumped over the table, head nestled on her folded arms. Her hair concealed her features, but a single lock rose and fell with each exhalation. She was asleep, or had fallen unconscious. He'd bet on the latter, judging by how drunk she'd sounded on the phone. Directly in front of her was her laptop computer. A screensaver danced on the screen. Since it had defaulted to sleep mode. He didn't have to be a detective like Kerry to figure she'd fallen asleep while surfing the net. He moved tentatively towards her, spotted a fan of wet carpet, an empty Scotch bottle, some crumpled lager tins, even a depleted bottle of dark rum, although she normally loathed the stuff. The room stank worse than it had after the spillage the other day. He checked his wristwatch. She was supposed to be at work in less than 2 hours. She was in no fit state, and that was before he considered her manic rambling of last night. He would phone her in sick if it came to it. He was tempted to leave her be, but the longer he put off the inevitable, the worse things could get. He reached to touch her shoulder. The computer screen caught his attention. He checked his partner wasn't about to wake suddenly, and instead touched the trackpad on the laptop. The screen came alive, but demanded a 4-digit password. Adam knew it. Kerry's collar number from when she first joined Cumbria Constabulary. By sheer coincidence, it was the month and year in which her sister Sally was born. 1187. Adam gently tapped it in, and the computer reverted to the last website she'd perused. Adam exhaled in disappointment. Displayed on screen was the contact page to a bullshitter, claiming to be a paranormal sleuth and demonologist. The man's name was enough to tell he was a charlatan. Elias Tiberius Price was a theatrical nom de plume if ever Adam had heard one. And that was without the posed photo caught in dramatic night vision, vivid greens and shades of grey, and reflective eyes, and not to mention an archaic wooden cross studded with iron nail heads that Price wielded directly at the camera. Adam read the legend on screen, written in a typically eerie font that dripped green ectoplasm. To book your consultation or spiritual house clearance, contact Britain's preeminent multi-faith exorcist via the form below. All major credit cards and PayPal accepted. "Oh, for God's sake, Kerry," he whispered.
Adam was agnostic to the belief in ghosts, the supernatural, and things that went bump in the night, but he believed in crooks and con men, and could recognise a scam when he saw one.
Tell me you didn't contact this dickhead.
He wasn't computer literate enough to tell if she'd emailed Price or not, but he wasn't having any ghostbuster coming around their place, splashing holy water and talking gibberish. Pulling the computer around, he began typing. His message was short and sweet.
Ignore any previous emails you've got from this account. I've realised you're a scumbag fraudster who preys on vulnerable people.
He didn't bother signing off, just hit send and hoped that would be the last of it. He'd stabbed the send key too hard, because Kerry flinched at the sharp noise, murmured and pushed upright with a groan of self-pity. She stared through bleary eyes as he repositioned the laptop in front of her. Her sclera was red, and her right eyelid drooped. Dried tears had left scum in the corners of both eyes and formed salty patches on her cheeks. She didn't immediately comprehend what, never mind who, she was looking at. She reared away and had to catch herself on her left elbow to avoid spilling off the chair. She righted herself, placed a hand on her forehead and smacked her lips to work up some moisture.
Adam, she croaked. You home?
Yeah. Look at you. What a bloody state to get yourself in.
Oh, please don't start with me, she moaned, and cradled her head in her arms again.
So you don't want my help? That isn't what you said when you phoned last night?
She snorted into the table.
I can't hear you.
Adam snapped. She pushed up again, and this time managed to focus on him.
I said you took your time getting here.
You rang my personal mobile. You know if you need me you have to go through the proper channels. I didn't get your bloody message till this morning.
He snatched up the empty lager tins off the floor.
Maybe it's a good job. I wouldn't have been pleased if I'd come home early and found you pissed up.
What? I'm not allowed a drink?
Not if it sent you off your bloody rocker, Kerry. For God's sake, do you even remember what you were raving about on the phone?
He coughed in disbelief. He made a quick trip to the kitchen, dumping the empty cans in a waste bin. He bustled back into the room as if there'd been no break in their conversation.
I doubt you even remember making the call.
I remember. While he was out of the room, she'd somehow righted herself in the chair. She rubbed some life into her features. Her hands flopped down on the table, suddenly stricken. If you'd suffered what I did yesterday, you wouldn't be as judgmental.
I hardly think I'm being judgmental.
He grabbed the empty Scotch bottle, grasped for the rum. He shook the half-empty bottle at her.
I just don't think getting sloshed as bad as this can be any good for you. Have you seen the time?
Oh, shit.
Well, there's no way you can go to work in this state, is there?
I have to. Pushing up, her knees betrayed her. She sat down hard again.
Yeah, sit down and stay put. You're not going anywhere, Kerry.
She glared. So first I'm not allowed to drink, and now you're telling me where I can or can't go. Stuff you, Adam.
You're not fit to go to work. Look at you. You're still drunk.
I'm not. I'm just hungover. A shower
would be a great idea,
he agreed.
You're bloody stinking. If you walk in the nick smelling like that, you'll be out on your ear in 2 seconds flat. Oh, and by the way, you can forget about driving there. Do you want to lose your licence, or worse still, kill somebody? Then you'll know all about it when you've got another bloody vengeful spirit haunting you.
She gulped. I told you about Swain.
See? I knew you wouldn't remember the message you left me.
He hoisted a bottle in each hand.
I'm not talking about these kind of spirits, am I? Yes, you friggin' mentioned Swain. You said he's following you around, tormenting you, offering deals to tell you where to find the fell man. Have you any idea how insane that sounds, Kerry? Jesus! Then when I get home, I find you've been contacting some dickhead claiming to be an exorcist. How bloody gullible can you get?
Kerry peered at the laptop. It had only occurred to her that the screen was uncharacteristically lit when it should have fallen into sleep mode hours ago. You snooped on me.
I didn't need to snoop. You left the last page up you were looking at.
But my password.
Well, like I don't know it.
He used the neck of the scotch bottle as a pointer.
As if you don't know mine.
I don't snoop around your computer. You've no right to spy on me, Adam. She stood and tried to force past him. Adam stood his ground.
I wasn't spying. Just seeing what the hell's been giving you these stupid ideas about ghosts.
She jabbed a finger at the computer. I went on there after I saw Swain, not before. I was only looking for some kind of explanation for what I'm experiencing.
Well, you sure as hell won't get it from Elias fucking Price. Bloody hell, Kerry, you're supposed to be a detective. I'd have thought you'd be able to spot a bloody scammer when you see one. What do you expect to get from him? I'll tell you what. He'll come in, roll his eyes, speak a few words in Latin and proclaim your house haunted by demons or some such bollocks. Then he'll hit you with how much it's going to cost you to get rid of them. Jesus wept.
On the face of it, in the cold light of day, she had to accept how ridiculous the notion of vengeful spirits sounded. And if she admitted how crazy it was, then those proclaiming to be experts in the occult had to be as equally stupid.
You don't need a witch doctor, he snapped. You need to see a real one.
I don't need a doctor.
Really? So this all strikes you as the behaviour of a sane person?
You don't know what you're talking about. Kerry was growing strident, but Adam was prepared to match her.
I know that you ain't being haunted, Kerry. Not by Swain and not by your imaginary friend.
He slammed down the bottles on the table, jabbed a finger at the side of his shaven head.
It's all up here. You're stressed out, not well. I've told you before. Your bloody job is going to do your head in. In fact, forget I said that. It has done your head in. Now sit down and don't move. I'm going to phone your boss and let him know you won't be in until you've sorted yourself out.
Don't you bloody dare!
I'm bloody well going to.
You'll get me the sack.
Would that be a bad thing?
You bastard!
Kerry, he said with less vitriol. I'm only trying to help you. I'm telling you, love. You need to take some time off. See a doctor and get your head sorted out. Or better yet, pack in the job altogether.
Or else what? What are you going to do if I refuse? Because I promise you this, Adam, there's no way I'm quitting. And no way I'm jeopardising my career by admitting to seeing ghosts. He tried, but he was reaching the end of his rope. It was time for hard fact.
You want to know what I'll do? Well, here's the truth, Kerry, and you're not going to like it. I spend enough time looking after nutters at work. I don't intend coming home to one, too.
Chapter 24. If London's one of the most surveyed cities in the world, why the hell can't we find a camera with a clear image of Swain's Subaru? Kerry's frustration was manifesting as anger, aimed wrongly at Corber as they sat over their breakfasts. After her early morning spat with Adam, her fiancé had decided to end their argument with his ill-veiled threat, then stormed off to the kitchen where he rattled around for a few minutes before stomping upstairs and throwing himself in bed. Although she'd personally questioned his commitment to their relationship before, it still hurt when he was having similar doubts about her. Tempted to follow him, to reason with him about his sensible but impossible demands, she'd proven too stubborn. Having spent the night in an alcohol-induced fog, it was easy to now believe that the events of yesterday were figments of a dream she'd allowed to leak into her waking thoughts. She was sleep-deprived, stressed, and whether she'd admit it openly, was suffering from repressed guilt over Swain's death. and the murder of Bailan Geddy had reignited her obsession, her desperation to find Sally's abductor. She should see a doctor. But what could conventional medicine do for her? When she was a child, struggling to deal with her sister's disappearance, Dr. Ron had counselled against the use of medication. He'd suggested to her parents that instead of worrying about their daughter's need to drift into fantasy, they should allow her to find a safe place in her imagination to work through her troubles. As an adult, she wouldn't be given the same leeway to heal in her own time and place. A doctor would prescribe antidepressant or antipsychotic drugs, plus time off work, and that was the last she needed. The only way she could exorcise Swain was to solve the case. He wasn't real. He couldn't be. He was the manifestation of her detective's intuition, telling her she was missing the obvious to prompt her on to the correct investigative path. She had a layman's knowledge of the way the human mind worked, and thought that her current demeanour could be explained by Sigmund Freud's tripartite psyche theory being out of balance. In Freud's opinion, the human psyche, or personality, comprised of 3 parts: the id, ego, and superego. Broken down, the id was the primitive part, generating impulsive and unconscious responses, based on instinct and hidden memories, while the superego operated as a moral conscience. The ego was the realistic component, charged with mediating between the id and superego, and supposedly coming to balanced decisions. The interaction of each part dictated an individual's behaviour. The id operates on the pleasure principle, where wishful impulse demands immediate satisfaction, regardless of consequence. And right then she believed she was caught in its thrall. Popular culture had pictured Freud's theory in simplistic terms: a devil and angel on each shoulder. Swain was her devil, and Girl, as Suleiman Geddy might have it, her guiding angel. Unfortunately, Swain was proving the more vocal. Expecting an immediate response from Mel Scanlon's laborious examination of the CCTV network was possibly a wishful desire of the id, too. Swain knew the neighbourhood well, and probably plotted his route beforehand to avoid detection from the street cameras? Corber posed his suggestion more like a question. It was a valid theory. That makes sense, she concurred. But he couldn't have avoided every private camera system or mobile phone or whatever. Surely someone caught a clear image of the Subaru on its way to or leaving the scene. It's a probability, but they're unaware of it. We need to put out another request for information. Corber shrugged at his idea. It'd mean throwing it past Porter, but I'm happy to do that. He'll welcome a few more minutes on camera, she said, an opportunity to put his last appearance behind him. You going to eat that, boss? Kerry glanced down at her plate. They were seated in a quiet corner in a family-run cafe on Museum Street, a stone's throw from the British Museum. Despite the owners being Greek Cypriots and relatives of Corber, he hadn't requested Greek food but ordered them both a full English breakfast, the best cure for a hangover, in his opinion. Kerry had pushed the items around on her plate and couldn't recall taking a single bite. Oh, take what you want, Danny. I haven't the appetite. No, get it down, you. You need to line your stomach. Get a bit of colour in your cheeks before you show up at the Nick. I need more tea. Eat something. I promise you'll feel better. He checked over her plate. Mind you, if you're not keen on sausage... She stabbed his object of desire off her plate and transferred it to his. Corber immediately set to it, cutting it into manageable chunks that he mopped at some egg yolk with. Kerry was close to heaving. Fancy the bacon as well. Corber's eyebrows danced a jig. Once she'd vacated her plate of recognisable meat products, she gingerly began picking at the eggs, tomato, baked beans and toast. Each mouthful went down a little easier, and soon she regretted giving away the most succulent items. She ordered another mug of tea and round of toast, butter and jam. "Oh, that was a lifesaver," she said, finally setting down her cutlery on her cleared plate. "Told you." Corber spread butter on the last surviving triangle of toast. Do you want this?" "No, go for it. You've earned it, Danny." Adam was right when advising her against driving. Even hours later, she suspected she'd fail a test, but the food and tea would help metabolise the alcohol from her system. After showering, dressing in fresh clothing, and going overboard with perfume and deodorant, she'd summoned Corber to her rescue. While waiting for him, she brushed her teeth 3 times, gargling with mouthwash between each go with the toothbrush, before she was reasonably confident her breath wouldn't strip the paint off the walls. Sympathetic to her cause, Corber had suggested waiting until later before making an appearance at the Nick, and had driven her to his cousin's cafe for some restorative medicine. En route to Museum Street, he'd called the control room with a white lie that they were conducting follow-up inquiries. "While you're in the mood for sharing, boss." It took her a moment to realise Corber wasn't talking about toast. Me and Adam are going through a rough patch, but you don't have to worry, we'll get through it." Which she feared was a lie. Something she couldn't come back from unmarked, and Adam hurt her with his parting threat. As far as she was concerned, wedding vows included a commitment to your spouse through sickness and health, and Adam had clearly stated his position there. Well, in her case it was warts and all, or he could forget it. She loved Adam, or thought she had, but now she wasn't as certain. "I'm not one to pry," Corber said tentatively. "Come off it, Danny. You're a detective. Prying's in the job description." "Not into your private life, it ain't." They eyed each other for an uncomfortable moment. For once, she didn't see fascination in his gaze as he studied her eye-colouring. Only sadness. "Say what's on your mind," she said. He gathered himself by tearing open a sachet of sugar and dumping it into his second mug of tea. Concentrating on his cup as he stirred, he said, "Would it offend you if I said there's something off about you? What, apart from my smell?" He looked up at her from beneath his brows. "I thought you were acting odd when we went to see Hetty. All that stuff about ghosts. But after, when you were back in the office—" "Aye," she sighed. I was a little off. You can blame that on Porter." "He giving you a hard time?" "When doesn't he?" Corber exhaled with enough force to move the empty sugar sachet a few inches towards her. He trapped it under his fingers. "But that's his job," Kerry went on. "He demands results, and it's my job to give him them. He made that clear." "It won't be the first time." "But that's what I find so odd. He pisses you off, pisses me off too. And I've seen you annoyed before, but, well, go on. Just for a minute, forget that I'm your boss and see me as your friend. Tell me what's on your mind."
"OK."
Corber spread both his hands on the table.
"Friend to friend. I've never seen you shit scared like that before."
"I'm not afraid."
"Sorry, friend, but you were. Correction, you are scared. Even while we've been sitting here, you've been on pins. And if you're expecting the worst to happen, what are you so afraid of? Imagining Swain's ghost again?"
There was no possible way she could admit to being haunted by a foul-mouthed spirit, despite his caring approach. It's another kind of spook I'm bothered about. Do you know who Superintendent Graham Harker is? I know of him. Thankfully, I've never had the misfortune of meeting him, seeing he's the Lord of the Dark Side. A shadow passed behind Corber's features. Oh, I get you. When I went to see Porter, I almost walked in on a meeting they were having. Porter wouldn't confirm it, but I think I was the subject of discussion. Danny, I am afraid, but it's because I'm worried I'm under investigation by professional standards. Fucking rubber healers. Corber's reaction was similar to most she'd heard concerning the DPS. They've nothing better to do than cause trouble for good coppers. But why have they be after you, boss? You ain't giving them cause. He paused, and Kerry wondered if he was reconsidering. The Department for Professional Standards wasn't only concerned with rooting out corruption in police ranks, it was also there to avoid any employee bringing the force into disrepute through other means. Had her erratic behaviour grown so noticeable that she'd raised Porter's hackles to that level? Unfortunately, the answer was yes. There's nothing they can use against you, is there? I'm surprised you even have to ask, Danny. Yeah, I know. Sorry. She waved off his apology. Unless you include this, grabbing breakfast to cover up the fact I'm too pissed to go to work. Corber glanced around quickly. The only other person in the cafe was an octogenarian woman, almost asleep over her own breakfast. I think we're safe, he said, and offered a strained grin. Unless Meta Hari over there has some kind of directional microphone stashed under her headscarf. They shared a chuckle. Corber touched his nose. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me. Unfortunately, his action soured the humour for her, because Kerry pictured an ethereal Eric Swain similarly tapping his nose. I know stuff. Secrets. She fully expected the bastard to show his face again, maybe leering from behind the elderly lady at the corner table, performing a lewd act to salt her breakfast. Jesus, Kerry, that's disgusting. You're beginning to think like him. Maybe we should get out of here. Corber stuffed the last piece of buttered toast in his mouth, chewing as he approached the counter, digging his wallet from a hip pocket. There's no charge, Danny, said the server, an older version of D.S. Corber. More weight, less hair on his head, but a similar height and colouring. Cheers, cuz. Corber began jamming away his wallet. Kerry placed a £20 note down on the counter, said, Keep the change. His cousin glanced at Corber for permission to accept the money, then at Kerry, and finally nodded his thanks. He spirited the note into the cash register, then waved goodbye as they exited. There were tables on the pedestrianised section of the street, and a couple of smokers had taken up residence at one of them. Tourists, taking a well-earned break from trudging around the nearby British Museum, or undercover DPS officers staking them out. Kerry's bet was on the former, but she'd been particular about paying their way for their breakfasts, just in case. A freebie offered to coppers was seen as a possible route to corruption, and she didn't want to give Porter, or especially Superintendent Harker, any grounds to question her integrity. Their car was in a permit-holders-only parking bay on Little Russell Street, outside a shop-front museum dedicated to the history of cartoons. Corber had stood a laminated card on its dashboard, identifying it as being parked on official duty. He saw the parking privileges it afforded as a perk of the job rather than a misuse of their official status. Under the current situation, Kerry wasn't sure they should take any liberty. She took a prolonged look over her shoulder before getting inside. Before driving off, Corber dug in his jacket pocket and held up a clear plastic box. Breath mint. I still stink of alcohol.
"Kerry, you smell like the angels share,"
Corber told her. She was briefly complimented until she recalled where she'd heard the term before. It was what distillers called the amount of alcohol that evaporates through a barrel during the whiskey maturation process. Sighing, she held up her cupped palm. "You'd better give me the full box." DCI Porter was on the warpath when they finally rolled up at the Nick. He was dressed in his No. 2 uniform, as opposed to the civilian suit he normally favoured, suggesting he'd been out at New Scotland Yard again and wasn't happy that they were AWOL when he'd returned. As they entered the Gangs and Organised Crime office, toting paper cups of coffee from a nearby Starbucks, he was standing over DC Scanlon at her workstation, like a scavenger waiting for her to perish. Glenn Scott and Tony Whittle were elsewhere, conducting inquiries of their own. Corber was first through the door and skidded to a halt. Kerry almost spilled scalding black coffee down his back.
"Where the bloody hell have you two been?"
Porter strode out from behind Scanlon's desk.
"I've been calling you both for the past hour."
Corber offered a disarming shrug of confusion.
"Called us how, sir?"
"How do you suppose, Sergeant? With bloody jungle drums? I've called you both and neither of you have picked up."
"We were conducting follow-up inquiries, sir. We did inform Control that we'd be unavailable on comms for a while."
"It's not good enough. But forget that for now. We've a more urgent matter to deal with."
He snapped a command to join him behind Mel's desk. Mel angled her computer screen so it could be viewed from the room.
"Look," Porter said, "while you were off gallivanting, DCI Scanlon made a breakthrough and had to call on me for instruction. This is not how I like to see my team run, Detective Inspector."
Before the DCI could go on complaining, Kerry moved in to study what was on the computer screen. Excitement jolted through. It was time and date-stamped CCTV footage of Swain's blue Subaru Impreza, caught only a few minutes after the fatal shooting of the Geddys. Unlike most footage they usually had to contend with, grainy black-and-white images filmed on archaic surveillance systems, this was HD sharp and in vivid colour. Only the angle of the camera denied them a clear shot of the faces of the car's occupants. But one thing was proven. Ikemba Adefunke was a downright liar. Chapter 25. The CCTV evidence threw everything they thought they knew about the shooting of the Geddys on its head. For a start, Eric Swain wasn't in the getaway car at all. There was the small possibility he'd been dropped off somewhere between the shooting and the side street where the Subaru was filmed, but Kerry wouldn't credit it. Swain was a racist, and his gang comprised entirely of equally prejudiced white guys. The driver and passenger were both dark-skinned, though positively identifying them could prove difficult. The revelation stunned all four detectives into silence. Having had more time to absorb it, though, DCI Porter was first to speak.
"I'd like to know why this is the first time I'm hearing we got the wrong man."
"I mentioned yesterday I had a theory, sir, but you didn't want to hear it. You said you wanted facts, proof and evidence." Kerry indicated the screen with the back of her hand. "This confirms some of the misgivings I had about Swain's supposed involvement."
"Facts, proof and evidence are what gives me the arrests and convictions I also demanded," said Porter. "At least now you've something to work on instead of roaming around aimlessly. I want the two men in that car identified and brought in, do you hear me?"
"They'll do for starters," Kerry agreed. "But if I'm right, there'll be more arrests." Before Porter could reply, she caught Mel's attention. "Good work, Mel. Now you have a reference point, widen the net between the Subaru's current position and where we know it ended up on the riverbank. See if you can find any clear images of their faces." "No problem, Mum." Corber leaned in. Before you do that, Mel, can you run back that image? If they used a particular route to avoid known camera placements, they might have approached Wandsworth Road the same way. Without answering, Mel got to it with a few deft strokes on the keypad. The tape counter began a high-speed reverse, as did the on-screen images. Various other vehicles zipped in and out of shot, travelling backwards. After 18 minutes had counted down, a familiar car appeared. "There," said Corber. Mel halted the recording and began shunting the images forward in slow motion. When it appeared on screen this time, the Subaru was being driven the opposite direction, towards the shooting. So there was no clear image through the windscreen. There was a decent view through the side windows, and subsequently through the back windscreen, at a third person riding in the back seat. In a court, the images wouldn't convict the back seat passenger, but both Kerry and Corber had had personal contact with the gangling figure. Kerry on 2 occasions now. There was no doubt in her mind about who the vulture-necked individual was. Not only was Ikemba Adefunke a liar, he was also complicit in the murders.
"Who is that?"
Porter demanded.
"Funky,"
Corber said, his voice hoarse.
Ikemba Adefunke, Kerry clarified for the DCI. The alleged target of the drive-by shooting, known as Funky to the other members of the Nine Elms crew. Porter was familiar with the name, and also the gang he belonged to.
Adefunke was driven to the scene at Wandsworth Road and chose that family to stand alongside while his friend shot them in cold blood. The bastard.
In his opinion on Funky, they were all in agreement.
"I want him brought in,"
he said. Corber nodded in agreement, but Kerry stood her ground. "Sir, I don't think that's the best thing to do."
"Get him arrested,"
Porter said.
"Work on him. I don't care how you do it, threats or promises, do whatever it takes, but get the names of his conspirators and arrest them too."
"If we do that, fine. We might get those responsible for carrying out the shooting, but not the ones that set it up. If we grab Funky, the others will go to ground, and he'll clam up for fear of his life. All we'll have is another scapegoat."
"Another scapegoat?"
"Eric Swain," she said.
"He must have still had a hand in this,"
Porter said. But there was doubt in his mind, too. Who in their right mind set himself up to take the fall for a murder he didn't commit? He shook his head.
"We're under pressure to get results. Bring in Funky and let the dominoes fall where they will. In the meantime, I'm going to have to spin the reason why an innocent man died during what now might be seen as a false arrest."
"Swain wasn't an innocent man. He was a murderer." Kerry was adamant. Perhaps he hadn't been involved in the shooting of the Geddys, but he was a killer.
"I'm sorry."
Porter straightened up.
"One second you're calling him a scapegoat, the next he's a murderer. On what evidence are you basing the latter?"
"I've done wrong, Inspector. Worse shit than any copper knows about,"
Swain had told her face to face.
"I'm a murderer, am I? Well, yeah, I can't deny it. I've killed more than once."
"He admitted it to me." The words were out of her mouth before she could stop them.
"Told you when? When you were on that bloody rooftop fighting with him?"
"Yes," she lied.
"You never mentioned this in your statement?"
"He was dead by then. Besides, he didn't give me any specifics, only that he'd killed a number of times. Mentioning his confession in my statement wouldn't have helped to solve any of those cases."
"No, Inspector Dark, but it would have put a completely different spin on the way we subsequently handled his death."
She was unconvinced. Porter would still have thrown her under a bus to save his own arse. She didn't argue. She'd no grounds. Swain's confession had come to her after the fact, and she wasn't even sure it was real, only her intuition given voice. It certainly wasn't something she wanted to go into now.
Sir, if you only give me some time, I'll get to the bottom of this. Funky's a foot soldier. He takes orders. Porter's palm snapped up.
He obviously understands the concept of orders better than you do. I want him arrested. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Sir, with respect, Porter stiffened. Then, ignoring her, he directed his next words at Corber and Mel.
May we please have the room?
As usual, the GAOC office was as stuffy as a tomb, but it was as if the temperature had dropped below freezing, and this time it wasn't due to a supernatural manifestation. Embarrassed for Kerry, the two detectives vacated the room.
The door, please, Danny,
Porter said.
And do not let me catch either of you loitering in the corridor.
After aiming a piteous grimace at Kerry, Corber closed the door behind them. The click of the latch was ominous in its finality.
Sir, Stop, Porter snapped. I don't want to hear it. All I want when I give you an express order is that you obey it. Am I clear, Inspector?
I'm only suggesting an alternative course of action, sir, one that will give us better results.
Didn't I warn you I wouldn't tolerate insubordination?
I'm not being insubordinate. I'm only trying to do my job to the best of my ability. I think arresting Funky's the wrong move if we hope to get the others too.
And I don't care what you think.
Porter's heels were dug in as firmly as hers, and superiority gave him the trump card.
When I give you an order, I expect it to be obeyed to the best of your ability.
Respectfully, sir, I do not expect to be shouted at as if I'm a naughty child. Porter's hands made fists. It was a struggle to contain his anger. When he replied, his voice was still too loud, and it held a quiver. He'd overstepped the mark, but it was difficult coming back. He changed tack, wrinkling his nose.
Are you drunk, Inspector Dark?
Pardon?
I think my question's clear enough. Without shouting. But let me rephrase it. Have you been drinking alcohol?
No.
Did you drink to excess last night?
No, why do you ask?
I'm responsible for those under my command, as you are. If one of your team smelled as strongly of alcohol and were quite obviously hungover, I'd expect you to ask questions of them too. I'd expect you to make a decision on how fit they were to carry out their duties.
He eyeballed her, allowing his threat to sink in.
You see, I'm wondering if your argumentative behaviour's a result of still being drunk or for some other reason.
I'm not drunk. Even as she stated it, she knew he wouldn't be convinced. The angel's share still seeped from her pores. Sir, I'll admit to having a nightcap, but I've taken all precautions to ensure I'm fit and capable of carrying out my duties in a professional manner.
I'm doubtful. And it's not the first time I've had similar misgivings in the last few days. Your refusal to carry out a direct order isn't helping.
He faltered, and an expression danced across his features that approximated sympathy.
I know you've been through a difficult time, but that's no excuse. You're either fit for the job or not. And in my opinion, in your current state, you're proving to be a liability. Get your act in order, Inspector Dark, or else. I can easily find a replacement who is, and who will carry out an order without argument.
She didn't reply. Couldn't.
Go and arrest Funky.
When she didn't argue, Porter nodded brusquely and strode for the door without looking back. His message was crystal clear. As the door slammed behind him, Kerry lowered her face into her palms and groaned in misery at, well, everything. Chapter 26. Funky was absent when Kerry, supported by D.C. Scott and 2 uniformed constables, attended his flat on the Patmore estate. Secretly, she'd never been as relieved at her inability to arrest a suspect. Only she and Glenn had entered the apartment block, with the others staying out of sight a block away, ready to bring in the van once Funky was in cuffs. But before they were on their way down the stairs, she suspected that alerts were flying up and down the estate that the old Bill was on the hunt. It was doubtful Funky would return to his flat any time soon, going to ground at the hangout of one of the other gang members instead. Criminals were suspicious by nature, sometimes to a level of paranoia. It wouldn't surprise her if he'd left immediately after she spoke to him the day before, ordered to go into hiding. She couldn't ignore the fact that Jermaine Robson had shown up, and the probable reason was to contain a troublesome situation. DCI Porter demanded a quick win. Arrest Funky and throw the book at him. She would arrest Funky, and he'd pay for his part in the murders. The bastard had specifically targeted the Geddys, so the 9 Elms crew could implicate their greatest rival in the murders. He'd chosen the victims by their skin colour, to add validity to the attack, and incite public anger over the racially motivated killings. Or was told to choose a certain type of victims by the brains behind the plan. 3 foot soldiers of the 9 Elms crew hadn't come up with the scheme in order to curry favour with their leader. They'd acted on his orders, as they always did. She wanted Funky, and the 2 in the car, but she wanted Jermaine Robson more. Getting to the leader would prove tricky. There were layers of protection between him and the killings. If arrested, Funky and his pals would be coerced by promise of death or reward to take the rap for him. Direct evidence of his involvement was needed before she could arrest him, and that would never happen if Porter got his quick win. As they retreated from the Patmore estate, she updated the control room with a negative result, and preempting Porter, asked for a city-wide bulletin to be issued requesting Funky's arrest. In the meantime, she hoped she got to the bottom of things before Funky was captured, and the key players got away scot-free. Players in its plural sense, because Jermaine Robson couldn't have set up the scheme without insider help from somebody close to Swain. Back at the Nick, she had Mel Scanlon fetch a certain piece of evidence from storage. It was the key for Swain's lockup, where his Subaru Impreza had allegedly been stored since his disqualification from driving. Kerry didn't need to hold the key, but seeing it helped concentrate her mind. "The garage was locked when you went to conduct the search?" she asked Mel. "Yeah." "New lock or old?" "Newish. But if you're asking if it was brand new, put on after a previous one was cut off, I'd say no." "What was the garage interior like?" "A regular lock-up, but with very little in it." "Any suggestion that the Subaru was previously parked there?" "I'd say yeah. I took photos of the interior if you'd like to see 'em." Kerry nodded, and Mel fired up her computer. She brought up the appropriate digital file and the dozen photographs she'd taken at the scene. It was unfortunate Kerry's weird ability didn't allow her to see the ghosts of cars. Yet she could see an open space where a car the size of a Subaru could have previously sat. Assorted cardboard boxes and sundry pieces of junk were clustered around the 3 walls, but the central area was bare. The floor was scuffed by tread marks and a film of fine concrete dust. "We only have Hetty's word that the Subaru was ever parked there," Mel said. "I believe her," said Kerry. "The issue for me isn't if the car was there, it's how it was taken from the lock-up by the 9 Elms crew without Eric Swain's knowledge. When you went back with Hetty to collect the keys, did she invite you inside?" Yeah, I followed her in and she went to where they were hanging on a hook in the kitchen.
Kerry sucked air through her teeth.
No pause? Nor trying to remember where they were first? No, went straight to them. But that doesn't tell us anything. I could take you to my house and walk you directly to where I keep my keys too. Hetty handled the key when she passed it to you, so that means hers will be the most prominent fingerprints we'd find if we looked.
Kerry believed Swain's fingerprints would also be on the key, seeing as he would have used it on other occasions. But the person that had used the key so the Subaru could be removed from the lock-up, then re-locked the door and returned it to its peg in Swain's kitchen, would have worn gloves. They'd want Swain's fingerprints on the key to implicate him. The detectives looked at each other, both of them ruminating over the possibilities. Hetty gave the keys to somebody in the Nine Elms crew? Mel finally posed. Then had them returned to her later? Do you really buy that, Mom? No. In interviews she told me she didn't leave the house, but Swain did. Gave me a story about doing some housework, then watching TV. She offered no witness corroboration, said she was at home alone. Do me a favour, Mel. Run Hetty through PNC and check her driver status with DVLA. Then, if my suspicion's correct, I'm afraid it's back to reviewing CCTV evidence for you. It took Mel less than a minute to confirm Kerry's inkling. Hetty doesn't hold a driving licence. Kerry called Corber and put the phone on speaker. When we were at Hetty's last, Zane McManus had his car outside? Yeah, Nissan Skyline. The dog's bollocks for boy racers. You ran a PNC check on it. Did you happen to note down the reg number? There followed the sound of the DS scratching through his notebook. Got it here, boss. He read out the number. Thanks, Danny. That's all you need? For now. Kerry hung up. Mel had already brought up the car's details on the computer. It made sense now why Zane owned a car that was normally way out of the reach of a kid like him. With Swain disqualified and being driven around, Hetty also required a personal chauffeur. And Hetty wasn't the type to be seen dead in the kind of crappy motor the likes of Zane could ordinarily afford. She was keeping it in the family, using a car to her taste and by employing her younger cousin as her driver. Do you know what a Skyline looks like? Kerry asked. Got a good idea, Mom, but hang on. Mel typed the make and model into a search engine and brought up the images. Kerry pointed out a